Yeah. I'm going to probably. That's about as far. That's.
Yeah.
Microphones on. A bunch of people.
It's a hot one.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. If everyone can please take their seats so we can proceed with the public meeting this morning. Thank you.
Right. Welcome, everyone, to the Wednesday, November 16th Board of Forestry Hybrid Public Meeting. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Today, we are live streaming this event on YouTube. To make sure our viewers online can follow along with our virtual proceedings, I'll go over some meeting housekeeping tips. Everyone participating in the virtual and physical meeting room, please silence your cell phones and try to limit background noises. For online participants, remember to mute yourself when you are not speaking and disable your video when not presenting or when providing public comment. For the record, we ask everyone participating today to state their names using the available microphones so that those listening online can track the commentary. If you experience technical issues in the virtual meeting room, use the chat function on Zoom to connect with our ODF host during this event. For those watching this meeting via live stream and present in this room, I'll remind everyone of the general order of operations. After an item is introduced, I'll invite the presenters to begin. For board members, if you have clarifying questions, please use the raise hand function in Zoom, or if present, merely raise your hand and I'll call on you. Presenters, we will do our best to ask questions one at a time. After a presentation, we will open the floor for board discussion and additional questions. We have one decision item in front of the board outside of the consent agenda block of items. For item number 3, adoption of certified burn management rules. This is a rulemaking item and the public comment period is closed. In order to ensure the board can conduct all the items on the agenda, the public comment provision under agenda item 1 will be limited. The public can comment on items on and off the agenda. Under item number 1, at the end of the board and state forester comments and greeting from the mayor of Seaside, we will begin our public comment portion. The board received a high level of interest in this week's meeting, and to accommodate everyone would like to provide public comment, we made a couple of logistical adjustments to accommodate the testimony providers. The public meetings time was changed from 9 o'clock to 8:30. We were going to limit everyone to 1 minute, and we just couldn't agree that that was the right respectful thing to do. So we are going to make some adjustments to our agenda today to maximize the amount of time that we have for public comments so that each person can have up to 2 minutes instead of 1. And we really appreciate if what you've got to say has been said by others. We'd appreciate it so that we can come somewhat close to our schedule agenda that you just pass on. And if you're able to keep your comments under the 2 minutes, it would be greatly appreciated. At this point, I'll mention to accommodate that the number of people who do want to testify today, we're making a couple of other adjustments. The MGO report scheduled for the afternoon, we're going to move to our January meeting. And we're also going to the presentation on marble murrelets. We're going to move to the last item on the agenda so that we can maximize this time available for the public comment in the morning. We also, understanding whether it's 1 minute or 2, that it's not a lot of time for testimony. So we recommend that you send in written testimony for this meeting. To enter it into the record, please send your comments in by November 30th. Lastly, today the board will meet in a closed executive session pursuant to ORS 192-660-2H. Purpose of the 4 p.m. session will be to consult with counsel regarding the legal rights and responsibilities of a public body with regard to current litigation or litigation likely to be filed. Before we initiate the executive session, we will conclude the public portion of the meeting. Representatives of news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. All other members of the public are not allowed to join. Any questions? None, I will perform a roll call to confirm quorum can be met for today's meeting. Liz Agpawa, Carla Chambers, Ben Doimling, Chandra Ferrari,
Here and present by video.
Joe Justice,
Here.
Brenda McComb. Obviously, I'm here too, Jim Kelly. All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda items. And if anyone is ready to present a motion, we would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda items.
Mr. Chair, I move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
Okay, we have a motion by Joe Justice and a second by Carla Chamber, and the motion is to accept the consent agenda items. And with that, we will again do a board vote. And so I'll run through Liz, Carla Chambers, Ben Doimling, Chandra Ferrari,
Aye.
Joe Justice,
Aye.
Brenda McComb. I as well. All right, we will then, we're doing great here. We're moving along real quickly. Appreciate all that. So the next up on our agenda is state forester and board member comments. And so I'd like to welcome first Cal Mukamoto to begin with your opening comments.
This, Jim. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. We are very pleased to be here at Seaside, Oregon. It's like one of the greatest places on the coast. Of course, it's almost as good as where I live from Coos Bay. So, no, I really like the beaches up here. It's really great. But the board's policy work and the departmental operational work have far-reaching impacts, and it's critical that we visit and hear from those in communities we serve. I'm going to keep my comments brief to allow as much time as possible for us to hear from the many members of the public signed up to provide comment to the board today, but did want to touch on an important topic. As I'm sure you are all aware, Oregonians feel strongly about their forests, Those passions span conservation, recreation, economic, community, and a variety of other areas. Each one of us has deeply held, very personal beliefs and feelings, and each of us is worthy of being shown respect regardless of whether our beliefs differ. While I'm sure there will be some passionate testimony today, I encourage everyone joining us in person or virtually to engage with one another respectfully and with the understanding that we're all working towards what's best for our forest lands, even if we differ in our beliefs of the way we think that we should get there. So thank you, and Jim, I'll hand it back to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Cal. I would, at this point, if board members have any initial comments on any topic, now's your opportunity. Carla Chambers.
Is this on? Is this on? Okay. Thank you.
Hear you.
Well, I really want to thank so many of you for turning out this morning. And, part of what I really want to hear from many people today is, yes, when we get together and we talk about forest policy, I really want to understand how these topics that we're discussing really impact you. Whether it's the president of our community college, whether it's the local mill, whether it's the local rural community. We need not just a biological model for what we're discussing, but also a financial model. And I'm sure it's not new news to anybody that the headwinds financially are looking more difficult out there today, especially as we look at our own budget and our own finances for this department. So in your comments, I would hope that you would just really add the financial piece to the discussion as well. And again, thank you for your time and your effort in being here. This board is very grateful to hear from you.
Any others? Okay, we will move on. Before we begin the public comment portion of this item, I would like to welcome the mayor of Seaside, Jay Barber. My memories of Seaside are very limited memories from my childhood, basically just the bumper cars, I think. I don't even remember the beach. But anyhow, we're thrilled to be here, and Mayor, if you could make a few comments, we'd really appreciate it.
Well, it's really a privilege to welcome all of you to Seaside this morning. We ordered this sunshine especially for you. I'm glad that you're here. So Chairman Jim and Cal, thank you. And all of the board members, both here and those that are coming in virtually. We're really pleased to host this meeting here in our wonderful Seaside Convention Center. As I thought about greeting you this morning, I did a little research to find out what's happening in the timber industry in Oregon. I was amazed to learn that Oregon is producing over 3.8 billion board feet of timber every year in this state. And so we're really talking about the heart of Oregon. Here in Seaside, we're surrounded by timber on 3 sides. The 4th side is a little wet, but we are privileged to have the timber industry, both state-owned lands, federal lands, and privately managed forests all around us. One of your members stepped up a few years ago and donated 80 acres of forest land so that our schools could move up out of the inundation zone up above. And we now have a beautiful campus above Seaside for all of our schools. So we're really privileged to be a part of the timber industry. And I really send kudos to the Oregon Forest Board and the important work that you're doing. And we're really honored to have you in Seaside. I really recommend all of you to stay away from the bumper cars, though. They're hard on the neck, and if you've got somebody you want to make a statement, that's a good place to do it, but I don't recommend it. So welcome. We're glad that you're here, and it's my honor to come to give you an official greeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Barber. And I think all of us board members are very pleased to be here in Seaside, not to say anything negative about Salem, but we spend a lot of time in Salem. And so it's great to be out here in a community like Seaside. So with that, we're going to move to the public comment period. Thank you to all of you who signed up to provide testimony to the board today. We ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, please not exceed your allotted time of 2 minutes. And I ask that before you start, you state your full name, the topic you are commenting on, any associated affiliation, if you are representing a group or organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. With limited time available, anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and muted. And I may have to be kind of mean today, so I apologize in advance. With many commenters today and limited time, I want to offer a few suggestions. When providing the oral comment, try to endorse rather than repeat the testimony of others. Submit written testimony to accompany your statements or information, and they can be sent up until November 30th. Noted earlier, the board received a high amount of testimony requests. So to honor you and your neighbor's time, we ask you to be prepared and deliver your remarks within the allotted time. Hillary, are we ready to start?
Yes, Chair Kelly. Good morning, everyone. For the record, my name is Hillary Leibelstrud, Board Administrator. Chair Kelly and members of the board, we have approximately 60 folks in the queue joining us either online or in person. And thank you for everyone who's traveled safely to get here. Okay, so to ensure we stay on track, I'll list a set of names in an order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. As some testimony providers, like I mentioned, are online or in person, please be prepared to engage when your name is called on. When you begin, a timer will be displayed in front of us here in the room for 2 minutes. Here we go. On set for 2 minutes. When you see that timer run out, we just ask that you provide your closing comment. So to start us off, we will have the individuals joining in person come in and take a seat at the table here. We have 4 chairs. And then once you're done and completed your testimony, if you could vacate your seat and allow the next set to sit, we would appreciate that. And do appreciate your time and patience as we go through these sets. All right, so the first set to start us off today, Board of Forestry, is Joseph Yorn, Grace Brawler, Christopher Breitmeyer, and Madeline Cohen. Please proceed to the front. Okay, first up, Mr. Yoren. We're going to share this communal mic. Thank you.
Good morning. ODF staff reports tell us that alternative 3 in Macias has greater conservation value than other alternatives. Thus, we agree with their assessment. Yes. Staff also reports that including all known activity centers for northern spotted owls and marbled murrelets, would result in only minor economic difficulties or minor economic changes. We do not believe such minor changes, but we recognize we will not get everything we want. HCP means compromise. Compromise means not everyone gets everything. Should not expect to get everything. These lands belong to all of us. We have an obligation to plan and manage protections now and for future generations. Few, if any of us in this room today will get to see the end of the permit. It does not mean that form. The recent PFA and Elliott State Research Forest demonstrate the cooperation and collaboration that Oregonians deserve from everyone involved in managing the state's natural Divisive politics, economic self-interest, and personal rancor have dominated our policy making. It's time for all of us to get on board and support a strong, thorough case.
And just a quick reminder, please state your name for the record before you begin. And if you could also speak up a bit, that'd be great. Thank you. Next up is Grace Breller.
Morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. It's so nice to see you in person. My name is Grace Brailer. I'm the Wildlands Director for Cascadia Wildlands. I'm here to ask the board to adopt a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon State Forests. A new study released just last week shows that we are on track to burn through our remaining global carbon budget in less than a decade if we do not significantly reduce greenhouse gas emission in the atmosphere. This decade is literally our last shot to reverse course and avoid catastrophic impacts that will have profound costs in the future if we fail to do what we can to mitigate them now. Intact forests offer the most powerful and effective way to remove carbon from the atmosphere. Dedicated stream and habitat conservation areas can be managed for both the recovery and protection of imperiled species and as critical carbon reserves. This will enable the department to implement its climate change and carbon plan and achieve statewide carbon sequestration goals with the least impact to production areas and state forests. A strong HCP will help ensure that future generations of Oregonians have clean air and clean water, ample fish and wildlife habitat, and a myriad of recreation opportunities, and other values cherished by so many. Thank you for your time and all of the care that you are given to this very complicated process. Appreciate it. And to the future of Oregon's forests. Thank you.
Morning. I'm Chris Breitmeyer, president of Clatsop Community College. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all today. My college is a comprehensive community college. We offer transfer student opportunities and career technical education. We serve annually. This year, we're estimated to be about 3,500 students will pass through our halls, and that doesn't include any non-credit individuals. That's not a full-time equivalency. Full-time is about 950. We hope to eventually get to a higher number, back to where we were before the pre-pandemic. What I'm really here to talk about is the economic impact of that a reduction in revenue from timber sales will have on my institution. Currently, we receive, or this year we're estimated to receive about $1.2 million from the fund, and that equates to about 9% of our budget. We're a very small community college. I have 120 full-time employees, an additional 100 or so part-time, depending upon the number of students we have at the institution. What that will mean for us is we will have to, if we lose a significant amount of revenue from the funds from the timber harvest, we'll just have to see reductions in programming and in staff. It's a very difficult thing to balance that you have before you, but I know for my institution and for our community, we are very an important economic driver of activity here in Clatsop County, providing students opportunities to change their lives and anything that we can do to support my institution and education in the county, I think benefits us all. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Madeline Cowan. I'm the grassroots organizer with Cascadia Wildlands. I am also 26 years old, and I'm concerned about the future of our climate. I strongly believe that without intact forests, there will be no community colleges. There will be no opportunity for people to have education because of how dire the situation is. I'm here today to comment on the proposed habitat conservation plan. In my position as grassroots organizer, I have the absolute privilege to connect and build relationships with Oregonians who visit and cherish our state forests. In a conversation I had the other day with a rural landowner, I asked what their main concerns were concerning forests. Their response was straightforward, emotional, and typical. Climate change and wildfire is at the top of their minds and many others. Luckily,
A habitat conservation plan as strong or stronger than the proposed alternative 3 offers an opportunity for the state to ensure and safeguard older forests whose ability to mitigate climate change via carbon sequestration and storage, while also maintaining resilience to wildfire is unparalleled. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. As this group returns to their seats, the second set coming up is Victoria Frankeny, Troop Edmonds, Courtney Bangs, Shailene Bangs. To start us off, we'll have Victoria Frankeny.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and the board. My name is Victoria Frankeny, and I am here as a representative of Tualatin River Keepers. We are a community-based organization focused on protection and restoration of the Tualatin watershed. We support a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon State Forest that is grounded in science and protects fish and wildlife for the benefit of all Oregonians. The Tualatin watershed itself begins in the Tillamook State Forest. Further down, the watershed provides ample habitat for fish and wildlife, amazing recreational opportunities for people in Washington County and surrounding, and drinking water for over 500,000 people. The state's ability to manage the multiple benefits on these state forests will help ensure the health and longevity of this watershed. Now is the time to pass a strong and comprehensive habitat conservation plan that is at least as protective as alternative 3. Thank you so much for your time.
Next, Troop Edmonds.
My name is Troop Emmons, and I run a wildfire mitigation company and a wildfire manufacturing company to produce wildfire fighting hand tools. And it's this global climate intensity thing has snuck up on us. We have improved a bit in the ability to be able to form the incident command system to get all federal, state, and local firefighters to work on this cooperative basis. And that's been good, but we're really lacking. And what is now evident is we need a national mitigation program. And there's an opportunity now. Federal government has got $5 billion they want to hand out. And this presents a tremendous opportunity for Oregon to become a world leader in the mitigation and having a really good wildfire tool market to be able to get funds. And my purpose here is to put my foot in the door to invite the Oregon Department of Forestry to co-partner and form a factory to produce these modern technology tools and mitigation program. And half the profits go from the worldwide market to the wildfire suppression costs for Oregon. Anyway, that's what I'm doing, and I'd be glad to go further in the future, explain the whole situation. Thank you.
Next up, Courtney Bangs.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and board. Courtney Bangs, Clatsop County Commissioner, but I'm representing myself this morning. I'll honor board member Carla Chambers' request and keep my conversation financial. ODF staff, the board, and CFTLC has acknowledged that Clatsop County will be the most impacted county with this plan. All HCPs are not equal. It was the department's decision to pursue one size fits all package with no regard to cost. If I want an HCP, I think it's a good decision. This HCP is not. It gave away far more than is needed. to, as has been stated by staff and the very document itself. These giveaways have a real cost and will cause primary, secondary, and tertiary job loss, along with defunding Clatsop senior care, 4-H extension, rural law enforcement, emergency response, schools, and a variety of other social services our community depends on. Some might be okay with that. I am not. Please consider giving less away by reducing HCAs to just what is needed, or better yet, consider how much we are giving away for each individual species to determine if it's worth the cost. You could place some species under an HCP and others you could continue a successful take avoidance. With ODF being, will ODF be financially viable with this plan? I have yet to see documentation that shows that they won't be bankrupt like I assume. Though financial viability is a very slim chapter in the HCP, it's still one of the qualifiers for moving forward. I'm sure you are aware that reduced revenue will also negatively impact habitat restoration funding, recreation department funding, and other socially driven activities in our forests. Every extra that ODF does in the forest regarding habitat education and recreation obviously will have a connection to being reduced because of the harvest being reduced. It wasn't long ago that the department came before this board. I think it was 3 or 4 years ago, speaking to how they couldn't afford their current plan. I'll finish. I'm concerned you won't find the money to pay for this new plan. It's promises because it's double the cost and half the volume output. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Shailene Bangs.
It's Shaylin.
Thank you, Shailene.
Hi, my name is Shaylin Banks, 42048 Old Highway 30, Astoria, Oregon. I am 13 and a 6th generation Clatsop County resident on our family tree farm in Napa. The HCP decisions that you will make will directly impact me and the rest of the children of our county, my children and my grandchildren. It will impact the quality of our education and other services that are available to us, like 4-H. We already suffer equity issues because we are rural. This HCP will make it worse. For the first time in 20 years, we got music at my local public school, something that is pretty common in other schools in big cities. I'm sure that your children and grandchildren are well served. I would love that to be for the same for me and mine. The HCP makes me sad and scared. My whole family has worked in forestry or science for generations. I have learned so much of how to be a good steward, to pack it up, to pack it in and pack it out, to leave no trace, about water temperatures, riparian zones, fish, and birds for my family. I've grown up here. We go on drives all the time through the woods, and us kids have learned how to prevent sediment, plant trees, watch fish runs, hunt for waterfalls, and watch cool new logging practices. I've also learned that everything costs money and that making things nice for animals and safe for people costs a lot of money. We wouldn't have that money without logging because here money does grow on trees. I'm sad because it's almost like you are saying that we aren't good enough and that someone who doesn't live here or knows places like Buster Creek or the Happy Face tree needs to decide for us on how to do it and be better. I'm scared because my friends' families depends on the timber industry. Plants, birds, animals, and fish are all important, and it's our job to take care of them, but we are important too. It's about balance. This doesn't feel like balance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And thanks for correcting my enunciation. That's always helpful. All right, our third set to come up is Bob Van Dyke, Mike Lang, Lois Purdue, Nancy Cook.
Good morning, board members. For the record, Bob Van Dyke, Wild Salmon Center. I live in Forest Grove, Oregon. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to start by thanking the mayor of Seaside for delivering the sunshine. It was lovely outside this morning. I want to focus on the state forest issue today, and I'd really encourage the department. I appreciate some of the comments that have been made already and the comments that Ms. Chambers, board member Chambers made that from my view, we've set up a really unfortunate system. And it's one that pits crucial local services like schools and senior services and the sheriff's office against rare habitats and whether we should protect rare habitats or not. And we face this same problem in the Elliott State Forest, some of you may know, and the solution there that really helped us move forward was one that focused on decoupling, paying off the schools in that case. Now, there's a different constitutional mandate for the Elliott, and there are some other complications that are different, but I think the core point I want to make is, in addition to thinking about the Habitat Conservation Plan, the board should consider some leadership, taking some leadership in moving that conversation forward. And I guess the point is that to the extent we can help local school districts or help local tax revenue districts stay whole, even as we conserve important habitats and get a habitat conservation plan, I think that's going to diminish some of the tension, including some of the urban and rural tension or that perception that we suffer from out there. So I'll finish 20 seconds early, and thank you for your time today.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Michael Lang. I'm Senior Policy Manager for the Wild Salmon Center. It's very good to see you all today. I want to thank you all for your work. First, I'd like to draw your attention to a sign-on letter that you received with 15 groups. It should be in your record. They point out that we support your work for an HCP and also wish that you would support alternative 3. It's the best alternative that really ensures the greatest permanent value for our state forest. I also would like to draw your attention to several hundred comment letters that we received by email as well, pointing out that we appreciate your work and we support a strong habitat conservation plan. I also would like to talk a little bit about the resolution of the Lynn County lawsuit too. And now that that is resolved, this is an opportunity for all of us, the board, the public, from wherever you're coming from, to get together and talk about solutions. Much the way with the successes of the Private Forest Accord did, this is an opportunity for us to put in place a strong HCP that serves all Oregonians, but also starts a conversation about funding solutions for our local tax districts to ensure that they have stable funding in the future. That's very important to all of us as well as Oregonians. We need state forests that are managed for fish, wildlife, for recreation, also the timber component, and address these funding needs as well. I also wanted to urge you not to support alternative 5. I know there's been some discussion about this for the following reasons. First of all, it's less protected with endangered species. It's secondly unlikely to meet the approval of federal agencies. We don't know, I don't have a crystal ball, but there is some risk there. But also it's very likely to cause significant delays in the adoption of an HCP over 1 year or more. So I urge you to please not go down that path. Thank you so much, and thank you for your work.
Good morning, board. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lois Purdue, and I'm the mill manager at Hampton Lumber Sawmill in Warrenton. At this mill, we employ 142 people with wages higher than the county average and produce 220 million board feet of lumber annually. As you know, state forests are a critical source of fiber for the 4 sawmills in Northwest Oregon, and these mills are in towns and we're critical to the communities. As a mill manager, I remain deeply concerned about a reduction in harvest under the HCP. I also know you have a number of options available to you. I urge you to choose the path that allows for more harvest while still meeting conservation needs. That option is alternative 5. An additional 10 million board feet might not seem like a rounding error to some, but I encourage you to consider the already tight timber supply market, the context in which we operate, and the volatility of the forest sector. If you're doubtful that 10 million board feet would have much of an impact, let us, as forest sector workers, assure you that it matters. It will help maintain sawmill infrastructure and logging capabilities in the state, and the long-term benefits are well worth the additional time and paperwork needed to secure that future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Board Kelly. I'm Nancy Cook. I'm a career public educator, Astoria citizen, conservationist. I'm here to support alternative 3 of this HCP. We talk about the impacts on the timber industry, but the impacts on sport fishing and all fishing and the tradition of fishing in the Lower Columbia is a huge part. I encourage this board to manage fish as a forest product. As a local angler, it is heartbreaking. I'm wearing my caution orange fish hat today. It's heartbreaking to go fish. It's hard to go fishing and catch no fish or have to return your wild Chinook. It's heartbreaking to look out there in August and have Macias. Yes, that is an industry in the Lower Columbia as well, $200 million industry. I've read the fine print of the CIS and it's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. 21st century, fully protect salmon streams and public lands makes sense. It's supported by sound fishery science. The timber industry in our county owns so much private land. Not gonna wither up and die. I wish I had brought my own 14-year-old daughter to go to public schools and fish with her daughters as well. I think it's really important that we think about the youth of the community. As a career public educator and concerned conservation voter, it has never felt right to me to link timber revenues to education and public safety. That effectively buys pro-timber sentiment and encourages public employees not to see liberal values. It's also a nightmare from a vendor perspective. For decades, I've heard managers talk about, you don't know what's going to happen. That's no good. We shouldn't have to choose schools over forests. So I encourage alternative 3, and I encourage a vision to decouple timber revenues. I've got some information. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The first set to provide testimony will be Bob Reese, Pamela Webb, Kathleen Sullivan, Doug Firstbrook. And please correct my enunciation. Okay, first up, Mr. Reese.
Morning, Chair Kelly, member of the board, members of the board. My name is Bob Reese. I'm a 26-year professional fishing guide. I was also chief petitioner back in 2004 of Measure 34, which sought to balance the needs of fish and wildlife as well as clean water, along with timber harvesting. Myself, along with 200 other sport fishing businesses, sport fishermen, the Northwest Sport Fishing Industry Association, and concerned citizens submit this letter. We did so electronically as well, strongly supporting alternative 3, maximizing the conservation benefit to our North Coast wild salmon. I've talked with many of the signers of this letter. They are deeply disappointed in the direction that our wild fish stocks are going. This year, for the first time that I can remember, wild fall Chinook was closed in Tillamook Bay. We went from robust sport fisheries to listed salmon and steelhead and shuttered seasons in a single generation. Alternative 3 gives us the best chance for recovery and a robust return to the benefits these wild salmon provide to our rural communities. Some of anecdotal information, I spent countless hours on this bridge right here fishing for sea run cutthroat trout as a juvenile, while my cousins were in a local drugstore stealing dirty magazines. This is a gateway fishery. The cutthroat trout, the small fish that jumpstart the sport fishing industry, a $200 million a year sport fishing industry on the North Coast for fishing, shell fishing, hunting, and wildlife viewing. As board member Carla had mentioned, the financial impacts, the loss of these fish is monumental. We experienced it firsthand this year, losing millions and millions of dollars in this fish. Thank you for your service.
Up next, Pamela.
I am. My name is Pamela Webb. This is on.
Yeah, good.
My name is Pamela Webb. I am a county commissioner for Clatsop County, and welcome to Clatsop County. I am here speaking on behalf of myself and not the entire board. I believe that the arrangement that linked the Forest Trust Land County's tax payments from forest companies to local jurisdictions and special districts was tying the harvest of natural resources to the operation of a vital state department, as well as critical local service providers, is bad public policy. Similarly, the recent lawsuit filed by the Forest Trust Land Counties, excluding Clatsop County, against the state of Oregon turned out to be a fool's errand. As the Board of Forestry weighs the balance between cutting trees and maintaining the habitat that is vital to our threatened animal species, I would encourage you to work toward a system that taxes the timber industry in a way that encourages sound forest practices while sustaining local services to other communities. During my service on the county commission, I have been blessed with 4 grandchildren, and I have dedicated my service to this community, to their future. I don't want my children to be raised in Oregon without our beautiful coastline, without our prolific fisheries, without old growth forests, without the woods that I so cherish and raise their children, my children, their parents to cherish. I don't want my grandchildren not to have the same magnificent Oregon that I do. Thank you.
Up next, Kathleen.
Hello, Chair Kelly and members of the Board of Forestry. My name is Kathleen Sullivan. I am a former Clatsop County Commissioner, and I served 4 years on the Forest Trust Land Advisory Committee. I witnessed the beginning of this HCP, and it is a well-documented public process. The beginning, it is true that many FTLC meetings were canceled, but that was due, in my opinion, to the litigation of the Lynn County lawsuit. And the refusal to listen was not on the part of ODF. Opting out of the Lynn County lawsuit was the right thing to do. And supporting this HCP is also the right thing to do. However, we have to find a way to separate our balanced management of our public forest lands from the essentials, the funding needed for essential community services. And so I support what the Wild Salmon Center has already said. I also support what the fishers are saying on this regard too. We need to think about fish as a forest product. An investigation by OPB and the Oregonian, the ProPublica, found that the Wall Street real estate trust and investment funds, with control over most of Oregon's private forest land, have benefited greatly from the timber tax cuts that have cost the counties at least $3 billion in the past 3 decades. Looking for money? Start there. Save our watersheds and habitat, continue with this HCP. I support the choice of the three. So thank you.
Good morning. My name is Doug Firstbrook. I live in Nehalem, Oregon. Founding board member of the Nehalem Community Trust. Also a founding board member of the Watershed Council. I was trying to speak this morning about volunteers I've been working with. visualize. Fortunately, this conversation today is down to money. Really not about that. We're not really talking about other people better than me. Frankly, anybody who knows my economic circumstances, inviting me to talk about economics, like a poet to a bar fight.
Doug, could you please speak up just a little bit louder for
I'll do
those?
what I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
So for these many years, around 25 now, I've asked people to join me in the cold, wet, get on their knees, plant repairing zones, pull beer cans, pop bottles, shotgun shells, styrofoam, hundreds of tires from the estuary, helped others fill out laborious OWEB, NRCS, Fish and Wildlife grant applications to find money, do this work for free. I'm not here to pat myself on the back. I've accomplished nothing without the complicity and hard work of others who believe that the work we do for free is the most important work that we do. Because this part of Oregon is dominated by private corporate forest owners, our public lands and those saved by conservation organizations and small private landowners are our last chance at actual forests, not plantations subject to clear cut and run and tunnel vision economics. Every one of you knows I support Habitat Conservation Plan number 3. I support the separation of educating our children off the back of an already weakened environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The fifth set will be Seth Barnes, Mike Eliason, Herman Fleshman, Christopher Farrar.
All right, here we go. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. For the record, my name is Seth Barnes, and I am the Director of Forest Policy for the Oregon Forest Industries Council. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes and quickly go through a lot of the work that we've been doing behind the scenes on the private forest accord, just to keep you aware of everything that's happening there. First on the HCP, and I'll try to be brief here for time. Both parties are working diligently and committed to the HCP coming to fruition. And I understand you have a meeting coming up in December to talk about that. So I'll leave that there. Second, rule guidance, slopes and ELZs is the first out of the chute, but we've got over a dozen more chapters of guidance needing work, all to be done in the next year or two. Third is modeling. From slopes to water layers, agencies and parties are anxiously engaged with a lot of work happening on a very tight timeline. So a lot of work happening in that realm. Fourth is training. It's nearly impossible to overstate the magnitude of these changes for foresters and regulators in the field, and all of us in the policy arena, myself included, need to provide grace and respect to the professionals who now have the difficult job of trying to figure out how to make this work on the ground. That will not be easy. Fifth, mitigation. The PFA Mitigation Advisory Committee has also been recently formed. They have the privilege of being able to allocate over $15 million a year towards conservation activities across the state. Sixth is adaptive management, and you kicked that off today with your vote during on the consent agenda item. So thank you. A lot more work to come. Of course, I haven't even mentioned anything regarding the small forest landowners. A lot of work is happening there. I just wanted you to know that the industry is committed to the success of the PFA, and I wanted to keep you informed of just what some of the things that sentiment means. Lastly, I'd like to say that coming up, you're going to hear from Laura Wilkeson. She's the chair of the Oregon Forest Industries Council State Lands Committee, and she'll have some more comments for you. I just wanted to briefly say, given the comments from this morning, in my mind, decoupling is an intellectually dishonest dogma. As if you can simply print money, lock up forests and build with wood and solve housing and critical poverty issues. It's just dishonest. Don't fall for it. Good forestry is about sustainable management. You should not try to escape your obligation, and it's a difficult one to try to find balance here in the name of a decoupling idea.
Thank you. Up next, Mr. Arleson.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Eisen, also with the Oregon Forest Industries Council. I'm General Counsel and Director of Government Affairs. We are a trade association representing larger timber landowners and forest product manufacturers in Oregon. My comments today relate to item number 4 on the agenda titled Climate Smarter Forestry, related to carbon conversations with various forestry stakeholders. Kind of came out of the blue to us. By my count, I see exactly 1 representative from industrial landowners out of the 66 total participants, which means there's essentially 1 stakeholder involved who employs Oregonians in any significant capacity to produce wood products. Regardless, we're going to be watching that presentation with interest, but I would submit to you that private forest landowners in Oregon are already practicing climate smartest forestry. By that, I simply mean that Oregon forests today capture more than half of our human caused emissions, while also providing unrivaled benefits through active forest management, production of carbon-friendly building materials, which, oh, by the way, we need over 580,000 new dwelling units by the year 2040, and we should do those with Oregon timber, and by the avoided use of fossil fuel intensive alternatives like concrete and steel, all in an Oregon private forest environment that now has, post passage of the Private Forest Accord, one of the very strongest forest practices acts in the entire United States. So I just hope as a board, you're all mindful of that before potentially chasing any new shiny objects down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, board members, for the opportunity to speak regarding the Habitat Conservation Plan. My name is Herman Fleischman with Northwest Fishing Adventures. I'm an Oregon and North Coast guide. I'm a member of the Northwest Guides and Members Association, CCA, NSIA. As a Oregon guide, I'm part of the fishing industry that contributes millions of dollars to Oregon's urban and rural communities. The Oregon state forests are truly special. I'm here to ask you to support a strong habitat conservation plan and protective as alternative 3. Climate change continues to impact these naturally spawning fish. This plan will benefit wild ESA listed salmon, wild Chinook, and steelhead with cooler, cleaner water and better spawning habitat. The runs of salmon and steelhead are very fragile and are slowly recovering. These still need additional help. The Habitat Conservation Plan will provide additional help for these fish and wildlife in our Oregon state forests. Please support the Conservation Alternative Plan 3 for better managed forests and long overdue protections for fish and wildlife that will benefit Oregonians for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this meeting over to the coast for a change. And thank you for taking time to listen to a lot of public comment. My name's Christopher Farrar. I'm a Clatsop County resident. I live on 28 acres of forest that I manage for habitat. And I'm here today to offer my strong support for the Habitat Conservation Plan as drafted. I prefer the middle ground, I guess the option 2, the preferred option. I think it's fair to pick the balanced one. If I falter a little in my speaking today, it's because I'm modifying it on the fly here with what some of the previous speakers have brought up. And I too was focused on economic issues because the habitat plan has all the science in it you need to discuss the habitat. I'm for habitat improvement, but there are many other values that come out of the forest than simply timber. And the biggest one and the most important, more important than timber even, is water. And so I am very pleased to know that if this plan is implemented, water supplies will increase and higher quality water will be available to local communities. Recreational opportunities will be expanded, increasing economic benefits to local communities. And I think some of those things should be looked at and how they balance the minor reduction in revenue from timber harvest. This plan, if implemented, is exactly what the greatest permanent value is all about, and that has just been reaffirmed by the Oregon Supreme Court. I urge this body to work with other state agencies and stakeholders to start this plan now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our sixth vet will be Cheryl Johnson, Michael Ader, Thomas Clark, Chuck Willer. Please proceed to the front. First up, Cheryl.
Cheryl Johnson, private citizen. For the past 40 years, I have been a resident and landowner in Northeast Clatsop County. I am a retired public school teacher and librarian. My husband and I have been neighbors to Oregon State Forestry for over 4 decades, as our back property is adjacent to ODF land. I speak today in support of the HCP. Clatsop County began updating our comprehensive land use plan in June of 2019. For the past 3 years, I have been involved as a volunteer on the countywide Citizen Advisory Committee. In working through 19 land use goals in Clatsop County, which is 80% forestry, the effects of forest practices become abundantly clear. The headwaters of the vast majority of major streams and rivers in Clatsop County originate on forest land. I strongly support the HCP. Our home is within walking distance of the Columbia River, and we are keenly aware that there are currently 13 species of threatened or endangered salmon on the Columbia River. I am also especially enthusiastic about promoting healthy watersheds for clean drinking water. Long-term protection of watersheds will ensure clean drinking water for future generations. As an active participant in the current comprehensive land use planning process, and as a grandmother of 3 who currently live in Clatsop County, I strongly support the balanced approach inherent in the proposed HCP. Thank you.
Up next, Michael.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Ader. As a long-term member of the Neocony School District Board of Directors, I understand the importance board members have on decision-making. I would like to share with you the unique history and dependency on timber revenue the Neocony School District has with the Tillamook State Forest. Neocony School District serves approximately 800 students from Bay City to Manzanita and is heavily dependent on state timber revenue. I believe Neocony School District is one of the best schools in Oregon. I'm not the only one to believe this. The Oregon Department of Education recently recognized Neocony for its success during the pandemic. Neocony growth, quoting them, was unique in Oregon. Neocony was alone in its success across subjects in multiple grades. Since the Neocony School District does not receive basic school support and relies almost exclusively on state timber and local property taxes, the draft HCP and draft EIS would have a severe impact on our budget. Last year, Neocony School District received approximately $4.1 million in state timber revenue. This year, this amount will be reduced to $3.1 million, and next year, $1.3 to $2.2 million. A projected nearly $3 million funding reduction in these 3 years will severely affect the services provided to our students. On behalf of the Neocony School District, I'm here to express concerns with the Oregon Department of Forestry's draft habitation conservation plan and the draft environmental impact statement. I'm am extremely concerned that ODF drafted a plan that will continue to reduce timber harvest on state forest lands, resulting in continued reduction in funding for our school district. My fellow school board members and I hope a better plan will be drafted before the process concludes. Thank you for your time.
Thomas?
My name is Thomas Clark. I've been a lifelong resident of Clatsop County, and I've come up in the forest industry basically from the bottom. I've been a choker setter, hook tender, yarder operator. Then I went to OSU, got my forest engineering degree, became a forest engineer on the Lewis and Clark Timberlands property, where I designed, oversaw the construction of and implementation of many salmon habitat enhancement projects. And those were a couple $1 million worth of private timber dollars, improving those habitats. I own my own trucking company, and I'm currently the operations manager for Vincent Brothers Construction in Napa. Vincent Brothers Construction has been in business for 65 years, working largely on state timber sales. And we we support 27 local families through stable employment. And I think the economic impacts of the HCP cannot be overstated. In fact, it seems the only thing this version of the HCP doesn't preserve is the livelihoods of the people who have been making a living working these properties or these lands for generations. And I urge you all to strongly consider Alternative 5 and protect the North Coast economy.
I'm Chuck Willer, Director of the Coast Range Association. I first came to the Department of Forestry in 1992 and asked for the state forest plan. Around that same time, ballot measure 5 was passed. In 1997, ballot measure 50 was passed, re-engineering Oregon taxation. By 2002, a new tax regime had completely been implemented, ending the forest harvest tax. And that arc of taxation has created an engineered system that denies local government the adequate resources they need that existed 10 years earlier, and linked adequate funding to the extraction of timber. I am not going to fight with loggers, log truck drivers, or anyone over good conservation versus jobs. There are powerful people of wealth that engineered this arc of taxation to get us to all start fighting, when in fact, we need a new tax system that goes back to a fair and adequate sharing of those with wealth and money that pays for the services this society needs. And so my point today is I am very sensitive to the agency's funding, local taxing districts funding, but I'm not going to fall for an engineered system I've seen over 30 years getting us to want to fight amongst ourselves when they're flying overhead in their Lear jets laughing. That's all I wanted to say today. I've submitted written testimony on the particulars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The 7th set to come up is Pam Selway, Birmingham, Laura Wilkerson, Ted Shu, Tessa James Scheller. And again, please correct my enunciation. First up, Pam.
Morning. Chair Kelly and board, thank you everyone for coming over today to the North Oregon Coast. I'm Pam Birmingham. I live in the North Oregon Coast Range in the Clatsop State Forest. I'm a former park ranger with a degree in forestry and a longtime local real estate broker. I support the board in directing the department to move forward with a robust HCP, preferably option 3. I think that is the option that provides the most protection for current layered and older forest structure stands. And within these stands, we need to make sure we keep all the hardwood, have a large hardwood component. If this is done across the landscape, the benefits will be fourfold. It will help the survival of threatened and endangered species. It will help the department meet the goals of its climate change and carbon plan by providing long-term carbon storage. It will help maintain abundant, clear, cool water. And maybe most importantly, it will lessen fire danger if we retain hardwoods across the landscape, because those are nature's fire break. As a veteran of the timber wars, I know how divisive these issues can be when we try and balance income and conservation. The only honest way to move forward is to work on vigorously decoupling timber funding from local community revenue.
Up next.
Hi, good morning. For the record, my name is Laura Wilkeson. I work for Hampton Lumber, and I also represent state timber purchasers as chair of the OFIC State Lands Committee. It's great to be on the coast. I've actually heard that the salmon and steelhead runs are actually up this year, so I hope that the local fishing community is taking full advantage of that. As we've stated before, ODF did not need to set aside over half of the land base to meet conservation goals under the HCP. These restrictions are actually higher than what Measure 34, which was defeated by 71% of Oregonians, would have prescribed. The FTLAC presentation from November 4th, ODF identifies 51,000 acres of unmanaged acres inside the HCAs. You can see that in the report that's on ODF's website. These acres that, according to ODF themselves, go beyond biological goals and objectives. There are already tools in the HCP like stay-ahead and provisions and adaptive management that are meant to address future disturbances, not the 51,000 acres. Alternative 5 increases non-HCAs by 15,000 acres. It increases harvest by 10 million board feet annually, and as stated in the DEIS, that would have similar effects on the covered species as the proposed action. Using those 51,000 acres alone, staff could amend the HCAs to reflect Alternative 5. And in fact, in shape files that Hampton received from ODF yesterday, it appears that work has already begun. I can share this with you. Staff doesn't need to rewrite an entire HCP. Most of the sections like covered lands, species, and activities would stay the same. The work required to draft an HCP for Alternative 5 is minimal and can be done quickly. It appears that work has already begun. The board should direct staff to finish that work. The future of state forests and rural communities depend on it. And in my last 23 seconds, I will just say that I agree with Seth Barnes for OFIC that the decoupling mechanism is much more complicated than some have made it seem today. Thank you.
Up next, Ted.
My name is Ted Chu. I live near Nehalem. I'm a full-time resident and property taxpayer in Tillamook County. I'm speaking on behalf of the Habitat Conservation Plan. I support Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3 with reservation. I'm not sure that it's enough. With the number of high-value federal threatened and under review species found in our state, such a plan is long overdue. Whatever percent of the state forest is included in HCP, and I've heard it was around 40%, it will represent a much smaller percent of the total habitat because much of the forest is privately owned and will never support mature or old growth forest again. The history of counties over dependence on state forestry budgets needs to change. Most counties across the country fund programs without forest receipts. Neither the forests nor the counties should sacrifice to fund the Oregon Department of Forestry's
greatest permanent value mandate. Our politicians, I hope some are listening here today, need to step up and provide additional funding for ODF from perhaps the general fund. 90% of Pacific Northwest old growth is gone. One habitat type that represented by old growth western red cedar is functionally extinct. We know that clear cold water, as someone previous speaker mentioned, is extremely valuable yield of our forest, and I would say it is perhaps the most valuable yield at this time, and it will become more so in the future. We know that shading from mature trees lowers water temperatures. We know that forest roads, especially new ones, contribute sediment to rivers that choke off spawning gravels and damage irrigation pumps and municipal water supply systems. As I wrote this, it seemed to me habitat conservation plans shouldn't be all that difficult to come up with, nor do they need to be complicated. One, retain all old growth or mature trees on the forest and manage younger stands to achieve further growth. Build no new roads.
Please wrap up. Please.
Build no new roads. I'm done.
Thank you. Tessa?
Good morning, Chairman Kelly. Good morning, board members. Thanks for coming out to the coast. I'm Tessa James Scheller. I've lived out here since 1979. I was the anesthetist for the Seaside General Hospital back then. I spent my life here and my adult life here, and I've been involved as a volunteer. I served for a decade as a community college trustee. I still serve and have since 1993 as a water commissioner for the Skipping Water Control District. It's a local special district. We get it. We understand what timber revenues mean to us, but the decoupling needs to happen. It honestly needs to happen. I'm here to support Habitat Conservation Plan number 3 or alternative 3. I believe it doesn't go far enough. We are in fact facing the 6th extinction of all life on the planet. Great extinctions happen 6 times in a planet's life. We need to do as much as we can to save this place. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your listening.
Thank you. We're on to our 8th set. We have Steve Griffiths, Arlene Lemire, Roger Dorban, and Grant Putnam. Please come to the table in front. Okay, first up, Steve.
Good morning. My name is Steve Griffiths. I brought my 1-minute version of my testimony with me this morning. I live in Lincoln City, which is the greatest place on the Oregon coast. We all enjoy the outdoor opportunities that the coast provides: hiking, wildlife viewing, kayaking, and fishing. But many of us are concerned our coastal environment is changing. Every day we become more and more aware that climate change is a prism through which we must now view our immediate and long-term future. Therefore, I urge you to adopt HCP Alternative 3, which would, 1, protect rivers and streams that are sources of our municipal water supplies, ensuring more reliable stream flow during increasingly dry summers. And 2, create stream and forest conservation areas, improving habitat for imperiled salmon. Alternative 3 would benefit all Oregonians now and well into the future. Thank you.
Keep up next, Arlene, and make sure to bring that mic as close as you can to the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair Kelly and members of the board. It's a real opportunity to speak on a very important issue. My name is Arlene Mamir. I had the honor of serving as mayor of Astoria from 2015 to 2018. I'm also chief guide of the Angora Hiking Club, which was formed in 1920 and has supported and advocated for recreational use of Oregon state forests ever since, over 100 years. I am here to support a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon state forests. This plan must be grounded in science and must protect fish and wildlife for the benefit of all Oregonians. I would urge you to adopt HCP Alternative 3. As a resident of Astoria since 1997, I have watched as numbers of Oregon coastal coho, wildfall chinook, and steelhead have trended steadily downward, affecting the entire fishing community, commercial, sport, and our native tribes. We need to do everything in our power to protect these species, which have been important since time immemorial. Science has shown the increased benefits to fish, wildlife, clean water, and mitigation of the harmful effects of climate change by keeping trees on the landscape. Clean water is sometimes thought of as a given, but it's a resource we must protect. Rain that does not soak into the ground becomes runoff and carries soil, pollutants, and other materials from the land into our rivers, lakes, and bays. Our watershed depends on trees to absorb the torrential rains that cause landslides and sediment to enter salmon spawning beds. I also believe in the importance of decoupling timber harvests from funding for rural counties. As mayor, city councilor, and engaged citizen, I've witnessed again and again the challenges rural Oregon faces when county budgets for schools, public safety, and more are dependent upon revenues generated from timber harvested on public lands. Volatile timber prices make budgeting difficult at best. We need to work together to find a stable way to fund our counties without sacrificing our state forests.
Thank you, Arlene.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Roger.
I'm Roger Dorband, citizen of Astoria, and here to give testimony in favor of a strong HCP, and thank you very much for the opportunity. 6 years ago, the Clatsop County Commission voted to opt out of the legally bogus Lynn County timber lawsuit. In his statement the night of the vote, Chairman Scott Lee said, quote, "The overwhelming message from emails, phone calls, and public testimony has been in favor of balanced forest management and against the Lynn County lawsuit." He added, "We support the integrated and multi-benefit approach of greatest permanent value that the Board of Forestry adopted in 1998. That has been the position of Clatsop County since 1998, and it should be the same today. However, the current Clatsop County Commission is an outlier in our county's perennial position in protecting the values of the HCP. Wildlife habitat, clean drinking water sources free from contamination of aerial spraying, public recreational opportunities, carbon sequestration, and the reduction of timber harvest on state land. While giving lip service to these values, several of the commissioners who were in favor of joining the Lynn County timber lawsuit, which was initiated and bankrolled by the timber industry, are still serving the industry's interest in logging on state land. Current rhetoric about the devastating impact on county services if the HCP proceeds does not jibe with the online Clatsop County budget in brief, which states that only 5% of the total resources from all funds combined comes from timber harvest on state land. Let the timber industry continue to log on 34% of the forest land that they own and leave the 3% that is managed by the state to be restored. The revenues from timber for the counties could easily be recovered and then some by restitution of the severance tax on private timber harvest.
Up next, Grant.
Good morning and thank you, Chair Kelly and the board. We truly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Grant Putnam, I'm the president of the Northwest Guides and Anglers Association, and I represent nearly 60 guides and charters, mostly here in the North Coast. 2022, worst season in my 28-year guiding career. Our runs were not up this year. They're not healthy. Rocked by closed seasons and underperforming fisheries, NWGAA supports alternative number 3, giving salmon a chance for the recovery that they need, along with supporting a $200 million a year North Coast recreational economy. Our businesses have been dry docked in an effort to recover these fish. It's high time these coastal salmon, get recognized as a product of the forest too. They feed our communities both economically and socially. Sport fishing represents one of the greatest transfers of wealth from urban to rural communities. We urge the board again for alternative number 3. I'm also a biodynamic farmer and rancher. Both of these things can be done together. And in fact, with that biodiversity working together, whether you're harvesting grass, whether you're harvesting timber, it's one of the most important things that we can do to regenerate our wildlife. Clean water, fish habitat, an economic base, both because of our harvest of this timber and all of the resources that it can support, is one of the most important things that we can do as a community. Thank you.
Thank you. To close us out with this round is the 9th set, Cindy Curtis, Sarah Niebecker. Please come forward. Then we'll be moving forward with the online participants. Thank you for staying there and present. First up, Cindy.
Good morning. I would like to thank the Board of Forestry for providing the opportunity to give testimony today. My name is Cindy Curtis. I work for the Wild Salmon Center, but I'm here today because I live in the Nehalem. I am lucky enough to live adjacent to state forest land on the same stream system that my husband was raised on since he was born. We recreate in the state forest every day, especially now that the chum have made their way up. We get to watch them complete their life cycle every day on our evening walks. And it's mushrooming season. So I'm here today to support a vote for the alternative 3 for the Habitat Conservation Plan for Western Oregon State Forests. The proposed HCP is grounded in science and protects fish and wildlife for the benefit of all who occupy these watersheds. It also protects water quality and water quantity, which water quantity is a funny thing to worry about on the Oregon coast, but with the droughts that we've been seeing seasonally, with the fires sweeping Oregon, and as our populations continue to increase, this is something we need to get out ahead of. The courts have affirmed the state's rights to manage for multiple benefits on state forests. So I'm asking that you pass a strong and comprehensive HCP that provides forward-thinking protections for salmon, for my drinking water, and for the forest that I hope my children will also one day recreate in. I am asking that the board approve an HCP that is at least protective as alternative 3. It is also time that we come together to find new solutions to ensure the financial health of the local communities that does not sacrifice our state forests. Our state lands and waterways encompass Oregon's most valuable resources, and we need to think about protecting that resource as our climate change and our populations increase. Please support an alternative that advances broad conservation values on state managed public forests. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment today.
Thank you. Last up, Sarah.
Thank you for providing this opportunity here to allow citizens to speak. I know that your work is not easy, and I know that your leadership is extremely important. My name is Sarah Nebeker, and as a planning commissioner on the North Coast for 25 years and a county commissioner for 8, I learned the vital importance of planning for the future and balancing the budget. In positions of leadership, one must do both. They must be done with wisdom and foresight, evaluating for as much as possible what lies ahead. If leaders in our state fail to plan for the future, taking into consideration a balance of budgetary needs, habitat, diversity of species, preservation of our forests, none of these will be preserved, and our budgetary needs will not be met. One without the other fails. We are in a revolution of climate, the likes of which we have never known. Changes to how we've managed our forests will surely bring issues and adjustments. But what is our alternative? Putting on blinders and forging ahead with current practices with an eye mainly toward short-term financial goals will only exacerbate the damaging outcomes for future generations. Surely, with intelligent, creative planning, our budgetary needs can be met. As a former commissioner on the Clatsop County Board of Commissioners, I voted to opt out of the failed Lynn County lawsuit that cost counties and the Department of Forestry significant money that could have been used elsewhere. Leadership decisions made solely for revenue is not good practice. Therefore, I support the strong science-based HCP as a balanced approach to provide greater budgetary certainty into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody joining us online, we're going to go ahead and switch the view to hopefully see you, but we do have to share the timer. So your faces are probably about 2 to 3 inches from where we are here in Seaside. So use your nonverbals. Okay, so our first set today, joining us online is Catherine Harrington, Candace Bonner, Dave White, Rand Shank, and please correct my pronunciation of your name. First up, Catherine.
Catherine Harrington, Washington County Board of Commissioners, Habitat Conservation Plan, speaking to you today from the annual Association of Oregon Conference here in Eugene. Happy Wednesday morning to each of you. I'm Catherine Harrington, the at-large elected chair of the Washington County Board of Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of my 4 district elected colleagues and myself as the Board of County Commissioners. You should have in your material a letter dated September 6th, 2022 from our board majority. This is the second time in 2 years that we have shared with you our support of your work as the Board of Forestry with ODF staff, true subject matter experts. ODF staff provided us with a full, very informative briefing on the HCP in June of 2020. As you may know, over 80% of the acreage in Washington County is zoned rural farm or forest land. Sustaining our forests as part of our fragile ecosystem is vital in light of our ever-changing climate conditions on our shared planet. We appreciate your work in developing and adopting the HCP. We remain in support of sound management as well through the Forest Management Plan. While we will continue to participate in CFTLC, we hope that our majority opinion will never again be circumvented by the CFTLC chair and the AOC staff. Thank you for all that you do for our great state of Oregon. I appreciate your public service. Thank you.
Thank you. Candace, you're up next.
Candace Bonner, small forest owner, speaking in support of the strongest possible habitat conservation plan for our state forests. Right now, to my mind, you are the 8 most important and powerful people in the state of Oregon. Climate change is accelerating faster than predicted, and no country or state is meeting the emission reduction goals they set, and which the best science says we need to meet. This is a true emergency, but we are not acting as if it is an emergency. Oregon has one of the world's most effective assets for removing CO2 and storing it safely long-term, our Pacific Northwest forests. Reducing emissions is complicated and takes time, but our forests are working for us now. I ask you to view every decision you contemplate in the management of our public forest lands through the lens of climate change. I ask you to consider the economics of harvest versus conservation in the longer-term context of the devastating economic effects of progressing climate change on all of Oregon: agriculture, drinking water, forest health, human health. Every older, bigger tree is producing more economic benefit for Oregonians by living, respiring, and continuing to grow year after year than it would provide in timber board feet in a one-time harvest. We should not ignore the shorter-term economic effects, and I endorse Bob Van Dyke's comments. The species the HCP is designed to protect are important in and of themselves, but their greater importance is in what they tell us about the effects we humans are having on the health of forest ecosystems. We think we practice sustainable forestry, but we have been for decades taking more than we have been putting back, and climate change will make more species move to threatened and endangered status. But the healthier our forest ecosystem is, the fewer species will become threatened. Again, in my mind, you are right now the 8 most important people in Oregon. I respect and trust you, and I have much gratitude for your willingness to shoulder such heavy responsibility in these times of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Dave.
Hi, my name is Dave White of Climate Change Truth Incorporated. I guess I'm the only climate change scientist here. We have a college textbook on the homepage of cctruth.org called Climate Crisis Changed, with the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report to deliberate science fiction. 15 chapters. The first one is our carbon dioxide equilibrium manuscript, the only manuscript in the world to calculate net zero CO2 emissions. And that value is 8.6 billion tons of photosynthesis left in the world. And this is why CO2 is increasing. So you can't get from 35 billion tons that we're at of emissions to 8.6 for equilibrium without planting trees. And so what we want you to do is get rid of everything that you're doing, stop clear cutting, and do sustain, because clear cutting is not sustainable. Strip logging is sustainable. Strip logging, you can make a strip around 20,000 acres, and it will be a perfect fire break, and it's sustainable logging. And you can do that. And also, everybody go to Netflix or YouTube and watch the movie Kiss the Ground. You'll see how fast CO2 drops with planting trees. And you can download that college textbook that's being accepted by many environmental science professors throughout the world for teaching. And that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Up next, Rand.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and the board. My name is Rand Shank. I'm the forestry lead for the Metro Climate Action Team. We strongly support all the work you are doing to establish a strong habitat conservation plan. We know that climate smart forestry really has a strong application here. We're protecting mature and old growth trees and ensuring a diversity of species, ages, and structures is key. We also appreciate that you state that climate change is the lens through which you view the ecological future and that you will develop a forest that is resilient. We ask that you co-manage HCAs and RCAs for protection and recovery of endangered species, as well as carbon reserves. We believe that Alternative 3 has much to offer the board. We suggest some additional considerations that you, 1, engage in management practices that will promote a more mature forest structure. 2, shorten the permit term from 70 to 50 years, given how much uncertainty there is in the future with respect to climate change. And 3, rely primarily on natural forest regeneration following any natural disturbance. And I just want to echo, lastly, what many have spoken of with respect to the need to decouple timber revenues from support of public services in rural counties. That's a long-term need that the legislature really needs to address down the road. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next set online will be Jason Wiedemeyer, Todd Lebo, Elise Kelly, and Josie Coney.
Hi, I'm Jason Wiedemeyer, the Executive Director of the Association of Northwest Steelheaders. I appreciate this opportunity to make a comment to the board on behalf of my organization. As you know, our organization has thousands of members and supporters across the state, where many of them fish, recreate, live, take vacations where the Oregon Habitat Conservation Plan will be implemented. We have made comments on previous portions of this process, and I'm here today to ask the board to support a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon state forests that's grounded in science and protects fish and wildlife for the benefit of all Oregonians. We're advocating for alternative 3. This is because since many streams and rivers flow through and out of state forest land, we are very concerned about the impacts to habitat and to the fragile conditions that support the migration of salmon and steelhead. As many of us know, the overall health of these fisheries are for the entire ecosystem. And you've heard from today from guides themselves about how the runs are again down. The overall health of these fisheries is not only important for the entire ecosystem, we also feel it's very important because it supports the 550 million a year tourism and recreation economy in the region that contributes over $50 million a year in tax revenues to local communities out there. We have many members that are guides and many members that rely on going to these local businesses, and it's also their business, for not only the guiding, but the tackle equipment, food, and entertainment for them and their families. So species health, economic sustainability, and a common sense approach is an utmost concern and priority for our organization. Please support the conservation alternative 3. We feel it's a better path for these species and habitat. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Todd. Todd, we can't hear you. Could you unmute your?
Good morning. I'm Todd Lebo. Thank you, board, for allowing the input from the public on this. My background is I have benefited much from timber tax revenues. I used to be a commercial real estate appraiser working for the U.S. Forest Service on a contract basis. And I've also appraised a number of former canneries that have fallen in disrepair up and down the river, Columbia River. I benefit from a mixed marriage in that half my family is in the timber business and half was in the fishing business. And I'm here to say, to ask the board to please implement alternative 3 of the Habitat Conservation Plan. This isn't a short-term investment. This is a long-term look. We've heard this before from other people today, but we can't look at liquidity on a short-term basis. And as a business person in a natural resource environment, we have to manage these assets for the long term. As I said, my family was in the cannery business until they weren't. And that goes along with 39 other canneries that were on the river that have fallen into the river or that are used in another way. This is very important not only for our environment, but for the economies of the small rural towns that we implement this alternative 3 of the Habitat Conservation Plan. We need to respect the long-term resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Felice.
Good morning. My name is Felice Kelly, and I'm a volunteer with 350 PDX. I'm here to urge the board to support the Habitat Conservation Plan and specifically Alternative 3. As many speakers have already alluded, we are in a climate crisis today. Therefore, preserving high carbon priority forest avoids future CO2 emissions from harvesting and mitigates existing emissions through carbon sequestration. Thank you to the board for allowing us to speak today. Member Carla Chambers asked that we address financial concerns in our comments. The HCP, and particularly the DEIS on the HCP, doesn't seriously consider the social cost of carbon, which is currently between $15 and $78 per metric ton of CO2, according to the World Bank. These are real costs that will be paid by the people of the state of Oregon, and they're not seriously considered by the HCP. When we take those costs of climate change into account, the economics of the HCP really start to look much more quite favorable towards conservation. In addition, listening to comments today, there's a bit of a disconnect between the HCP's projections and the comments that are being made. In the HCP projections, the no action alternative is projected to yield 12,200,000 MBF over the span of the HCP, whereas alternative 3 yields 15,700,000 MBF. And so when we talk about how much harvest will be diminished by the HCP, I think we need to take a serious look at the real projections. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Up next, Josie.
Hi, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry. I appreciate this opportunity to submit comments. My name is Josie Kerner, and I'm a small forest owner in Washington County. I support the state HCP alternatives 2 and 3, but preferably 3. HCP is a balanced approach that should satisfy the federal government requirement of protecting endangered species while permitting timber harvest on about half of ODF managed acres. The recent EIS report tables indicate that alternative 3 will provide the most benefits for the criteria modeled. The ACA maps allow for better planning for operations and sure revenue expectations for both ODF and the counties, and additional logging outside the ACs for tree health. If approved, the accidental take permit will provide legal assurance for the timber industry. Since species surveys maps are eliminated on timber sales, there will be faster time to market capture of strong prices. This also frees up ODF resources for monitoring and adaptive management projects. That said, I would like to endorse Bob Van Dyke's, Gannis Bonner's, and many other comments about decoupling county financing from timber sales on state land. The general fund could augment county financing and support diversification of rural economies. But I also want to support Catherine Sullivan, Chuck Willer's comments, and OPB's research that the commercial industry has reduced their taxes drastically since the 90s that they used to fund county services. I think there's a way to capture REIT and TMO profits through the tax code. Our tax code needs to reward climate smarter forestries, as we will hear from Peter Hayes later on. The ACP lives up to the ODS obligation to manage for greatest permanent value now and into the future. I sent in my comments in support of the private forest accord and the rules developed so far, but I will not speak to that today. Thank you for the opportunity to share these comments.
Thank you. Our next set is Noah Greenwald, Bonnie New, Steve Parson, Jim Carlson. Noah, are you ready? Noah, we're going to move on to the next provider, Bonnie New.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. Can I still go, please?
Oh, sure.
Sorry about that. This is Noah. I'm the Endangered Species Director at the Center for Biological Diversity and speak for myself and for our thousands of members across Oregon. I'm here in support of Alternative 3 as a starting place for better management of the state forests. Alternative 2 does not address several important issues on Oregon state forests. In particular, it does not adequately address steep slope logging. It also doesn't really address the problem with roads on the state forests, which are currently at over 4 miles per square mile, and have a number of problems with blocked passage, with hydrologic connectivity that leads to sediment of our streams. Alternative 3 does a better job of addressing steep slopes logging, which contributes to landslides and debris flows that bury salmon habitat. It also begins to address problems with roads by at least requiring an inventory. Currently, ODF maintains that it'll address problem roads as funding is available through timber sales, which really just isn't an adequate approach to the problem. So really, Alternative 3 is the only alternative that'll start to fix problems on the state forests, and so I support that. In terms of the financial issues, we really do need decoupling. of county services and logging. It's just not a sustainable way to support county services. Even just changes in timber prices make it an unstable source of funding for county services. It also just doesn't allow the forest to be managed in a way that's beneficial for the forest or for streams. So I support decoupling. I support alternative 3 of the HCP as a starting place, the minimum that we need to start to change management in a positive direction for state forests. Thanks for the opportunity to comment to the board. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Up next, Bonnie.
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Bonnie New, and I'm participating online from Hood River County. For the reasons outlined in the HCP process and in earlier testimony today, I support adopting a strong habitat conservation plan, weighing fish and wildlife, recreation, and watershed considerations among the critical benefits that a forest policy must address. I support and advocate for implementing an HCP that's at least as protective as Alternative 3, and I specifically wish to speak against Alternative 5, which would hurt the Mount Hood watersheds by allowing more logging in conservation areas. More on that in a second. In Hood River County, the issue of providing more income certainty for the county is critical. Like other forest counties, we're experiencing significant negative impacts from unpredictable timber revenue. Many critical education and public services in our county are suffering from financial impacts and need to be stabilized. Also here in Hood River County, watershed effects from logging in and near riparian areas are dramatic and adverse. The riparian areas need robust protection from nearby logging. Already the shade coverage of streams that's needed to maintain cold water temperature has been damaged by inadequate buffers here. Same with water quality degradation from silting. These two factors are adversely affecting both fish viability and spawning success in our watersheds, which of course hurt both our recreational and commercial fishing. A less obvious but critical long-term effect is that the forests themselves are being degraded, slowly starved of nutrients that feed upstream wildlife, the soil, and the trees themselves. Impairing the cycle of return of nutrients from anadromous fish in the watershed is bad for all of us connected to Oregon forests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Steve.
Is it Stevie?
Stevie, yes.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Stevie Kapanui Parsons, and I currently live in Aloha, Oregon. Although I spend between 200 and 250 days a year out at the coast. 13 years ago, we were offered an opportunity to move to Oregon. And we drove to the coast because everyone said, you must see the coast. On the drive, I saw the trees and my mouth dropped. And I said, hell yes, we're moving to Oregon. That's the kind of impact the trees made on me. We moved here, and within a very short time, we learned the Oregon thing of just do it. I'd like to change that. What we learned is you can do it yourself. I started fishing, I started hunting elk, I did mushrooming, I started in the forest to heal myself. And I just need to say, we need to protect fish. What would Oregon be without salmon, without the trees, without clean water? We need to adopt the plan and Alternative 3. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because I cannot imagine an Oregon without fish. And we have a chance to make that happen, to make fish come back, to help them. We have a chance to say they matter. And it's not just about us, and it's not just about money. So I hope we will adapt the plan and that we will adapt alternative 3, which I feel doesn't go far enough, but at least it's going part of the way. Please think of the fish and think of future generations who will come here and be blown away by the forests and the fish and life here. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Jim.
Yeah, this is Jim Carlson. I live in Neatarts in Tillamook County. And can you hear me fine?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
Good. I'm going to try and keep this short. First of all, I want to thank the board for all your work. I know that these are difficult decisions, but I appreciate the fact that you've given plenty of time for public comment. I won't repeat the previous thoughtful comments, but as an Oregonian, lifelong, I do support the HCP number 3. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. I believe our last set, I'm just double checking here, is Susan Banyas, Julia DeGraw, Kate Miller, and Susan Gladwin. If Susan can begin. Looks like may have lost Susan. So we'll move on to Julia DeGraw.
All right. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Julia DeGraw, and I am the Coalition Director at the Oregon League of Conservation Voters. We represent thousands of Oregonians from across the state who support Oregon's natural legacy and policies that help protect it. I am here to support HCP Alternative 3. I want to remind everyone that this is a compromise HCP, right? This is not everything that the environmental community necessarily hoped for. People have spoken to that. It could be stronger, but we all recognize that there is absolutely a need in this moment due to climate change, community drinking water, the continued survival of endangered species, that we start managing these forests differently in a way that benefits everyone better. And I think that it's really important for us to acknowledge as folks who want to conserve and protect our forest land, that we also really need to make sure that Oregon's communities can thrive as well. So we also support decoupling, and I don't think we have any illusions after going through the process with the Elliott that it will be easy. But I really do believe that here in Oregon, we can collectively come to a solution that makes our rural communities whole, that protects species, that provides clean drinking water for everyone, that allows us to sequester carbon on our state forest lands as we head into ever increasing climate uncertainty. I really do believe that we can meet all of those needs working together, and I'm here to support those efforts. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Up next, Kate.
Hello, thank you for hosting today. I'm so honored to be part of this discussion. My name is Kate Miller. I live in Oregon in Clackamas County. I have previously, many decades ago, been a forest firefighter for Washington and the National Forest Service. And I just want you to know I'm here to support. I'm talking about the subject that we're all talking about today, the forestry plan. And we need to look at the long-term goals of our state and our health and our public safety. We are not seeing our granddaddy's forest fires anymore. We're seeing very devastating and unprecedented loss of life of people that are actually doing jobs that are very difficult to do at best. So we need to have these banks of not tree farms, but true forests. I also have been involved in setting up wilderness areas in Washington state. The Indian Heaven Wilderness Area was something I was personally involved in, and that involved communities and working with people. And many timber dependent economies are in that area. They have had to change. If you look to the north and you see some of the tourism and the trails and the hiking, and I know that doesn't create the same kind of jobs as timber jobs, but they do create jobs. So I do want to support the HTD number 3 as the best recommendation. I'm strongly against number 5. And I do thank you for having this thoughtful discussion.
Thank you. Next on our docket is Susan. Susanna Gladwin?
Yes. Thank you so much for taking my comments. I'm constantly hearing about increasing species loss due to habitat loss and climate change. I support other comments using best practices in science in implementing the Habitat Conservation Plan. And I know there's a lot of pressure on ODF to cut trees to provide funding for county operations in forest land counties. And there've been quite a few comments about how the big Wall Street forest companies are not paying taxes into county coffers, supporting our local schools and infrastructure. We all should ask lawmakers to change tax laws that create to change the laws that create tax shelters for these big Wall Street timber companies. And the increasing climate crisis threatens all the management goals under the greatest permanent value ruling. Back in 1998, when it was implemented, climate change wasn't on everybody's minds as it is now. Last year in June in 2021, we had many days of 90+ degree temperatures, the highest in several days of between 110 to 115 degrees. This summer, though we had a wet spring, we went into quite a drought period of another period of high temperatures, not quite as high as 2021, but it is still threatening our species. Our water temperatures are increasing, and we must do everything we can to protect our forests for our future, for our children, because climate change is such a huge looming threat. And our Northwest forests are known to be some of the best for climate capture. And I'm sorry, I'm not saying everything because we have had a lot of really good comments. And I thank everybody for that.
Thank you so much for joining us. All right, for all those folks joining us online, you're welcome to stay in the meeting, just mute and disengage your video. And I bring it back to you, Chair Kelly, for next steps.
Yes, thank you for everyone being so respectful and following the clock. That's been great. I think we were hoping if we could have enough time, and I know we're all kind of waiting for that bio break, but I certainly am, that we had a few people who had not just signed up before, or if any of them are here at this point, we'd like to have you come forward and we will try to fit you in here. Come on up here. Over there with the microphone.
Just a friendly reminder for those who are coming up impromptu, provide your first and last name for the record.
Yes, I'm Blaine Burley. I live in Astoria. I've lived in Oregon pretty much all my life. And I had some prepared statement, but I don't have it printed out, so I have to see the hands. Honestly, what Oregon has done for the last 200 years has, well, the entire Northwest coast, for that matter, has destroyed the primal forest that was here. There's really no longer a temperate rainforest in our neighborhood. There's a few pieces, the Olympic rainforest in Washington. There's virtually nothing left of the giant trees that supported the weather that used to bring 200+ inches of rain a year. when we cut down all the trees that grew to 200 up to 400 feet in
Hi,
height.
this is Susanna. I was wondering if Rosie was still there.
Oh, sorry. We destroyed the ability of those trees to influence the weather. The trees rose 200 feet above every hillside in the Coast Range, catching basically every cloud that came in from the coast and drenching this place. We no longer have that protection. It's gone. We're looking at possibly desertification if we don't do something soon. And we really do need to restore the original ancient forest. It's going to take years, of course, but we start by saving every old tree available, no longer cutting anything over 70 years old ever, unless it's, absolutely necessary because it's, protecting lives to cut it down. But listen, we used to have a forest. We don't. We have plantations. Look at any map of Clatsop County from the air, any aerial map, there's no forest left. It's really pretty awful. And it's up to us to save it. Or it's too late. Thank you.
Anyone else? Last chance. Great. I just really want to thank all of you. I think the testimony, I'll speak for the board, was just really thoughtful. And so we really appreciate all the participation and the good thoughts. And I think I need to tease you all. I think we do always need to lay out that we're going to give you one fewer minute than what we really will do, because you all came in, so many of you came in about 10 seconds under the 2 minutes, right around there, and virtually no one went over. That is highly unusual for us. So congratulations to all of us. Now we have a new technique. Anyhow, very, very much appreciated. So we will take a break. As I mentioned before, the next item that we had on our schedule, we're moving the marble murrelets to the end of the meeting so that we could accommodate this time. Our next item up then will be the adoption of the certified burn manager rules. It is 10:38, so we're doing fine. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and be back at 10:48. Oh, everyone, we need to get started again here. All right, clearly we all needed that break. So welcome back. Next item on our agenda is the adoption of the certified burn manager rules. And I think Tim Holzbach from ODF is going to lead us through that. Tim, are you ready to go?
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukamoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Tim Holzbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning with the Protection Division here at the Department of Forestry. Today, we're going to present the Certified Burn Manager Administrative Rules. Okay. Morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukamoto. For the record, my name is Tim Holzbach. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Policy and Planning with the Oregon Department of Forestry and our Protection Division. Today, I'll be presenting the Certified Burn Manager Administrative Rules in their proposed final form for adoption for the board. Next slide, please. You do the whole presentation from memory, otherwise, if I needed to. So for the board, just a quick refresh of the action so far with this particular topic. On June 21st of 2021 was the first initial presentation to the board regarding Senate Bill 762 as a whole. And that's where this process has been originated from, was that bill that was passed in 2021. From August of that year through May of 2022, the department conferred with a Rules Advisory Committee. They spent considerable time and effort in assisting the department in drafting the administrative rules pertaining to the Certified Burn Manager program. Throughout that process, again, would like to thank those folks who spent a considerable amount of time with the department in helping with that. On the July 20th, the board approved the draft rules as presented to them and directed to the department to conduct public hearings. The department conducted those public hearings throughout August. And then after taking into the feedback, input, comments from what we received and heard from throughout those meetings and the written comments, we've come back to the board here in November to present the final proposed rules. So overview of what we're going to be discussing for this topic, a quick refresh on the requirements of Senate Bill 762 for this topic, an overview of the public comment process, a summary of the comments that were received, where and why the rules were modified of what was presented in July to what is presented in its current form, and then the next steps. So the prescribed fire was section 25 and 26, Senate Bill 762. It directed the board and the department to do a few things. One was required the Board of Forestry to establish a certified burn manager program. That was changing a may to a shall in what was in previous statute. It required the department to consult with the Oregon Prescribed Fire Council. It required a progress report to the Legislative Assembly, and also required clarification regarding the joint permitting of cross-boundary use. So the board initiated the rulemaking process in November 30th of 2021, or for the initiation of the Certified Burn Manager Program. We consulted with the Oregon Prescribed Fire Council through them having a seat on the Rules Advisory Committee. We completed the progress report on the 30th of 2021 as well, and they completed the cross-boundary rulemaking in April of 2022, and the board adopted changes to that rule. So this is the final portion of that section of the bill. In August, the department conducted 3 Zoom public hearings on the 23rd, 24th, 25th of the month. There was 10, 5, and 9 respective attendees, so 24 folks in total joined, and the written comment period was the entire month of August for that, consistent with the Secretary of State's established procedures for rulemaking. In all, the department received 3 written comments. Those are included in their full form through the board packet. There were no comments provided at the public hearings. The public hearings are conducted as a informational session to explain what the rules are and what they mean. And they're followed by a question and answer to add any clarification. And then the public hearing process is open for comment. There were some questions that were answered throughout the process regarding clarifications. Those actually drove much of the clarification edits to the current rulemaking package to assist with clarity for the public. Primary concerns that were heard for the written comments in particular, conducting prescribed burns during fire season. This is overseen actually through our statutes in 477, where we have fire season and prohibit burning, as well as the smoke management plan, which regulates prescribed fire in a broader sense outside of this program. So this concern is already covered in other administrative rules and statute. A lack of coordination requirement in the certified burn manager rules regarding when burns occur that could impact the community. This is also addressed in our smoke management and administrative rules currently through our community response plans, as well as air quality concerns. And nothing in the current rule package actually prohibits or exempts a burner from following air quality standards established by DEQ and the department through the Oregon Smoke Management Plan. So this plan, it falls in line with our current smoke management plan and allowances for burns currently. So in summary of the changes to the draft rules, there was a few of them. It looks like a lot of line through edits, but there was some listening to the concerns and the questions that came up more so, and the clarifying phone calls, and that there was work through some edits on helping with clarity. So common word definitions were removed from the rule package. The rules had what was essentially the Webster definition anyway. So instead of being redundant, those are removed. Any words that were defined and used only once were explained in this line that they were used as well. The one substantive change was in Rule 1025, and that was modifying a timeline from 2 years to 3 years, and that was done to improve consistency. There's timelines of a 3-year nature throughout the rules, and this was one that had a 2 years in it. So we moved that to recommend changing that to 3 years. State Forester's representative was clarified as forester with a capital F. That's consistent with current statutes in 477 and in ORS 526. Additional language to complete the appeal process was added in multiple places where there's a department decision that someone could appeal and have a full directional trajectory on that process, as well as tense structure and then word edits to improve clarity and readability. So make the rules flow a little. So the next steps in the process today, the rules are presented to the Board of Forestry with the public comments. as with the request that the recommendation that the board adopts the rules as presented. Afterwards, they'd be submitted to the Secretary of State and Legislative Council for filing upon that adoption. In December, the department would solicit interest from the public regarding serving on the Certified Burn Manager Advisory Committee. That's established by these rules, with a goal of hosting the first that first advisory committee meeting in February, and then with the later in the spring program launch after the committee has a chance to conduct some of its business. So that the staff recommendation for this topic is that the board approves adoption of OAR 629-042-1000 through 1070 with the proposed changes.
All right, thank you, Tim. Board member questions and or comments, Brenda. Oh.
Thanks, Joe. Two comments. Tim, first, thanks for all your hard work in moving this forward to this point. It was a huge lift working with a large group of people, and so thank you for all. When you recruit people for the advisory committee, I just ask that you and others in the agency pay attention to recruiting diversity representation on that board in a variety of different respects. I think that would really help the agency.
Any other comments or questions? Action item, we do need a motion to adopt the proposed rule package as submitted. Is there a board member who would like to make such a motion? Liz. And Ben Doimling seconds. It's been moved by Liz and seconded by Ben that we adopt the proposed rule package as submitted. And with that, I will do a roll call and a vote on this. I'll start with you, Liz. Carla Chambers. Ben Doimling. Sandra Ferrari.
Aye.
Joe Justice. Brenda McComb. And I am an aye as well. With that, that we have adopted the rule package as submitted. And thank you all very much that we have successfully stepped through that one. And Tim, great job. Thank you. Really appreciate you being here today. Okay, we're going to move on to our next item. And okay, we will move right on to the state. Excuse me. Mixed up here with we're going to move on to our presentation on. Got all my notes here backwards, but anyhow, we're going to have our presentation on smarter climate smarter forestry.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and State Forester Mukomoto. For the record, my name is Ryan Gordon. I serve as the Planning Branch Director for the Oregon Department of Forestry. I'm going to just provide a very brief introduction to this topic, and I will allow our speakers to introduce themselves and provide more detail with the hope of some discussion here as we head into the lunch hour. So this topic does focus on climate smarter forestry, and in particular, opportunities and barriers to implementation of climate smarter forestry principles, which, as you know, are the foundation of the department's climate change and carbon plan. We also would hope that this discussion provides some context for the work we're doing in revising the forestry program for Oregon, which is the strategic plan for the agency. So here to give the presentation are Peter Hayes and Dean Moberg, and as I mentioned, I will let them introduce themselves and describe a little bit about what they did and what they're here to present. I'll give the high-level summary that there were 4 sessions, and I know several board members participated in some of them, as did department staff. The 4 sessions were held out at Hyla Woods with a diverse group of individuals representing forest practitioners, forest advocates, policymakers, and forest products end users. We walked through a series of interesting exercises and questions, and I'm going to let Peter and Dean talk more about that. Thank you.
My family and I are family forest owners. Climate smarter forestry. A little quiet. For us, for decades in our forests, we definitely see ourselves as continuous learners. I've been involved in a variety of things, including sitting in your chairs with Cal from 2008 to 2012, and prior to that, service on the Committee for Family Forest Land. And I realized, looking back, that our family's partnership with the Department of Forestry spans 4 generations in just short of 100 years.
Hi, Chair Kelly, Forester Mukomoto, and board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Dean Moberg. I worked for USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service for 35 years in Michigan, Wisconsin, Eastern Oregon, and Western Oregon. I retired from USDA 2 years ago and am now an elected director for the Tualatin Soil and Water Conservation District. My comments here today are on my behalf and not on behalf of the Board of Conservation District.
So we're going to be as brief as possible in the presentation, because we hope to have a conversation with you and have you talk with one another. So we think that's the important part. Work on this topic much work has been done by you as a board and by the department focused on climate, carbon, and forests. The work is impressive, important, and appropriately ambitious, and it joins with much other work that's been done in the state, say by the Global Warming Commission and all across the country and world. We've heard several people comment that writing the plan that you wrote was hard work, but it is probably going to be relatively easy compared to figuring out how to fully implement it. We join you in the spirit of Oregonians working together to turn words into results. Plans are important, but ultimately implementation is what really counts. We're going to offer a condensed snapshot of this project, and see if this works. Not surprisingly, it has 5 components. One is setting the stage, which I'll do. Then Dean will talk about the workshop structure and results. We'll share the results and then talk about next steps, and then get on to the exciting part of having a discussion with you. So setting the stage, one way I look at this is a simple request that got out of hand. And about 2 years ago, a young person who has been a forest advocate came to me and said, there's great stuff happening in Salem and in Washington, D.C., but we feel a concern is that it's not as grounded as it ought to be in the practical realities of what does it mean to manage forests today. And okay, that's no problem. We'll plow on. And so her question was, could we come out and visit? Could we just come and visit in a forest and see how these things work out? The second one was a question is not long after that, I was meeting with Scott Gray of Stimson Lumber Company. And he said to me, climate and forests is a really important topic to us. And he said, wouldn't it be great if we could have a simple, straightforward, science-based, unpretentious conversation about these issues? Put those two together, and that seemed to make sense. And as I spoke with some of the people here in this room, people said, you know, it's time to we have this desire, how do we put more flesh on the bones? What does this really mean? How do we make it work? And then that led me to a realization, sort of the fourth part of this is, if you walk around Oregon's forest sector and say, what do you think about climate smarter forestry? There's a lot of agreement, sort of like save the whales. Who wouldn't want to have climate smarter forestry, right? And you can see where this is headed. is the next part of it. So what does it mean? And how do we do it? And then you end up with a Venn diagram that might look like something like that. For instance, some people would say, as was said in this room this morning, well, we're already doing it, so let's just carry on. Other people will say, you know, the answer is to never cut another tree. And the question was, if the Venn diagram is more complicated than that, what does it really look like? Because understanding that is the root of being able to implement what we're doing. So the purposes are straightforward. One is just to provide a unique learning experience, which we did. And the learning experience was what happened in the forest, but the report was particularly important because it allowed cross-group learning so that the learning is an ongoing piece of what we're doing. The second one is to build a diverse community of learners who want to continue to work on this because we all acknowledge we don't know enough to do what we really need to be doing. Third one is to explore where's the common ground, back to that Venn diagram, and how are we going to put that common ground to use? Talk's cheap, what are we going to do about it? An equally important part is to acknowledge that there are pieces outside that Venn diagram, respectively explore what the uncommon ground is and figure out how we're going to navigate that. And all that really leads to the core goal, which is how do we accelerate a transition to climate smarter forestry? And a little detour here, you notice an ER after the smart. And the reason that we use that are two. One is we think in a divided world, having a binary approach where it's either climate smart or climate dumb is not really constructive. And to acknowledge that it has to be a continuum. And the other reason for doing it is if we say climate smart, it can create the false impression that the only purpose is for climate. And we all know that management for a single objective is never going to work particularly well. So wanting to acknowledge climate's important, but I think for everyone who participated, it's one of a whole series of issues that we need to be addressing our attention to. So when people arrived, we presented what we kind of called the North Star. And it was a vision. We never asked people if they endorsed it or supported it. There's nothing here that had unanimous support. It was a discussion opinion. And the three lines, bottom, you can guess would be time. The vertical axis would be some quantity. But let's pretend that the green line is saying that over time, the amount of carbon stored per acre on Oregon forests will increase. Mitigation is that green line, let's say. The brownish line would be over time, the average level of resilience of our forests across the state increases. So those are the two obvious ones. The third one we feel is equally important, which is opportunity, vitality of rural forest dependent communities also has to go up. If you had the first two lines go up and the other one went down, that would not be success. So we presented that as sort of a North Star. And the reason we did that is this hypothesis, which is plans are important and public policy is important, but they don't make that line move. The only thing that really makes that line move is number one, is innovation and change in direct management of forests. And so as we talk about this, the reason we really focus on the practitioners and grounding this conversation is to say, how are we going to move that line by changing the decisions that those of us who manage forests make every day? So both are important, but that distinction we think is important too. There we go, over to Dean.
Thanks, Peter. So we held, Peter and I co-facilitated 4 workshops this summer. They were held in Hyla Woods Mount Richmond Forest, which is about 5 miles west of the small but vibrant community of Gaston, Oregon, in the foothills of the Oregon Coast Range. 4 workshops, each workshop had a different, what we called sector of participants. In the first workshop, it was what we call the design build sector, which were mostly architects and architecture academics. We had a sector that we called general, which were mostly ODF staff and officials, including members of the board. And we had a session for what we call practitioners, which were forestry consultants and woodland owners. And finally, we had a section, a workshop for nonprofits, which were predominantly what I think most of us would think of as environmentally oriented organizations. Altogether, we had 66 participants, which was a good number, which meant we had about 15 to 18 people in each workshop, which was about all that we could handle. A few caveats here. First of all, 66 participants is obviously a limited sampling of people. Secondly, there were some people who we invited who were not able to join us. And third caveat, which probably this is as good a time as any to point it out, is the report that we submitted for this meeting has an error in it in table 2. That table seems to imply that the participants were representing a specific organization, and they mostly were not. We've changed that table for our new edition of the report, but the participants were generally not official representatives of an organization. So the structure was that we met down kind of at a lower elevation, the bottom of the forest, and had an overview of the day. And then we carpooled and caravanned up to a higher elevation in the forest where we started a series of stops within the forest and a series of discussions. At the first stop, we asked participants to explain why they were there, what they wanted to get out of the day. And Peter gave a description of the history and actually even the prehistory of the forest. And then we presented the participants with a set of 7 strategies for how to help forests in Western Oregon adapt to climate change. We asked the participants if they had any other strategies to suggest, and they did not. So then we asked them to rate those strategies on a scale of 1 to 5, kind of much like you rate a restaurant in Yelp, where 1 is a very poor kind of a strategy for helping forests adapt to climate change, and 5 is a excellent strategy for helping forests adapt. Then we got back in the vehicles. We drove down the forest road, came to a different part of the forest where we did a similar exercise with climate mitigation. In other words, what are some strategies for helping Western Oregon forests sequester carbon in both vegetation and soil? The participants rated those 7 strategies, and then we drove down through the forest further and asked the participants to identify potential barriers to implementing those strategies and also solutions to overcome those barriers. So there are 14 strategies, and Peter will show that we've added 3 additional strategies, but in the workshops, we talked about 14 strategies. For time purposes here today, I'm only going to give you the results of a few of those strategies, and the other 14 are available in the report that we provided. So this is the results of strategy M1, M standing for climate mitigation. And the question was here, how important is it to keep forest in forest? In other words, how important is it to keep forests from being developed into other land uses? And you can see that the participants rated this as generally highly important. They gave it an average score. This is across all 4 workshops, all 4 sectors. They gave it an average score of 4.6 out of 5. And you can see most participants in most of the sectors rated it as 4 or 5. So highly important or very important. There was 1 participant in the practitioner group. This was the consultants and the woodland owners who rated this low. Sometimes when we were doing these workshops, we had a chance to ask people who were sort of outliers in a very non-confrontational way, explain, why you were thinking that, not trying to start a debate, but just trying to understand. I don't think, Peter, we did with this one. So I'm not sure why that rating was low. Another result, this is A1, so A standing for climate adaptation. We asked participants for their ideas about how important is it to reduce wildfire risk. So reduce the extent of wildfires, reduce the frequency, reduce the severity of wildfires. And here's one where Peter and I were pretty surprised that the average rating here across all participants was 3.6. You can see there's quite a range throughout all of the different sectors of their thoughts on this. The general sector, which again were agency staff and officials, tended to rate controlling wildfire risk as more important, and maybe the nonprofits rated as low, less important. But as you can see, there's quite a wide range. And note that we were very careful to explain that this strategy, we were talking about wildfire. We were not talking about prescribed burns. So this was a kind of a surprising result to us. Here's the results of what I think is a kind of a unique process for gaining public opinion. And we call this the double access question, where we laid two ropes perpendicular to each other on the ground. We gave every participant a wooden disc. And for this question, we said, well, what we're interested in here are your feelings on how important carbon offset trading is to implementing climate smarter forestry practices. And we said, if you think it's a good strategy, then put your chip in one of the upper quadrants, in other words, above the horizontal line. If you think it's a bad strategy, put your disc below that horizontal line in one of the lower quadrants. If you think you know enough to answer the question of, is this a good strategy, put your disc to the right in one of the right-hand quadrants. If you don't know enough, put your disc in the left-hand quadrant. And you can see a variety of results from the different sectors here. So the general group, again, the agency folks, generally thought that they knew enough to answer this question and generally thought positively about the value of carbon offset trading. On the other hand, the nonprofit group also thought that they knew enough about climate offset or carbon offset trading to answer the question, but they generally were thought it was a bad idea, a bad approach to climate smarter forestry. The practitioner group, consultants and forest owners, maybe a little bit more cautious about this. They were grouped a little bit closer to the origins. They didn't have real strong feelings, but generally they thought climate or carbon offset trading was a good idea. There were two people in that group who were against carbon offset trading. And the design build group, the architects were sort of all over the board. It's just kind of, I mean, it's almost like they purposely put 2 or 3 or 4 of their discs in each of the 4 quadrants. Like we said, the final stop in the day was to ask about barriers and solutions to those barriers. In the report, there's a lot more detailed list of those solutions, but they pretty much sorted themselves out into 7 categories. One is collaboration, so that people felt we needed to work together, especially taking into account those who are least advantaged among us. Second was direct financial incentives to forest owners to help them implement practices on their land. Third, education and communication. Interesting here, the architect group, several of them thought that it would be really helpful to them to learn more about where wood products came from so they could make more informed decisions. Labor and technology, a lot of comments here, but one example was to incentivize workers who are out there doing the actual stuff, either in the forest or, for example, in mills or in nurseries. We need that strong labor force to continue into the future. Markets, both in terms of supply and demand. So for example, having mills that can handle larger logs and more diverse logs, but also having, many of the participants talked about having some market strategy where consumers of wood products could identify where their wood came from and make more informed choices. Public policy, mostly having to do with land use laws and tax policies. And finally, research, which as a former employee of the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which used to be called the Soil Conservation Service, I was happy to hear that the research that folks were recommending really focused on understanding more about the role of forestry soils. Back to Peter.
Great, thank you, Dean. So far, so good? Keeping you awake? Before going on to this next spot, I wanted to slide in something that we think is important that I missed earlier on, which is through this whole process, we were struck by the high level of energy, engagement, and commitment that people brought to it. It surprised us. And I think there might be 3 things that explained it, like what was the fuel in the tank that made people engage here? One was a sense of urgency about this topic, which was not held by everybody. Some people did not see this as an urgent topic. Second one was the value of grounding a conversation in a real place. People seemed to really welcome that. And I think the third one was the rich mix of perspectives. Groups that don't normally talk to one another being out together in the forest seemed to be really important. So as you can see from what Dean has shown, and actually a note with that double axis in the report that you have in your file, you can see there's actually a second one about adaptation versus mitigation, and there's much more detail in that report than what we're talking about today. You could see that there were places that people did not agree with one another. And one way we thought about that was this idea of kind of dilemmas. What are some of the fundamental dilemmas that are built into this? And you live in a world of dilemmas. And we'll just highlight 3 of them that we thought were significant. One that stood out is that what many of the architects want in terms of wood in the forests that come from does not align as much as one might hope with what forest owners want to provide. And that creates a tension and led to some ongoing frustration. The second one is relative emphasis on adaptation versus mitigation. Some people feel like one is very important, the other one not so much, and vice versa. And I think that's the thing we can easily work with. That's just life. I think another one, as you could see from what Dean presented, is this whole question of the role of offsets in the world on a global scale. This is a significant issue. Demand for offsets is going up, but also there's very many educated people who don't agree on what role they should play. So one thing we realized is that the graphs that are shared in the report and Dean showed, the real strength is they show a diverse range of opinions. A challenge is that some of those people came to that exercise knowing very little about forests. And so it's nice to hear from them, but all votes, I think, should not carry the same weight. So as a result of that, working with the merging group that was suggested to bring that report together, we said, let's dig in more deeply. And an obvious one is let's go back to the practitioners and ask them some more specific questions, particularly back to our North Star of those lines. If they're the ones who are going to move the lines, they're the ones who we most need to listen to. So what we did is we went back to the practitioners who participated plus a wider range, and we ended up with not a huge sample size, but a useful one. It was 8 family forest people, 6 consulting foresters, 2 people who manage forests for land trusts, and Region 6 of the Forest Service got involved at this point and weighed in as well. And what we asked them to do was, one was take all 17 strategies, and they had 4 votes, which are the most important ones. And we won't go through all of this, but highlighted in red, you can see the 5 that stood out. So catching and holding carbon in the forest was high. Tellingly, the 3 that we added on got 2 of the votes. One is, how do we move away from dependence on fossil fuels and forest operations, decarbonizing forestry and reducing loss of carbon through logging. Assisted migration, people feel, is something we need to keep actively learning about. And another one that got a high rating is finding ways to incentivize more complexity in forests. Then we said, well, if those are important to you, how well do you feel like you can do that? What's feasible and what's not? So what we asked them to do was, each of the 17 was to rate them in one of 4 categories. Green means that's feasible. I can just do that. There's no barriers. Yellow said it's somewhat feasible, but not as feasible as I would like it to be. Orange was, I really want to do this, but it's not feasible for me to do that. Red was not applicable. And an explanation is, we wanted to make this as real as possible. So we asked people, choose an actual forest operation that you're responsible for, that you think is representative of your work. So some of the reds, I think, are showing up because with that particular job, for instance, adding on more land was not a suitable thing. So here you can see that there's a good bit of green. That's our good news. But if we really want to move the lines, our job is to figure out, how are we going to turn the orange and the yellow into green? That led to another exercise we asked these people to think about, is identify, go back and look at what are the barriers and what do you see as the solutions? How are we going to turn those colors all into green? And we're not going to present that, but we have some really useful information directly from the practitioner saying, this is what we need to do if we want to continue to accelerate the transition. And there you can see on the fossil fuels, I think it surprised us that rose as a high priority. And obviously the red ones highlighted are the 5 that were the top vote getters. So just to finish up, a thing on next steps and then a few opportunities. We've shared this report with all the participants and encouraged them to go out to their circles of community and influence and talk about it and figure out, how do we broaden this conversation? That this is a small, humble, imprecise activity, but how can we build on it? We worked with what we could. The second one is we're doing a number of additional presentations like this one, and we're open to doing that for anyone who's interested. So we'll continue to do that. And I think from all those, we'll keep learning and figure out where we might go in the future. So the next one is this idea of opportunities. And we are not so foolish as to come to you with a recommendation. It's not really our job to do that. But I think it is our place as people who were part of this process is to think about what are the opportunities that stand out. And we're going to present those in the spirit of, this isn't necessarily what ODF does. Other people could do it. If we were to make recommendations, these would be the recommendations, but we're not so ill-mannered to make recommendations. And I'm just going to read through them, and Dean might pass them around so you can have a copy of them. The first one is cross-community leadership, stock taking and coordination, informed by the best possible assessment of barriers to advancing climate smarter forestry and to steps to removing them. Bring leaders of key entities together to, number one, describe what they're already doing and what they're committed to doing. And obviously ODF's already doing an awful lot. 2, identify further opportunities for cooperation. 3, identify gaps and ways to help address them. The results from this conversation could be pooled and shared in a simple document. The group could choose to repeat the process annually. Participants could include agencies, institutions, businesses, nonprofits, professional organizations, and others. Many of those who participated in the summer workshops have already demonstrated their commitment to bring it together. Second one is meet forest owners where we are. In advancing climate smart forestry, take care to understand and respect forest owners' circumstances and attitudes. And there are 2 dimensions that we think are worth highlighting. Number 1 is avoid pressuring those who are least interested and committed. Engage them through the use of incentives and acknowledging the full range of positive actions. Second one is identify and learn from and support those forest owners with the greatest commitment to and experience with climate smart forestry. There are many examples around the state that I think they could be involved more fully in the conversation. Third opportunity would be expand the network. This group came together this summer. Is it just going to be a cloud that then dissipates? The participants said, we want to do more. How can we keep this going? So that gets to this third one. Maintain and build the cross-community engagement and commitment with a focus on results and accountability. And just to underscore, accountability was the number 1 priority out of all of these sessions, is hold ourselves accountable for outcomes. This could be done by establishing and expanding a simple structure such as a Oregon Climate Smart Forestry Network. The core focus could be on communications with and between committed forest managers. The 70 participants in the summer workshops could serve as a core of engaged Oregonians. So in conclusion, we just want to remind you that this is a small, humble, imprecise project. We don't pretend that it's anything that it's not. But obviously there's lots of room to build on it. We'd love to have had a chance to broaden the conversation. Secondly, is ODF's plan sets clear goals. As Oregonians, we know what needs doing and how to do it. And we know that cooperation is essential. And I think the key question that we're all familiar with is, do we have the will to do what we know needs to be done to make those necessary changes? And finally, wanting to express thanks to the board and particularly to the staff for your work and the service. Many of you and many people tuned in today were part of the participants, and we don't take that for granted. Literally, this couldn't have happened without the people who committed to doing it. And I have one final thought, but maybe I'll do that before we have a conversation. So we're open to any questions, comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dean, and thank you, Peter. For those of you who don't know, Peter did serve on this board, so he's been on this side of things. I wanted to say 2 things right off. I really appreciate what you laid out as your North Star at the beginning, because I find a lot of conversations that we deal with well-meaning people who are talking about, how do we store more carbon, longer rotations, all of this. And I find myself repeatedly saying, we're in this role, great, but we always have to be mindful of the impact on these rural communities and these timber-dependent communities, and we have to find solutions that work for both. So I think, I do appreciate that. I also think this network that you suggest might be something that would that could be, I think ODF is sort of perfectly positioned to shepherd something like that as part of our, putting some meat on the bones of our climate plan to have some sort of somewhat formal network of people who are and practitioners and forest owners who are interested in pushing these ideas. So I think that's a very interesting one. Anyhow, that's all I had right at first. And Liz, go ahead.
Thank you. Great work. I think I have two questions. One is on a comment, and I really like that focus on the practitioner, because they're trying to take the knowledge and then deal with the dilemmas of putting it on the land, and you come up with different challenges, but also some really, I think, practical solutions. So that's great. When you brought up the piece about the dispersion according to the different areas of topics, wildfire, you said, sort of surprised you. Can you talk a little bit why you think, given 2020, the big push, especially in Western states, the money's coming in to support and try to mitigate and make forests more resilient, why that was so, what was the underlying piece of that, why it was so spread out?
I think some of it could be explained by our process, because we were standing in an actual forest talking about pressures are on this forest, what should we do? So I think a number of people might have rated low, not because on a big scale, they don't think it's important, but then when they're thinking about like, what could you do on this actual forest? So I think it might have been skewed that way. But also I think, as we all know, there's a diversity of opinion about what we should be doing about wildfire. And I think some in the conservation community feel like at times there's a significant push toward saying this is a reason why we need to do much more active management. And I think it could be some of the understandable pushback against that, saying this is complicated. But also I think it's a recognition fire has always been part of this landscape. So I can't fully speak for it.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is you look at the results and you might think, well, the participants influenced each other when they saw how other people were rating, that they gave a similar rating, but we purposely set up the ratings where we said, okay, 1, 2, 3, and then they had to raise up however many fingers, represented their rating. So we purposely tried to avoid that influence of others. So that's, I don't think, was the reason that they were influencing each other. They just had those opinions themselves.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Yes, yes.
And it's a great example of why we should learn more. Everyone keeps saying, we need more time. And that was a common refrain as participating said.
Yeah, I think there's another piece to it that's pretty obvious, that the general group, involve people like Cal Mukamoto, who, is the state forester in charge of the largest firefighting organization in the state. So he's obviously going to be a little more energized, as was I in that same group. Brenda.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Dean. Thanks, Peter. Question for you. What role would it be appropriate to think about incorporating some of these ideas into third-party certification, either in existing ones or something different?
That came up multiple times in parts of the conversation. And the acknowledgement that though there, as we all know, there are different forms of third-party certification, they don't really directly address either of those, any of those. I mean, probably the community well-being piece is there, but it doesn't really identify an incentive for either catching and holding more carbon. So that was a comment. And actually the architects were pretty outspoken, saying, we know the kind of forestry we would like to be supporting with our specifications, and that some of the certification systems we feel get us in that direction, it doesn't really do the job. So I think there's definitely a need to do more.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's important. And a lot of the participants from all 4 groups raised that point. I'd say easy to talk about, difficult to do. I work and have worked a lot with farmers over the years, and you think of all the certifications of organic, biodynamic, fair trade, salmon safe, et cetera, that are sometimes in somewhat conflict with each other. It's hard to have one sort of certification that everybody can buy into.
I have a question, Jim. This might be for Ryan, actually. How did we select this group of practitioners? It's noticeable to me that large landowners, significant large landowners that are managing a great deal of our forest in the state were not part of that group of practitioners. So I'm just curious, how did we select that? And I think we're missing a perspective, extremely important perspective. I think you had some of it, but I'm just curious, how did we select this group of practitioners? Or maybe Ryan didn't select them. Okay. This question is for you, Ryan.
And the answer is we didn't select this group. We selected who we would invite. As Dean said, we invited a much broader range and we strongly encouraged participation. And some people showed up and responded and some did not. And with some of them, for instance, Mike McKibben from Stimson Lumber, who was a great addition. And in some way, I mentioned talking to Scott Gray, who was his predecessor, about it. To be blunt, I twisted his arm. I said, the state forester and the chair of the board is going to be there. They want to hear from you. Will you come? So I think a real question is we keep saying this is a tiny effort, but how do we broaden the conversation? This is not nearly enough. And we need a broader conversation. And I just had a conversation during the break with a fellow from OFIC saying, how do we get people more involved? So it was not for lack of trying, but we need to keep trying harder. And we need help from people who are in that sector to help us broaden the conversation. And we welcome it.
Ben, then Carla.
I can talk loud, but I want to make sure Chandra can hear. A couple thoughts. Well, first of all, to Peter and Dean, I really appreciate the work you put into this, and I appreciate your process. I mean, it was having been part of it, it was a very open process, and I really appreciated that. And I guess I've got a comment and a question, and start with my comment first is one of the things that strikes me looking at this list, and there's a lot of work to do in, I think, a lot of research in how we implement a lot of these processes. And I look particularly at sort of assisted migration, pests, soil health. I think we have a lot of knowledge that these are important, but I think there is a lot of work to do to learn and research and how to implement that. And I sense there's a sense of urgency, I think, in this group or in the groups that you hosted, and I share that. And I hope the department, the boards, and all the folks you were engaging with can figure out ways to support fast, comprehensive, useful research that probably includes a lot of folks on the ground and a lot of the practitioners of sort of real world experience of species that work and don't work and ways to manage pests. And my question back to you, sort of following on what Joe said, is would you please be open to hosting more of these? And maybe on other forests and other locations and with more participants, because I think your process was really constructive and useful, and I would welcome a continued conversation. And I think you have done a great job of hosting those so far, and I'd love to see more.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. And we're definitely willing and able. I think it's easier to say we've ridden this horse as far as we can go by ourselves, that we're willing and enthusiastic about being involved, but it will take resources beyond what two old guys in the woods on a hot summer day can do. And I think a great example of that is somebody recently said, or early on looked at the invitation and said, like, why isn't Extension doing this? Why isn't Forestry Extension? And Holly Ober, the head of Extension Forestry, was a very enthusiastic participant. And Extension's done super work with this. So that was part of our spirit of trying to highlight these opportunities. We don't want the cloud to dissipate. We agree. And I think especially that learning when the practitioner just over and over said, we're really interested in this, but we don't know nearly enough. Back to the double axis, they're not dots are way over on the left. Is how do we learn more, and how do we do that efficiently, and looking at how different agencies and entities work. There is good cooperation, but not nearly enough. We could do much more, which comes back to the opportunity that we have.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. And I just would add that Peter and I were talking about how to word that final slide that had the heading of opportunities, and we both agreed that we didn't want to make recommendations. I think I said to you, Peter, that I'd like to hear recommendations from y'all to us, what we should be doing next.
So 2 comments and a question. One, I really liked your presentation. Thank you. And you've been in the agricultural realm. So 2 things you really mentioned that hit home to me was your rural versus urban economies. And I had the opportunity, which is amazing opportunity, to chair the Ford Family Foundation that really gives dollars in Oregon to rural economies. And I'd really encourage you to look at a book called Oregon by the Numbers, and you can get it, from the Ford Family Foundation. But I think it really just jumps out and shows you by the numbers how these rural economies have really been impacted by much of what we're talking about, and really haven't recovered in 40 years from some major decisions. So I think you too would really, benefit by taking a look at that. Second, my husband and I were involved in starting the Food Alliance, and we're the first farm in the US to be certified as sustainable. And you asked the most important question that I think was really key to sustainable and organic agriculture, is how does that farmer, or in your case, how does that forester remain economically viable? Because if they can't remain economically viable, those forests can't remain. So I would really encourage you to keep pressing with that question, because I think it was spot on to our success. And finally, I tracked Yale University's carbon containment center. And they continue to say we can't plant our way out of this. And I'd like you two to, boots on the ground, I'd like you to explain what you think they're telling us in time, because there's conflict, and I'm trying to get my own thoughts and mind around this. So I would appreciate, not today, but I'd appreciate more education there.
That's a great point. And actually, your point about acknowledging the demands on rural economies is a thing we picked up during the session and in subsequent conversations. Is many, particularly in the family forest world, are very concerned about pressure coming to bear on them to change their behavior in ways that are not rational choices, which is why the orange and the yellow is so important. Is I think there's this fear that people are going to tell me I have to go do something that's not feasible for me to do. And I think, and especially that's flavored by their response to the private forest accord and the concerns related to that linger. And so I think figuring out how do we take this voluntary approach, meet people where they are, but also how do we change the orange and the yellow into the green? So we're asking people to do something that's feasible, and that's a logical choice. I agree. Thank you for let's keep communicating.
Okay. Our board member Chandra Ferrari at home has got her hand up, and Chandra, we really appreciate your participating today, because we know you're under the weather. Your kids have brought home some awful bug, and we're glad you're not sharing that with us, and glad that you're here at all. So go ahead, Chandra.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, and apologies for not being there in person. Again, I'm sorry that my face is very supersized for you all as well, but I'm hoping that me keeping this, whatever I have at home, is going to work out better for all of us. Thank you for the presentation. I thought that was super helpful. The effort sounds really productive, and I'm really thankful that a lot of my fellow board members were able to participate. What struck me in the findings, well, several things struck me in the findings, but I did find the fact that all of the participants seemed to rate accountability really highly as being particularly intriguing, because that's come up for us in a number of our conversations, particularly around our climate and carbon plan. But I find this a particularly challenging topic, right? Folks want us to be accountable for actions and activities, and they want to know that we're making progress on what we're trying to achieve. And so I noted that you had articulated kind of a broader vision that might be able to be articulated as a goal statement, maybe in terms of carbon reduction goals and things like that at the start of these conversations. But I am interested, as the conversations proceed, in folks' views of what the objectives for each of these measures should be moving forward to achieve goals, and whether or not there's broad buy-in to those, because I think that is going to be a big piece of the success of making progress on this topic. It's very complex. There's a lot of different actions that have been articulated, and where we're going to get the most bang for the buck to meet the goals that we have, I think is still a really ripe topic for conversation. And I like the focus on the practitioners and meeting them where they are. But I still like the idea of, taking that step back and thinking about, out of all the strategies that you have here, what's going to get us in an ideal world, what would you scale up and by how much to get to where you need to go? So anyway, I'm kind of hoping with future conversations, if you guys are able, getting a more concrete on that point would be really helpful, and be really helpful to the board, and I think also to the department, as we need to continue to flesh out the carbon plan and our plan for implementing it. So thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you. I think your question is really for the whole group, but one observation is, I know you're working on your strategic plan, and my feeling, having the hat of as a former board member, is this is going to be most effective if it's woven into the guts of what you're already doing, and I know it is. But I think figuring out how to have this conversation not be sort of a separate thing of accountability, but how do you build it into your overall direction? But that idea of accountability was important, but it really surprised us just how strongly that stood out as people saying, we need to stop talking about this and we need to create results. We need to move them. Get well.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. This is Cal Locomoto State Forester, and you just took one of my points. So we must still be connected from the days of being on the Board of Forestry. But I want to thank you both for putting this on. When Peter contacted me about this idea, I thought, my gosh, Peter's providing a kitchen table for discussing these topics, and that's exactly what we did. When I attended, I thought it was a good session. It was higher order, that we were talking, higher level. And I also felt good about the fact that we had a broad spectrum of representation, but it could be broader. And it made me, when you talked about the other groups you talked to, I go, boy, I'd like to be a fly on the wall and listen to that too. My final comment is going to revolve around how do we go forward? I think we need to continue these discussions, but in light of the fact that we are doing a strategic plan. And this is a very important item. I think we've heard from Oregonians that climate change is important. It's not only that, I believe it's existential discussions that we need to talk about. And wood is good. Trees are good, and they're good in relations to climate change. So I think we need to talk about that. We also need to respect that. I think one of the things that came out in the group discussions was there's not just one prescription. Different landowners have different objectives, but what can they do that's climate smarter and contribute to the goal? So I think that's a discussion that we need to continue as we move forward in our discussions. Thank you.
We're looking for specific suggestions. I would suggest to see if you could work with OFIC to do an event to basically do what you've done just for OFIC members, and maybe you can then get them to show up, which would be great. Because what the point that was brought up by Joe Justice is an important one. These are the folks that own a tremendous number of acres in Oregon. Brenda.
Very quickly, what's come up is, I think, a lot of comments about what good work you've done and that we need to continue it. It needs to go forward. I think working with OFIC is a great idea. But for two young guys to carry this further is going to require some resources. And I'm wondering where those resources are going to come from. And is this an opportunity for industry, small private landowners, ODF, others to come together, to work together toward getting these ideas, discussions moved forward?
Yeah, just one comment. Appreciate all this work. I guess one of your first graphs talked about, we talk a lot, we are talking a lot about the forestry plan for Oregon, about resiliency. That's a term we talk about. And one of your first graphs showed, the idea, or what I was interpreting from that was, increased carbon equals increased resiliency. And I guess I would I guess my question or my ask for you is to think about that very question. I think that that is in some cases possibly true, in some cases not true. And we're seeing that, and probably a deeper dive into that very thing. Maybe that's not what you were trying to necessarily demonstrate in that graph, but we're all interested in resilient forests, right? And really the forestry plan for Oregon is our vision to how do we create that resiliency. And I think help kind of articulating that for us is something this board needs. Right? This is basically a comment.
That's super helpful. And if that was the impression, it was a mistake on our part, because we definitely don't see those as being tied. And particularly the neck of the woods you're from, we can see how that happens. If we just keep trying to maximize carbon storage, we can end up with forests that are not resilient at all. So that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I sort of thought about it. Flip side is that a more resilient forest probably will be able to store more carbon, opposed to a forest that's devastated by pests, wildfires.
Okay, any other final comments or questions? Chandra again.
Sorry, just one more quick follow-up on Brenda's point for the long-term sustainability of the effort. It seems like in previous larger group efforts that I've seen progress, there tends to be a likelihood of greater success of the group sticking together if there's some sort of document or goal in mind that gels them all together. And so I noticed that you had said, you're doing workshops, you're not striving for, at this point, at least a consensus plan of action. But do you think having kind of a concrete document or set of recommendations that you might aim for, that you memorialize early on, might galvanize the groups that you're trying to keep together over the long run? It might be something that folks could also fundraise around, or make sure that they've got adequate resources to support because there's an objective in mind that's tangible.
I think that's a great comment. And I think a key to our success was we were not asking people to agree on anything. And I think if we were, that would cause problems. And I think we've picked up some apprehension in the larger scene around the state on this. And I think it's people misconstruing it that this is going to be a plan. So I think our job is to try to foster the conversation, and it's somebody else's job to figure out, like, back, I'm big on Venn diagrams. If there's a good chunk in the middle that we can work together on, how do we work together? But I think that's where you bring the horsepower to make those kind of things happen. Jim, can I finish with one comment that might be helpful? And just to underscore one thing, and then a final thought is, this was just like a giant opinion poll. There's a whole lot of science behind this. And I think we shouldn't confuse people's opinions with replacing what we should be doing in terms of grounding this in science. But also, if we do want to move the lines, people's opinions do matter, because that's what drives their decisions about how they're going to practice. So the point has been made that there's much more that could be done that could connect this to the science, both social science and other science, and also traditional ecological knowledge, I think, is another piece of this mix that definitely needs to be fit in. But again, a humble start. It's heavy to opinion and needs to be better informed by science. So just my parting thought is, I was struck by 66 people, were not very many, but it was a very wide range of people. Sunrise PDX, Stimson Lumber, Beyond Toxics, and all points kind of in between. I don't see it as a line, I see the whole constellation of people. And that's pretty uncommon in the Oregon forest world, where we tend to get in our little corners and talk to each other, or come here and fight with one another. And so a quote jumped out to me that I thought was appropriate to end with, which is, I read this just recently, an observation on the national scale. Our political system has lost its ability to reconcile differences, or even to try. In my observations, our experience since June shows us just the opposite. That if you create the right conditions, there's much willingness to learn together, to seek common ground, and work to put that to good use. And our hope is that this is not just a cloud that dissipates, but that it's a tiny start that we can continue building on. And it has perhaps some uncommon strengths to do things that our other structures for working together don't necessarily provide. Thank you so much for inviting us, and thanks for all you do.
All right, Dean and Peter, thank you so much for doing this. At this point, we are on schedule. We're going to take lunch and be back here at 12:45. We have an exciting afternoon, starting with Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee testimony at 12:45. And with that, we're adjourned until then.
Good afternoon. This is Hillary reporting from Seaside. Just want to make sure someone can hear me in Salem.
Yep, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Second more. Yeah. No. Then, sorry. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the Board of Forestry hybrid meeting. And I just want to make a reminder for members of the public that if they would like to submit written testimony for the information items presented at this meeting, to send in your comments by November 30th so they can be included with the meeting record. And up next, we are moving to item number 5, the testimony from the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee. I believe we have with us virtually Commissioner David Yamamoto and Commissioner John Sweet. Am I correct about that?
We're both here, or at least I am.
Yeah, thank you.
There he is.
Okay, well, go ahead, and whoever wants to lead off, it is all yours.
Okay, well, this is John. Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry and State Forester Mukomoto. I'm John Sweet, Coos County Commissioner and Vice Chair of the Trust Lands Advisory Committee. Hope you're having a good time at the coast. Wish you were at the right part of the coast, though. I have often talked to the Board of Forestry about the importance of revenues from the trust lands. And I appreciate that the board has approved goals for the trust lands, which include revenue generation. However, I'm wondering if we are both missing the point. Maybe what we should be talking about is not the revenues themselves, but the public services which trust land revenues help provide. Things like education, public safety, parks and recreation, public health, mental health, voting, roads, ports, airports, hospitals, libraries, extension services, Oregon Department of Forestry Service. The list goes on and on. Without trust land revenues, delivery of these services to some of our counties is seriously jeopardized. It's these services and their importance to rural communities and the families and the children that add to the greatest permanent value created by the trust lands. My ask to you is that you be sure that such services, not just the revenues, be included in your calculation of greatest permanent value. Our communities, our families, and our children all deserve this consideration. And thank you so much once more for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Sweet. Commissioner Yamamoto.
Thank you, Chair Kelly. Appreciate that very much. Both Commissioner Sweet and I are in Eugene this week at the AOC, the Association of Oregon Counties annual meeting. So we do appreciate the opportunity to address the board online today. So Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester Mukomoto, staff. I am David Yamamoto, Tillamook County Commissioner and Chair of the Forest Trust Lands Advisory Committee, FTLAC. I am here today representing FTLAC in order to fulfill our statutory responsibility to advise the Board of Forestry and the State Forester on matters which affect management of the state forest lands under ORS 526.156. Board members, on behalf of FTLAC, I want to thank you. At the last Board of Forestry meeting, you asked ODF staff a number of questions about the HCP, the draft EIS alternatives, and long-term funding for the department. FTLAC truly appreciates this inquiry. We believe these are the kinds of questions the Board of Forestry must ask as part of your statutory requirements under ORS 562.016 sub 1, which directs you to supervise all matters of forest policy and management under the jurisdiction of the state. FTLAC, in our statutory advisory role to the Board of Forestry, has long held that the Board of Forestry must understand the full consequences of the decisions before it. We do, however, think you should go further in your questions and should continue to consider HCP alternatives other than the current proposal. In ODF's rationale for the HCP design and development, we do not see reference to greatest permanent value or ODF's assessment for determining the appropriate scale of conservation needed to meet legal requirements. It could well be the proposed HCP limits the ability of ODF to provide greatest permanent value, and so other options must be considered. Looking ahead, we believe you have an opportunity now to ask similar questions of ODF regarding the upcoming forest management plan. ODF's public timeline for the FMP shows 9 months before draft FMP modeling results are out. However, after the model results are released, you will have only 4 months to review the results and request modifications prior to being approved, asked to approve the FMP. Asking questions now would give ODF time to develop modeling inputs and outputs that could answer your questions. I believe questions about greatest permanent value are most important. The greatest permanent value rule requires the state forester to secure greatest permanent value by developing and implementing a forest management plan under OAR 629-035-2202 sub 1 and sub 4. ODF has indicated the modeling for the draft FMP will include only one set of goals with a narrow range of modeling scenarios. I believe that indicates the state forester is confident this current set of goals provides greatest permanent value. I also note the wording of the goals themselves changed little during the public engagement period for the FMP, indicating that the state forester was confident that ODF's initial goals closely achieved greatest permanent value input from FTLAC and the public. I think the first question for ODF is, how did the department determine that the proposed FMP provides greatest permanent value? Beyond that, key questions include, number one, how does each goal contribute to greatest permanent value? Number two, how will each proposed FMP goal impact distribution of revenue to the counties? Number three, how are local community services accounted for when calculating greatest permanent value? And number four, what flexibility does the proposed FMP include to ensure greatest permanent value is provided? I want to note here that the current FMP is built around structure-based management, but ODF has chosen not to continue with that management style, indicating structure-based management has failed to provide greatest permanent value. The proposed plan must provide flexibility to provide greatest permanent value so that ODF are not locked into a failing management plan as it is now. I urge you to think about these questions on your tour tomorrow. Looking over your tour schedule, I see you have stops dedicated to greatest permanent value ties with recreation, as well as transportation planning. I am extremely disappointed the tour does not have stops to consider greatest permanent value ties with essential community services and jobs supported by state forest lands. As you participate in your tour, consider that revenue from state forest lands supports the county road network you drive on out to your tour stops, support schools where families of tour participants and guests learn, and supports healthcare systems these families utilize. Board members, these benefits are all part of greatest permanent value. I do feel strongly that the social and economic benefits are probably the greatest portion of greatest permanent value. And yet your tour tomorrow makes no mention of the social and economic benefits provided by our state forest lands. With that, I appreciate very much this opportunity to address you today, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry we ended up with your conflict, so that you're not down here on the coast when we are. But anyhow, do anyone have any questions or comments or thoughts, Carla?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you for those insights. I want to ask you, I hear your list of roads and schools and healthcare and 4-H, and it's a long list. Do you have a number? Or does the trust counties have a number of what that represents in each of these counties?
We don't have a number. I can refer to Tillamook County. And when Tillamook County receives state forest revenue, people think, wow, all this money coming to Tillamook County. Well, again, you must remember that roughly 75% of that state timber revenue goes directly to the 20 special districts within the state of, within Tillamook County. The county keeps actually less than 25% of state forest revenue. In Tillamook County, there are years when we bring in almost $20 million in state forest revenue. We do see that declining precipitously with the onset of an HCP and especially work on the upcoming FMP. But again, remember, the vast majority of that money goes to the special districts. We're talking schools, we're talking fire and rescue, we're talking our 911 center, we're talking community college. The money gets distributed in a big way. And Tillamook County is only one example out of the 15 trust counties where that money goes.
Follow-up question. We had a school board member testify this morning, and she talked about, the dollars going from 4.1 million to 1.3. I guess what I'm trying to understand is not just the size, but also the at-risk, when these dollars decline, to get an overall view of how at risk that puts these counties. And that's a tough question, and I don't expect you to answer it today, but these are fragile, these can be fragile rural economies in a lot of cases. And I'm trying to get my mind around when you pull 3/4 of the funding out of a school district, that's serious. I just want to understand the multiplier effect and the economic impact of the discussion we plan to have.
And thank you so much, Board Member Chambers, for that question. Please understand and remember at the same time, it's not just the revenue that the county and the special districts receive from harvest. It is the jobs. And this is another area that really gets stretched dramatically. The family wage fully benefited jobs that are provided by state forest harvest. That's incalculable. And that money, when it comes in and pays the payroll for so many citizens of all of our trust counties, that gets spent again and again and again and again within the county, providing even more jobs. So yes, the timber revenue is extremely important. but the jobs that are provided to our county residents is extremely important to our counties also.
Carla, this is John. Did you say that the revenues were reduced by $2.5 million a year to the one school district that presented this morning?
Yes, that's right. I took notes on all 50 speakers and she said she went from 4.1 million down to 1.3.
Well, it's more than 2.5 then. But you know, if my math is right here, if the average employee at the school district were to cost $150,000 a year fully loaded, did I do it right? Would that be 100 and how many employees was that? It may have dropped a zero here, but it's a lot of employees. It's probably 16 employees, or it was. So that's a lot of employees out of one small, relatively small school district.
Yeah, well, we get a lot of numbers thrown at us. Some of them are accurate and some are not. And so I didn't want to, take anything totally at face value, but obviously we need to take it all seriously. I did want to point out, Commissioner, that we have a stop tomorrow. It's tour stop 3, and it's called Implementing Greatest Permanent Value, District Overview of the Suite of Greatest Permanent Value Benefits. So I think there is going to be some direct discussion of what you were hoping is going to be included in our tour tomorrow as that part, as that stop. So I hope that makes you feel a little bit better. Any other thoughts and questions? Not hearing any. Thank you very much for your testimony today. And we appreciate it. And we will move on to the next item on our agenda.
Thank you for the time today. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
All right. The next item is our Western Oregon State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan outcomes. And that is a presentation that our main presenter will be Mike Wilson. Looks like we have Nick as well.
How about that? Okay, that sounds better. All right, good afternoon, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Michael Wilson, and I serve as the State Forest Division Chief. Joining me today is Nick Palazzaro, my resource support unit manager, and Cindy Kolomachuk, who's here to help answer questions. And we're also joined today by Kim Kratz of NOAA Fisheries and Joe Ziza of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, again, to answer any questions that might come up. Our presentation today will focus on providing supplemental information regarding the outcomes of the federal draft environmental impact statement as requested at the September board meeting. At the September 7th board meeting, you requested staff work with board members Justice, Ferrari, and McComb to answer clarifying questions around the draft HCP, Alternative 3, and Alternative 5 in the draft EIS. The draft HCP is the proposed action. Alternative 3 has additional conservation relative to streams, and Alternative 5 has reconfigured and reduced habitat conservation areas and increased harvest. The questions posed centered on economic and environmental outcomes, as well as risk to both the covered species and the HCP process. It's really important to note here right up front that just want to clarify the proposed action is the proposed action, and that the alternatives are alternatives, and they are not a matter of choices or options in and of themselves, and any changes to the proposed action would require further work. Please note that we did not conduct any additional modeling. Rather, we worked with the data provided in the federal draft EIS to help the board understand the outcomes of the HCP as compared to the increased conservation alternative and increased harvest alternative. It's important to remember that the information provided today is based on long-range forest modeling, and any comparison among the alternatives should be considered in a relative sense rather than exact figures. More factors, many factors beyond the choice of how ODF complies with the Federal Endangered Species Act affect outcomes, from log prices to climate change. This high level of modeling is still useful to help the board in understanding the costs and benefits among the alternatives. As I mentioned in September, the division feels strongly that the proposed action is a robust solution that will provide certainty for management under the federal ESA. The information provided here today demonstrates that the relative differences among the HCP and the alternatives 3 and 5 are not substantially different. However, modifying the proposed action does increase the timeline and potential risk to process and achieving incidental take permits in a timely manner. The first set of information we'll cover are economic outcomes. These include harvest volume, cumulative net present value of the alternatives, cash flow over time, and contributions to the gross domestic product from state forests. This figure shows volume by decade for each of the modeled scenarios. The HCP is represented by the green line, alternative 3 is represented by the orange, and alternative 5 is shown with the blue line. Sorry, the gray line. I'll explain the trend lines in a moment, but you'll notice there's very little difference between the proposed action and either of the alternatives. The increased conservation measures under alternative 3 would result in a reduction of harvest levels of about 1% of the volume harvested under the HCP. The increased harvest under alternative 5 would result in an average of 3% more harvest compared to the HCP. All scenarios were modeled with an objective to maximize net present value using a discount rate of 3%. Consequently, they all follow a similar downward trend with differences relative to the size and location of constrained areas. The decline is partly due to the effect of imposing a net present value objective, which front loads harvest of older stands with higher monetary value and regenerates them with faster growing stands. This generally means that harvesting older stands results in harvesting older stands sooner rather than later. As a result, harvest levels decline through the 70-year permit term before ultimately recovering back to the higher initial levels toward the end of a 100-year modeling period. We model beyond the planning horizon for any project, and in this case out to 100 years, to ensure the model demonstrates a sustainable harvest level beyond the planning term. We did not model an even flow scenario and made a deliberate decision to have a departure to maximize net present value. This does not mean that we would necessarily implement with having a departure from net present value due to net present value on the ground. The periodic harvest volume is allowed to deviate by 5% per period, but must remain within a 10% range of the 100-year average. This reduces the rate of the departure that the model might otherwise take. It takes about 70 years for stands regenerated in the early years to become viable for harvest again. Harvest was also constrained by requirements around apportioning harvest by certain geographic areas, area regulated stand age requirements, and a minimum regeneration harvest age of 50 years old. Stand age distribution changes over time across the permit area. This graph shows the acres in different age classes within habitat conservation areas in the orange bars and outside of habitat conservation areas in the blue bars. As the permit term progresses, the distribution changes and stands within HCAs increase in age while stands outside HCAs shift to generally younger age classes. This animation shows the transition by decade over the permit term. The downward trend of age classes outside HCAs is an effect of the net present value objective. Older stands outside HCAs may be operationally limited, or the model did not harvest them due to some other constraint, such as the requirement to maintain 40% of the landscape outside of conservation areas at greater than 60 years old. I want to emphasize that the older stands that you see here that are less than 175 years old are not a commitment under the HCP. I'll point your attention to this And at the end of the HCP, there's quite a lot of blue here. Like I say, the model made that choice for various reasons, and it may not actually turn out that way in implementation. Change to the beginning and ending histograms, basically show that effect from where we are presently in 2023 to 2028. This graphic shows decadal harvest volume inside and outside of HCAs across the alternatives. The hashed lines at the top of the bars indicate harvest inside of HCAs that are part of habitat enhancement treatments. Alternative 5, shown in orange, shows a slight increase in harvest inside of the HCAs compared to the HCP and Alternative 3. As we have described in past presentations, management inside the HCAs are focused on habitat enhancement objectives. Nonetheless, these treatments will produce some merchantable timber volume with modeled estimate of over 200 million board feet per decade for the first 3 decades of the HCP. This volume is marginal compared to the harvest outside of HCAs and is difficult to model, as habitat enhancements will involve more variable cutting patterns and retention patterns than traditional harvest methods. Note that there's some model error in this figure, as management within the HCAs was not intended to be modeled beyond the first 3 decades of the permit term, and this is because the model does not fully honor certain spatial adjacencies. We were also asked to look at the cumulative net present value for each alternative. This figure shows the NPV in 2022 dollars for each alternative is approximately $1.5 billion. NPV is calculated from net disbursements to counties and estimated net proceeds to common school forest lands. Alternative 5 is the highest and Alternative 3 is the lowest, which is directly correlated to their respective harvest levels. NPV does not account for non-timberland management investments, for instance, recreation benefits and ecosystem services. This figure shows cash flow of all of the alternatives declined through the 70-year permit term, consistent with the harvest levels, resulting in a slightly higher cash flow for Alternative 5. Reforestation costs were estimated by the model on a harvest unit basis rather than being deducted from the FDF, Forest Development Fund, which is our operating budget. Since reforestation and other post-harvest costs are borne by ODF, the cash flow to counties would be slightly higher and the cash flow to ODF slightly lower than shown here. Other division expenditures were not accounted for in the model, so this is actually a reflection of net revenue to the forest development. More restrictive even flow constraints would likely have resulted in lower initial cash flow and overall lower net present value. There was a question concerning the contribution of state forest harvest to the county gross domestic product. We do not have data available to determine the specific contribution of state forest to GDP at a county level, but the proportion of state forest harvest can be determined as a proportion of total county timber harvest. Harvest from state forests accounts for 44% of the total harvest in Tillamook County, 33% of the total harvest in Clatsop County, and 29% of the total harvest in Washington County, based on data from 2013 to 2020. All other counties are less than 10%. That covers the harvest and economic portion of the presentation, and now I'll hand it over to Nick to cover the environmental questions.
Thanks, Mike. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Murrelets. For the record, my name is Nick Palizzotto, and I serve as the Resource Support Unit Manager for the State Forest Division. The board requested more information on a number of environmental topics, including some comparisons of the relative conservation value and risk to species among alternatives, the HCA design process, how steep slopes and landslide prone areas would be buffered if Alternative 3 were applied, and potential effects on water quality and quantity, risk to species from disturbance, and implications of changing the proposed action. So I'll be addressing the first few of those topics, and then I'll send it back to Mike to close out. So we were asked by the board to assess risk to covered species for alternatives 3 and 5 relative to the proposed action. Analysis of risk to species will be provided in the services section 10 findings and biological opinions, though for the proposed action only. But not wanting to get out in front of their work, we chose not to speak in terms of risk, but rather in terms of conservation value. And so to do this, we compared modeled habitat outcomes for the covered species and assessed landscape effects of modified commitments relative to the proposed action. Under alternative 3, which calls for increased riparian conservation areas, the HCAs remain the same as the proposed action, and thus there's no effect on habitat inside the HCAs. The additional stream buffers in moderate landslide prone areas increase modeled habitat outside HCAs at the end of the permit term, but only by about 1% or 2,000 to 5,000 acres, depending on the species. This habitat increase is limited to upslope areas within harvest units and provides a minor uptick in connectivity, while likely lowering take of Oregon slender salamanders and red tree voles in those areas. Alternative 5 calls for a reduction in the size of HCAs and increased management variant, and approximately 23,500 acres of average or better timber production value were removed from the HCAs, and 8,000 acres of low production value were added back in. Thus, there was a net reduction of about 15,500 acres. And this resulted in less modeled habitat inside the HCAs at both the start of the permit term and at the end. That reduction inside the HCAs is 7 to 9%, depending on the species, or about 17,000 acres of modeled habitat at the end of the term. Conversely, there's more modeled habitat outside HCAs than under the proposed action at the start due to those HCA reductions. And thus there's more modeled habitat outside of the HCAs at the end of the permit term, resulting in net reductions of only 4% of total habitat across the permit area relative to the proposed action. However, as Mike pointed out in those histograms, there are no commitments to retain the additional habitat outside of HCAs, and thus this outcome seems less likely. In terms of landscape function, modified HCAs generally reduce interior habitat areas within them and increased edge. Connectivity was also reduced in most cases. And there were some localized effects since reductions focused on the North Coast and were most substantial on the east side of Tillamook State Forest and portions of the Clatsop. Alternative 5 also increases management activities inside HCAs, and increased management in HCAs would increase short-term risk to the species. So in terms of the conservation value of the alternatives relative to the proposed action, alternative 3 provides slightly higher conservation value by improving habitat conditions in harvest units outside of HCAs. And alternative 5 provides lower value than the proposed action due to reduced habitat and landscape function and increased short and long-term effects. Moving on then to the design and development process for the HCAs. The habitat conservation areas were designed with an iterative review process involving multiple data sources and layers of review. Biological considerations included species occurrence data, both current and historic. For habitat, we used both a number of data sources. We used a number of data sources, including current and projected modeled habitat, LiDAR to identify vegetation characteristics and topography, stand ages, and also complex structure. So we did look at where is our existing complex structure under our current plan and what do we have designated for desired future condition of complex. We also incorporated a landscape design function or landscape function in design considerations and sought to minimize edge, maximize interior habitat, and enhance connectivity while ensuring distribution across districts and elevations. And the size and locations of the HCAs are thus intended to be robust enough to be resistant and resilient to disturbance and thus durable. We also looked at some operability considerations based on a field-led effort to characterize harvest potential of individual stands. And as part of this effort, stands were grouped into 4 categories from good, average, to marginal and low, based on a number of considerations, including site class and production capability, logging and yarding logistics, access and proximity to main lines, paved roads and mills, neighbors and local issues, scenic considerations, domestic water sources, recreation, landslides and public safety, forest health, and reforestation. The development and review process itself occurred over much of 2020 and into 2021. The first step was development of an ODF biologist-led draft using the criteria that I just listed and with extensive scoping team review. Field staff from each district then conducted a review and made suggestions for additions and removals based on operability. Division leadership then conducted their review, which entailed several full days of adjustments based on the field input. And then we made some additional post hoc refinements to remove some harvestable areas and include additional operationally limited areas. That draft then went through scoping team review with subsequent minor adjustments made to incorporate some older stands and some known occupied areas. And then we made operational boundary adjustments to improve operational efficiencies on both sides of the HCA boundaries. And that was the finished product that was then used in the modeling for the comparative analysis. Okay, so I'm going to take a couple minutes and show an example of the overlap of covered species in the HCAs and how the operationally limited areas were incorporated. So this map shows most of the Tillamook district in blue. You can see the Clatsop County line there to the north. And you can see Tillamook Bay in the southwest. The HCAs are the green hash marked polygons. And these black circles show the locations of owl sites that are considered active sites under the HCP. They're mostly on the west side of the forest outside of the Tillamook burn, but it's worth noting that the 2 sites in the middle, which are these 2, this one farthest east, are relatively new sites, newly established within the past 10 years, basically, in the Tillamook burn proper. So the burn perimeter is out here. These sites are well in the burn. And these darker green polygons that you now see, particularly up top here, for example, these are known occupied marbled murrelet areas. Again, they're clustered mainly on the west side of the forest, but overlap with active owl sites is generally poor. Note that the large HCA to the north that has no active owl sites has several large murrelet areas. So that's this area up in here. Sorry for those of you who can't see my pointer. And also this area east of Garibaldi, but west of those owl sites. Here's some more murrelets that don't overlap with owls. Now, if we turn on owl responses, these are all responses. These blue dots are all responses we've gotten from owls in this location through time. And we see that the large HCA to the north, again, this area up here, had a long history of spotted owl activity prior to barred owl invasion. This area once had several active sites with breeding pairs and offspring that went on to establish nearby sites and breed. These types of historic use areas with long histories of occupancy and productivity remain important to spotted owl conservation and population recovery, and would be one of the focal points for barred owl management activities under the HCP. If we add murrelet observations, these are the purple dots. We see there is again quite a bit of overlap up north, less so down south. Helps explain sort of why the HCAs look like how they do. And then if we don't conduct surveys for red tree voles under our current policies, but these yellow squares with the red outline are red tree vole observations from recent exploratory survey efforts by federal and university scientists. There are more on the southern end of the forest that we can't see here, and also a few scattered in Clatsop County that are not shown here. In the most recent special status assessment conducted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the subpopulations identified on ODF managed lands on the North Coast were characterized as being at high risk of extirpation in the near future. And that included, this was identified as a subpopulation. And then this northern cluster pushing up into connecting with observations in Clatsop County were identified as a separate subpopulation, both highly imperiled. We then tried to use operationally limited ground, shown here in red, where we could, to increase the size of the HCAs and provide connectivity among them. Most operationally limited ground is on Tillamook, however, so we couldn't over rely on it and still meet the biological goals and objectives for the species. And areas within the HCAs, but otherwise are unconstrained, and so sort of just the blank areas, they're not red, they don't have species on them that you see inside the HCAs. They're either unsurveyed, like existing unsurveyed habitat, or opportunities for management activities to promote habitat. We broke the acres down according to some different categories by operability and existing constraints. The HCAs represent 43% of the total permit area, but after the RCAs are excluded, that falls to 37%. So you see in the red box there. After inoperable acres and existing occupied sites are excluded, about 20% of total acres remain inside the HCAs. And we can manage up to 75,000 acres of that. So that leaves approximately 50,000 acres unmanaged, but otherwise unconstrained inside the HCAs. This represents about 8% of total acres in the permit area, or 20% of the HCAs themselves. Here's the breakdown for acreage outside of the HCAs. It includes 57% of the permit area. And after the RCAs and inoperable areas are excluded, there remains approximately 300,000 operable acres. That's the bottom line there. If you combine those acres with the acres that we can manage inside the HCAs, they comprise 59% of the permit area. Operationally limited acres were included, as we said, where there was biological rationale. It's worth noting that there are disproportionate inoperable acres inside the HCAs. They represent about 8% of total acres and 20% of the HCAs. relative to inoperable acres outside, which represent about 3% of total acres and 6% of the area outside. Swiss needlecast and hardwood dominated stands were also included where there was biological rationale, such as species occurrence, habitat, and landscape function. We can manage up to 15,000 acres over the first 30 years, which leaves, after inoperables are excluded, there are approximately 24,000 acres of Swiss needlecast infested stands. We can manage up to 15,000 acres over the first 30 years, leaving approximately 9,000 acres of Swiss needlecast in HCAs unmanaged, though some of that is already over 90 years old. There are approximately 17,600 acres of hardwood dominated stands in HCAs, again, excluding inoperables. We can also manage 15,000 acres of these stands over the first 30 years, leaving the other 2,600 unmanaged. But most of that is actually over, that 2,600 is already over 90 years old as well. It's important to note that unmanaged acres inside HCAs offer baseline comparisons for adaptive management and may be managed farther out in the permit term in consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And another important point is that there are more acres of both stand types outside of HCAs where there are no HCP related constraints. This allows for more efficient and cost-effective management of Swiss needlecast and hardwood dominated stands in those areas. This map shows the extent of Swiss needlecast, which is the lighter green color. It's kind of a mess, I apologize. And hardwood dominated stands in dark green on that same portion of the Tillamook district. As you can see, both are quite extensive inside and outside of the HCAs. There's high overlap of the hardwood dominated stands with operationally limited areas, which are, you can see the red there. Thus limiting the extent to which we can manage those stands, but also ensuring that some remain on the landscape and help inform adaptive management. While there is overlap of Swiss needlecast with operationally limited ground, there are still many opportunities to manage infested stands outside of HCAs, particularly on the east side of the district. And so, you know, this stuff out here on the east side of the map and sort of to the south, none of that, all of that's on operable ground. Okay, we were also asked to describe the extent to which habitat for the covered species overlap inside the HCAs. Currently, there's approximately 125,000 acres of modeled habitat at the start of the term. Habitat for murrelets and red tree voles overlaps with spotted owl habitat on 70% of the acres, including 67,000 acres or 54% of the total where all three species overlap. So there's essentially no additionality from murrelet and red tree vole habitat. This isn't surprising given that the driving premise of HCAs is that covering for northern spotted owls mostly covers for the other species. The remaining 30% or 37,000 acres that type out as spotted owl habitat only are largely due to differences in the species ranges as spotted owls occur across the permit area, but murrelets and tree voles are more limited. Okay, moving on. The board asked for info on where and how many steep slopes and landslide prone areas would be buffered if alternative 3 were applied. The top stream in this figure depicts wider buffers on small perennial type N or non-fish streams. Under alternative 3, the buffer on these streams is increased from 35 feet to 50. And this is shown by the light green is the 35, and then the darker green right above is out to 50. The middle stream on this figure depicts a potential debris flow track through a small seasonal type N and into a small perennial type N. The entire reach of the potential debris flow track, that's here's your initiation area right there. The entire reach of that track has been increased from 35 to 50 feet. Again, that's the light green versus the dark green. And that seems pretty apparent. And finally, the bottom stream depicts a potential debris flow track with inner gorges. In these cases, the buffer is extended to the slope break of the inner gorge, or the light green, as you can see on the top of the figure. Bottle. So this is the outer break of the inner gorge, or to a maximum of 170 feet, whichever is first under both the HCP and alternative 3. And so you can see down below, you hit the 170 feet before you hit the slope break. And on the top, you hit the slope break before the 170. Where there is no inner gorge, the buffer's increased from 50 feet to 35 feet. If applied across the permit area, the increased buffers from alternative 3 would apply to an estimated 33.6% of the stream networks, which amounts to about 210,000 acres of ground. And then we were also asked for more information regarding potential changes to water yield and timing under each alternative. The best available science shows that elevated peak flows can occur when stands less than 10 years old occur in 19 to 25% of a watershed. The HCP included an analysis to identify HUC 10 watersheds that could experience elevated peak flows associated with timber harvest. Analysis was done to evaluate whether any of those HUC 10s in the permit area exceeded a threshold of having more than 20% of its area under 10 years old. The largest percentage of the permit area within the Oregon Coast Coho ESU, evolutionarily significant unit, occur in the following watersheds. The Kilchis has about 82%, or we have about 82%. The Wilson at 79%, and the Lower Nehalem at 79%. And none of these HUCs approach or exceed the 20% threshold in any of the 3 alternative scenarios. We were asked about the durability of RCAs, riparian conservation areas, in the face of disturbance. They're designed to be resilient and provide durable protection to covered aquatic species through the permit term. There are no significant differences among alternatives in that durability. And we did, in fact, conduct thermal sensitivity modeling to ensure all streams with potential for thermal loading were protected by RCAs. With that, I will pass it to Mike to finish up.
Thanks, Nick. So we were also asked to talk about some of the risks to species in association with disturbance, primarily fire history. So the HCP provides deliberate thresholds for changed circumstances. Foreseen circumstances are those that can be reasonably predicted in a quantifiable fashion during the permit period to which ODF would respond. So within the foreseen circumstances, we will respond to disturbance that affects 50% of any single HCA or up to 5,000 acres across all HCAs in a given year. Circumstances that exceed this threshold are considered unforeseen and do not require a specific response beyond the foreseen threshold. Even including the Labor Day fires, the average annual level of disturbance is less than 5,000 acre threshold on ODF on the permit area. The majority of the permit area is in the coast ranges. And while there is concern over catastrophic fires at a large scale, the fire return intervals in the coast range are far beyond the age of the forest that we're currently managing and are also much longer than the HCP permit term. Due to the relatively small differences among alternatives, there's no real substantial difference in the resiliency of HCAs and RCAs to potential disturbances. There was a question regarding the sufficiency of existing analysis within the draft EIS to support HCP finalization and incidental take permit issuance. So Joe Ziza, the senior wildlife biologist at U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, provided a response to this question. It's in your packets. In summary, any change to the proposed action would increase the time associated with finalizing the HCP, completing the final EIS, and associated biological opinion, and ultimately the issuance of incidental take permits. As directed by the board in 2020, the Fish and Wildlife Service and NOAA Fisheries continue moving forward with the NEPA process, including the development of the final EIS and associated biological opinions. The farther along in the process, the more implications there are for potential changes. And that brings us to the conclusion of the presentation, and we're happy to take any questions.
Okay, Joe Justice.
Is on? Okay, next. Mike, thank you. Great job. I really appreciate that information. You know, I think often since I've been on this board, you know, as members, we sometimes ask questions and want more information, but and sometimes that's not real clear, but I just want to congratulate you guys on really, you know, hitting the questions that I asked. And I don't speak for Brenda or Chandra, but I just want to really congratulate you on doing that, because it's really very, very helpful for us to understand that. This is an incredibly important decision that we're faced with, right? I mean, this is a 70-year HCP that for decades, this forest, we're going to manage this forest under this lens. And so this is no small decision that we're making. And it frankly, it weighs really heavy on me. These kind of decisions weigh very heavy. I'm sure they weigh very heavy on you too. You know, because of just simply how important they are to the community that we're sitting in here, you know, right now. You know, this is really a special place to me. I grew up not very far from here, worked on the Tillamook State Forest. And so it's very, very meaningful and special to me too. I want to put just a little finer point on some of the economics. You know, one of the things when we started this, you know, I guess when we first got on the board, Brenda, I mean, it's been, you know, dealing with this was, you know, really the twin goals, you know, the economic goals, economic viability, conservation, increasing conservation outcomes really is the twin goals. And, you know, I have every confidence that any of the alternatives are going to achieve conservation outcomes for these species. I feel very confident about that. That doesn't weigh on me. What weighs on me is the economic viability piece of this and the impact of this decision regarding that. And I think one of the things, and Mike helped me with this, and I dug into the numbers a little bit deeper than the graphs. The graphs summarize it, I think, in decadal, you know, rolls it up in decades. Am I going dead? Oh, really? Okay. And what I did was I just began to break it down by year, annually. What do these numbers mean by year? And to me, that becomes meaningful. I guess I budget by year. I mean, in my world, that's what I think about is harvesting by year, revenues by year. And you know, alternative 5 means about $3.3 million of additional revenue. That's what it functionally equates. And I understand that's relative. I get that it's relative, but that 10 million more board feet of harvest in the modeling that you did would demonstrate about $3.3 million, about a roughly 1.2 to ODF, and about 2.2 to the counties. And I guess I don't view that as insignificant. I view that as a significant amount of revenue. I think the other piece that I also see is probably even more significant is that 10 million board feet and what that means to these communities. You know, we've talked some about the social and economic impact of that kind of harvesting, or, you know, it doesn't seem like a big number, but take it from somebody from Eastern Oregon that has much, that doesn't deal in the big wood basket, that's a big number. And that, you know, that equates to about 111 jobs. And so that's not insignificant. So I guess with all of that, and I understand what I'm going to be asking here for, and this is no small ask, but I'm going to ask to direct this department to begin doing habitat conservation plan work with alternative 5, along with the proposed alternative. so that when we get to our decision point, we have that to consider. So I said a lot, probably more to be said by other.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Mike, the proposed action is the HCP. Correct?
That is correct.
The alternatives are simply there to provide a context for the HCP.
They are.
They are not an option that we get to choose one or the other unless we go back through the whole process.
Unless yes, in order to modify the proposed action, we would have to, again, do all that, do work to make modifications and run those through the scoping team and go through that process. Right.
And how much more time do you think it would take to create the option 5 or option 3?
The best guess we have on that, and we have talked a little bit about that with our with the services, and we're looking at 1 to 2 years to make those changes.
So I'll just offer you my perspective. We're way too far down the road to be playing these games. We're seeing up to a 9% decline in habitat availability for the listed species. That's going to raise some questions in the minds of the federal agencies. At least it would if I were a federal agency employee. And the cost to that is a 3% reduction, if I saw it correctly, in revenue, potential revenue. We don't know what log prices are or any of the other unknowns. I personally do not think we should be wasting our time going down this road of creating another HCP using option 5 or option 3. We've got the bookends. Proposed action is the compromise between 3 and 5. To go down either of those other 2 roads is just going to protract this whole process much longer than it needs to, with very, very minimal risks to loss of revenue, but potentially significant implications for receiving that ITP. So I just want to lay that out.
I can follow up a little bit with one of my answers. The reason that we're estimating that sort of time delay is, one, associated with our ability to do that, but then to do those changes. But then within the federal process, they don't do biological opinions for all the alternatives. They're doing biological opinions for the proposed action. And so it's to be fair to the services, they're not going to work on the proposed action and then some other alternative to the proposed action at the same time. They need a final draft HCP in order to do their biological opinions and finalize them.
Thanks for that clarification, Mike. Just one quick follow-up comment, and that is, you and your planning team spent how many years developing the 2 foci as the best proposed action?
We're up to about 4 now.
And so should a group of board members who don't have the biological, social, or economic background that you put into this be the ones that decide which approach to take? Mike, the staff.
Oh, thank you. Mike and Nick, I have a couple questions and I want to ruminate on your responses, and I probably have a comment, Chair. So Mike, if this document doesn't go forward, what is the existing condition that you go back to? Can you explain that in practicality?
If we were to no longer pursue the HCP, we would continue under our current forest management plan and what we currently do with our take avoidance policies. That is avoiding take of listed species.
Okay, and the continued survey that you would continue to do if until or if this would go through. Okay, that's good. Can you go a little bit about what is operationally limited areas? Because what I'm used to at the federal level for forest plans is we have unsuitable areas that deal with too much gravel, TMR, TMG, and then some aspect and slope. And then on a modified level, we have scenic view sheds that you can operate on, but you can do with modified prescriptions. Can you explain to me what is in the operational limited area. And what I'm going to is I'm trying to find some additional acres here that could matter to the local communities.
So what we have defined as operationally limited or inoperable areas in our modeling are areas that we are unable to log. They are just physically not suitable for logging or road building. So we either cannot access them, or even if we could, we would not be able to log them.
Okay. And I ask about the buffers between the 30 and 50. And I guess my question is, and I was trying to follow all the slides, is there in those buffers, because you have them in there, does that make a difference to the stream flow and some of the water quality? I mean, was there a direct link to that?
In terms of the, let me clarify here, make sure I'm understanding you. The difference between the proposed action and the alternative 3 buffers?
Yes, yeah.
We doubt that that would have a whole lot of significant effect. What it really is geared towards is ensuring maximum wood delivery in the case of slope failure. So that's primarily a habitat issue and not so much an overall flow issue.
Okay.
Which is more of a landscape level.
Okay, and so one last clarification as I try to absorb all this, which is it was a very good presentation. When I saw the graphs, the first graphs that you put up, what I saw and what I thought I heard was they were very, very similar in conservation, you know, to the broad list of species. But what I'm also hearing, and since I've been on the board, you know, and I think this first came up in March and I've been here almost a year, is that to some communities, it makes a big difference. And I think I've heard that, and to different degrees, people have put it out, and Joe just has put that out. So what I'm trying to fix in my mind, you know, as a decision maker, if it's very close on one end, but it makes a big difference on the other end. You know, I want to lean into that, if you can understand that. So that's all my questions, and I think I might have a comment in the end.
Okay, Carl, I'll get you to the next. I'm going to want to follow up with Joe. You know, I had the same reaction. I did not think the 3% difference in terms of the monies that would be coming out, the difference between the recommended option and 5 was not insignificant, but I think at the same time, it is small. And you mentioned 111 jobs, and we're talking a little over $3 million worth of additional revenue with 5. That doesn't add up to 111 jobs. Have you done a multiplier? Is that is?
I mean, there's what I'm talking about is the additional forest related jobs, not the dollars coming to the county. It's not the dollars coming to the department. I'm talking about jobs that are created by harvesting more timber throughout the entire system.
About the whole economy.
That's correct.
Multiplier. Okay.
Multiplier.
Yeah. Just want to get clarification on that. Carla, go ahead.
One of the, and I appreciate your presentation, thank you. The cash flow piece of this is the piece that I'm most paying attention to. It was just 22 months ago, this agency wasn't meeting payroll, and we were borrowing money from Treasury. We weren't paying those loans back. Mike, this isn't news to you, but State Lands isn't meeting its budget today after coming off of record historical ever forest activity. Okay. So we've got $41 million in the bank today for this agency. That is 3 months payables. Our fiscal capacity here is light. And I guess we're going into an environment where there's 5 new drivers that I think we all really need to pay attention to. Number one, I hope you all read the state economist's report that is predicting a recession second half of next year. They're telling us to prepare for 5% budget reductions, possibly. I think it could be up to 10. I don't think it's any surprise that our forest harvest tax will decline. If anybody's going to be highly impacted by this economic downturn, it's going to be housing. And of course, we relate to that housing market. FEMA is our major funding partner, horribly unreliable funding partner. They owe us $100 million today. We are begging and borrowing to get paid on time. They do not pay us on time. I want to better understand, Cal, and I'm going to ask you and Bill to get back to us. I want to see a financial model from our CFO so we understand the impact to the ODF budget and we understand the impact to these rural economies, including that multiplier effect and the impact to state lands. We're running a negative today to our budget, and I want to be, that's the most important dollar this agency has, is that $45 million forest development fund, because that's the first money and that's our operating line, first money in to fight these fires. And so that real downward slope on cash flow, I want to be sure we fully understand that as it relates to the agency, state lands, and the counties. And we had a big fire year this year. Trust me, we would be out borrowing money right now. And we're not in a position to go to the treasurer's office. We would be borrowing money right now if we had a big fire year. So I know it's a drag having to think about the economics and the budgets and all of this, but that's part of our role as board members. So thank you for helping us do that. And I really want our CFO's help to see that economic model on this. And I agree with Joe. We absolutely need to look at, we're definitely going into an HCP, but we need to look at which one of these is going to be best for this agency and this state.
Thank you for that. I would like to add one thing to that, and we are beginning to look at our strategic planning in terms of our workforce and how we're organized in terms of an HCP, and just generally, we actually do that with a lot of our, not every position, but a lot of our positions that come vacant, because we always struggle under any, as you know, sort of under any model. Yeah, I mean, I would point out, and I do want to make this clear to everybody who perhaps watches the Forest Development Fund balance. It's not just high log prices over the last few years that have filled that account and made it robust enough to withstand a bit and allow us to make a few strategic investments that we put off. It's because we put off strategic investments and we held vacancies for a very long time in that interim. And that, of course, results in capacity issues.
Mike, I'm really trying to understand this board's decision space here. I mean, that's functionally trying to understand that. I appreciate the information about the alternatives, but don't the alternatives, correct me if I'm wrong, don't the alternatives meet the purpose and intent of the HCB? Isn't it true that in fact alternatives would in fact meet that purpose and intent? So we could possibly have a successful HCP with alternative 5.
So yeah, possibly, yes. And the devil gets into the details. And so in terms of meeting the purpose and need, the alternatives all in theory would do that, but not necessarily, it's not necessarily like just pick this one up and do it. There's the further work on the biological opinions. And one of the things we get into when we look at alternative 5, for instance, is you have a reduction of HCAs and also an additional 8,000 acres of harvest within those reduced HCAs. And so we, a long time was spent during the development of this, getting HCAs to a certain point and also around the level of management that would go on within those HCAs. Everybody agrees habitat enhancement is a good thing, but it comes with certain short-term disturbance and short-term habitat degradation pieces potentially. It's a long-term strategy. So there's details there that would have to be fleshed out. And so in terms of alternative 5, a proposed action that looked more like alternative 5, there would probably be more to it than that. And so in terms of any of the relative differences that we're showing you here today, it could be different still. So one thing I would like to do though is, because I've been talking a little bit about that, and if Joe Ziza or Kim Kratz has anything to add to that or anything to correct me on, quite frankly, I welcome them to weigh in.
Thank you. This is Ben Dornling for the record. Thank you for that presentation. And thank you, Joe, for sort of bringing this conversation up. I guess I just want to put out there, like, for me, I think this HCP really is the North Star. We need an HCP over the finish line for these forests. And you guys have put a lot of work into this, and I appreciate you sort of showing your hand today of a lot of the sausage making, a lot of the details that went into those decisions. And I'm not a biologist. I try to manage some forest land, but you guys, I really respect your professional opinion on this. You put a lot of work into this, and I think we need to be clear as a board that deviating from the proposed action is a political choice, which is sort of our role as policymakers to make those choices. But I think there's a difference between biological choice and a political choice, or a scientifically based one. And we ask a lot from this forest, from the state forest lands, and a lot of different things. And GPV is powerful and fraught concept. But at the end of the day, we're trying to squeeze blood from a turnip. We're trying to ask more from this forest than I really think it can provide. And you guys put together a compromise. The proposed action is very much a negotiated compromise of a lot of different values. And it's already trying to thread that needle. And you can see that in your presentation today, sort of how that needle is being threaded. And the significance of the change from proposed to 5, I think, millions of dollars are important. And just how significant it is, I think that's sort of personal opinion, but these are millions of dollars that are at stake here. But any deviation from the proposed action really puts some big question marks and risk to the whole process, which I'm pretty uncomfortable with. And I don't want to compromise the sort of overarching goal of an HCP. And I'm weighing the risk of millions of dollars in change in harvest revenue versus the whole thing. I don't know if I have any particular point there, but I just wanted to make those comments.
So I think I've been absorbing, and this is some of the best conversations that we've had in a while, and I appreciate that from everyone. I want to go down a little bit of path, Mike and Nick, and go down a NEPA path. And I know this is an HCP, which is a little bit more complicated, but in my years of working with NEPA, one thing I do know is that this nation there is nothing like this open environmental process that the United States has. There is other countries who have come to the US and said, how do we do NEPA? But they want to do the environmental piece, but they don't want to do it in an open public forum. They would rather not do it. And all those countries will remain unnamed. But so this is really, truly a unique thing that we have here. And y'all have done really wonderful in keeping the conversation going. But one thing, and I know, and I've heard that it's going to take longer, and I know their resources are limited, but this time between the draft and the final is the one place in the NEPA process, in this procedural piece, where the public has the opportunity to be heard with their substantive comments. And we heard this morning, it was just a wonderful process, a lot of comments. And we received earlier in this year, another whole slew of comments online and in these meetings. So for me, even though it could take longer, if we don't move forward and address some of these other comments regarding alternative 5, there's a gap. And so what we might save if we don't do that is to move forward. But I think as we get to the finish line and there are challenges, there will be these questions on why didn't we look at alternative 5 harder? And we can say, well, there was a timeline piece. We were worried about a number of things. But in the NEPA process and the CEQ implementing regs, it does say that senior officials, can set new timelines. Not only that, they identify it between the draft and the final. So they also say in the NEPA regs that this is the time to modify alternatives, to supplement and improve and modify the analysis, because that's what the NEPA process was set up to do. And I know it's confounding that it could take longer, but I don't want us to get to the end and say our timeline, which is our timeline, would go before some sort of court and they would ask, why didn't you, when you had these substantive comments, do it? So my piece is not between the biological or the economic, but this NEPA process federal NEPA process that we find ourselves under. So I want to put that out there as a cautionary piece, as a big risk piece, because I myself have been thrown back on that. It's not unfamiliar territory for me.
I'd like to express another cautionary piece here, because what really scares me in this, we're talking between the recommended option here and alternative 5, the 3% difference in the finances that go to ODF and to the counties. Yet what concerns me is that when I looked at most of those numbers on protected species, the numbers tended to be around 7 to 8% and issues with connectivity. And I think we're fooling ourselves to think we could choose 5, go through a year process, and then I think and expect that then they'd come back and say, yeah, it's all just fine. I think we might be in a process there. Well, this has had too much impact. I mean, that's what their job is to protect these species. And you've just reduced everything roughly 8% in terms of the acres for protecting those species. And then, we're two years out from today, 3 years out from today, and we haven't got this done. That's what I worry about. And I'm going to just say we're already past time. It's a very important discussion. I think we should let everybody have an opportunity for one who wants to one final comment.
Jim.
Okay, we've got and Brenda has. Okay. Brenda is wildly waving down there, so we'll go there first.
I wasn't sure I was being seen, but so just 2 points. Yes, there's been a lot of discussion about alternative 5. There also was a lot of discussion this morning about alternative 3. And if we start going down this road of looking at, versions A, B, C, and D of an HCP, it's going to take them a huge amount of time. How much, Mike, you just said it would take you another 1 to 3 years or so. Is that about right?
I said 1 to 2.
1 to 2. So what would that look like in terms of dollars? What's that going to cost the agency and the taxpayers?
Well, fortunately, actually, one of the ways that we're supported in this whole process is we just received another $750,000 of Section 6 dollars dedicated to helping us get this HCP. So that helps lighten the load. However, our match on that is, so we have it would cost us several $100,000 more at least.
So it's going to cost us time and money.
Time and money. I think that Joe Ziza probably has something, some wisdom to drop on us.
Okay, we've got a couple other people besides board members, and we have Chandra. First, we're going to go to Joe Ziza, and then Chandra, Carla. We have somebody else? Go ahead, Joe.
Hi, thank you. I want to thank ODF and the board for inviting us here today. And Mike, I'm not sure I have wisdom, but I do want to touch on a question that was asked a few minutes ago. And I'm sorry, on the video, I cannot see who asked the question, but the issue was whether alternatives in the EIS, since in theory they meet purpose and need, whether they would prove to be adequate with respect to issuance criteria under ESA. And I want to mention that in NEPA, the alternatives are developed and analyzed at a very high, very broad level. And based on that level, we think they can meet the criteria, but they haven't actually been subjected to the very deep dive analysis, the specific scale and scope and focus of analysis that we need to make that determination of adequacy for ESA. So there's not necessarily a guarantee that all the alternatives in NEPA would pass muster, if you will. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Chandra, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. I think by now everyone's pretty much made a comment that I would have made at this point. Joe, I appreciate the request that you made today. And I have to say, I'm not comfortable with it at this point. And much to Brenda's point, I think if we had the conversation about wanting to keep other alternatives in play such that they would be going through an ESA evaluation, then we would probably be wanting to talk about keeping alternative 3 in play as well, because I heard a lot of testimony that was suggesting that there's still a lot of risks to species out there with the alternative, with the preferred alternative. And I think some of those comments are right, because what we're talking about is risk right now. Right? I think there's risk in not doing anything. I think that's why we're in this effort in the first place. And so if we continually delay, then there's risk that we won't get this over the finish line over time, because a lot of things dictate processes, whether it's state, federal resources, whether it's political will, whatever it is. And a take avoidance strategy is not going to work over the long term for species, for industry, for communities, for anybody. We have to do something here. And so I feel pretty strongly that I'd like to keep this on track in some form. And then I'd just like to point out, again, to an earlier point, we've had a lot of experts in the room having conversation, having dialogue, putting something together over the past several years that's looking at this question of bearing risk, right, and balancing values. And there is still risk out there to all of the different stakeholders that rely on the values of these forests. And that's because we don't know everything with 100% certainty. We're basing things on models. We're basing things on assumptions. We're basing things on where we think species are, recognizing that we haven't surveyed every last acre for these species and that they will move over time and there'll be conditions that change, right? So we're trying to balance all of these deliverables, I think, or all of these uncertainties in this process. And there's still going to be risk there for species with the preferred alternative, and there's still going to be risk there for communities. And we, I think, have done a good job. I think the staff has done a good job in trying to put forward a balanced alternative, recognizing that we're going to have to manage some of that through adaptive management process, through the change circumstances process over time. And so I just heard some comments that suggested that all of those alternatives, we all know they're good for species. And it's like, well, I think that's true. I think we've demonstrated there's going to be some value. The magnitude of that value, the durability of that value, there's still risk there and there's still uncertainty there. And I just want that to be really clear. So as of right now, my preference would be to continue to move forward with the preferred alternative.
Thank you, Chandra. Carla? Nope.
This is a 70-year decision. So if we delay it a year, year and a half, writing, additional materials. It's a 70-year decision. So getting this right is important. We have listened to over 1,000 people, had testimony from, I believe, over 1,000 people. Many of them have asked us, including this morning, to consider alternative 3 and alternative 5. In the pre-board discussions, Mike, you told us it would be $1.5 million to counties annually and $1 million to ODF annually on this current alternative. We've got some room here to get some help to write these alternatives and to evaluate them. This is a $6 billion asset that belongs to people of the state of Oregon. I think we, as an oversight on this board, we owe it to the state of Oregon to make the absolute best decision that we can. I think we've got wonderful biological information. I don't think we have any economic information. We don't have a financial model to tell us how this is going to impact these counties and this department and state lands, let alone the industry. And one of the things I brought up in the last meeting, we've seen over 20 new mills go into the south, over $4 billion of investment. We've seen not one new mill come into the state. And I've asked, and I think it's very important that we get the CEOs in this room and we get an economic update on what's going on in this industry. Because we're making a 70-year decision, and I think we need to just be remarkably thoughtful about all of the impacts. So I am very much of the opinion we've got great biological information and we do not have a financial model to
Yeah, Jim, I guess it's clear to me that there's a broad support to go down a different path here. And I respect the opinions of my fellow board members on that. I think it's still again weighs very heavy on it. We're going to be going into forest management plan, which has the potential to further constrain this forest. And I would point out to board members that very as we embark on our next exercise of a forest management plan, where does this in fact go? We continue to take slices out of this pie. From the initial economic analysis that was done 4 or so years ago when I first got on this board, it's incredibly frustrating for this board. I've been overpromised and underdelivered in this exercise. And it's incredibly frustrating. I want people to have the experiences that I've had in this industry. I want Oregon to be the premier softwood lumber producer that it is today in the future. And I'm incredibly nervous about this process. And we're going into this forest management. I just remind board members, we're moving into a forest management plan exercise that opens the door for further constraints on this forest. And I would just simply leave that with you. I'm not going to put this to a question. Because I don't feel I don't have the support. But I would just remind board members that there's a following step here. And to Carla's point, there aren't any new mills opening in the state. I'll simply.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Joe. I just want to reflect on what we've heard over this last year on the HCP. And it brought to mind this whole day of problem solving and decision making. It's really about how broadly you define the decision. And I think it just maybe because it was only 2 minutes that everyone had or whatever, but we had a very binary description of our discussion. And it was either forest products or it was species. But really, really what to me is also the problem that needs to be solved is the whole resiliency and forest restoration. And so if you look at it that way, then there are so many more options on restoration and resiliency that you can have. And I think maybe that's just the way our human minds work. It's a binary piece, it's a binary problem. There can only be an either or decision. So just Joe reminded me what we're going into in this strategic plan, and that we have to consider really what is at stake here. And then make the, broaden the table for that discussion. So that's all I have.
I'm just going to sum up by saying, this is hard. I think this board, I think we have a lot of affection amongst the members of this board and a lot of respect. And, we knew we would get some places at some point where we just really weren't all going to be seeing it the same way. And that's, we've got to do what we've got to do. I just really hope we can maintain the kind of affection and respect for each other through going forward, as tough as this is today. And with that, we will adjourn this. Thank you, Mike and Nick. It really was a great analysis. And Joe, and who else? From Noah. Yeah, from Noah. Yeah. It really was the analysis we really wanted to see, and we really appreciate all that hard work. We are running behind. I think it would be appropriate for us to take our afternoon break right now before we go to the next item on our agenda. And with that, what's our time? Okay, 2:23. So 2:35, we will return. All right. Thank you all. think Laura Frederickson is going to lead us.
Good afternoon, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukomoto. Again, for the record, my name is Mike Wilson. I'm the State Forest Division Chief. I'm really excited to introduce this next agenda item for State Forest branding. The idea of the brand isn't new. It originated with the creation of a specific recreation, education, and interpretation program structured during State Forest Division reorganization. We recognize the importance of focusing on educating the public about active forest management and the blend of social, economic, and environmental benefits that make up greatest permanent value. We wanted to develop a brand that would build that understanding of how state forests are managed and lead to additional champions for state forests. And we also want to be able to have a mechanism to generate additional revenues with a brand identity that can be applied to merchandise, similar to what national parks or Oregon Parks and Recreation have done. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Laura Frederickson, our Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Manager.
Thank you, Mike. Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Laura Frederickson, and I serve as the Recreation, Education, and Interpretation Program Manager for the State Forest Division. To make the most use of our time, I am eager to turn over the meeting to our presenters, Meet Incorporated, who will provide you with an overview of the process by which we arrived at the new State Forest brand identity. Meet is a boutique, Portland-based creative firm headed by art director Jen Huckins and copywriter Jason Kirchie. For over 20 years, they've provided high-level strategic insight, branding, and marketing for both large and small brands, and acted as the creative team behind the creation of the Salmon Superhighway, Return of the Reds, and the Great Willamette Cleanup. With hands in mainly the outdoor action sports and the NGO arenas, their clients include Adidas, Orvis, Danner Lacrosse, Shields, Oregon Community Foundation, the Oregon Cultural Trust, and many more. Without any further delay, I'll just turn it over to Meet.
Thank you, Laura. Excuse me. Thank you, Laura. Hello, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jason Kirchie, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to share the new State Forest branding with you.
And hello, my name is Jennifer Huckins, for the record. I want to thank ODF and the board for having us here to present this today. Jason and I will be presenting in tandem together via a PDF, so I'll go ahead and share my screen now. Okay, so this State Forest branding initiative began about 5 years ago and is quite a while in coming to fruition. It could be viewed that it's the natural evolution of a newly organized workforce within the State Forest Division. In the past year and a half, we've worked diligently with the ODF core branding team. There's 6 of them and 2 of us, building the brand you're about to see. It took a lot of steps to get where we're at, a very complicated and difficult project. And I think it was one of the most difficult branding projects we've experienced in my case, in 30 years in this business. So we started out interviewing over 40 key stakeholders. We gathered a lot of information doing this. Jason will be sharing a little bit about this with you in one of the next few pages. We held a highly informative in-person team discovery session that gathered a lot of information about hopes and dreams for what this project held, ideas for other logos, and good examples of work done in other industries on this and what everybody was hoping for. We developed a strategic creative brief based on information from the stakeholders and the discovery session. Lots of revisions to this. It's a very important document that holds us accountable to all of the work that we did after that, which was developing 14 OSF logo options with 12 rounds of revisions. That's a lot of options to share with people. And we did that many because of, like I said, this was a very complicated project, and we kept finding new mandatories as we went through this process. We landed on one excellent strategic logo option that we're really happy with. It's actually 6 logos, 1 overarching logo and 6 individual state forest logos. And with that, we wrote a powerful and inclusive tagline that represents what we need to say very well and very positively, and also created a moving, inspiring, and illuminating anthem that we're going to be sharing with you today. In fact, we're going to be sharing a lot of this work with you today. So far, the response has been overwhelmingly positive thus far. Everything, widespread support from the agency executive team, the State Forest Leadership Division, and the district offices. So without further ado, we'll get started. This next page you're going to see is a little bit about the stakeholders that were interviewed.
Yeah, as Jen said, this is some, but not all of the stakeholders myself and members of the core branding team held. And I think the important part here, and we'd like to show, is that we didn't only interview internal staff. We talked to external NGOs like the Wild Salmon Center, and we talked to fishing guides and the Oregon Hunters Association, and just trying to get a really broad representation of what state forests mean to everybody, not only internally, but externally. And from there, we held a discovery session at the Tillamook State Forest Center, where the entire core branding team got together, and we'd issued them a homework exercise. And they had to write down what state forests meant to them. And I don't think they knew what they were getting into when they did it, but we held their feet to the fire. We really wanted them to think about what state forests meant to not only their lives and livelihoods, but the lives and livelihoods of all Oregonians. And from there, we highlighted every key word in everything they wrote and threw all those words up on a whiteboard. I think we ended up with 250 or 300 words, and set to trying to look at every word individually and say, does this mean something that this means? And culminate it all down. And what we ended up with was about 7 or 8 keywords that we then used to create the brand positioning statement, which you'll see later. And I think a key part of this process is Jen and I were hands off. All we did was facilitate that. This came from internal people with regard to some of those external and internal stakeholder meetings. So this had nothing to do with our opinions. This was just, we needed to figure out a way to extract kind of the real essence of the state forests.
Yes. And
from there, Jen excuse me, sorry. Go ahead, Jen.
Go ahead.
I said, and then from there, Jen will take you through a logo study.
Okay, and so this slide that you're looking at right now represents some of what we looked at graphically. As much as we talked words, we also looked at competing or industry logos that could be, that everybody was excited about, what we were hoping for. This branding in particular came up a lot. So we did a breakdown of this to help everybody understand what aspects of this are a logo and what aren't. So I'll run through this with you real quickly, just so you'll see how we built this logo. In this case, this excellent example of branding and logo is for the U.S. Forest Service. Over here on the left, you'll see the actual U.S. Forest Service logo. It's represented here. And on the bottom, you'll see the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the parent organization. The sign shape itself is an aspect of branding, but it is not part of the overall logo. It's look and feel. And the Mount Hood word is a place descriptor, and the National Forest is the closest thing to an actual logo mark. It's a aspect of a font that's called a type treatment, and that carries through all their materials. So though this whole thing together is not a logo, it's logo and branding, if you stripped it down to just a logo, or the logo elements, this is what you're left with, which is the U.S. Forest Service logo, place descriptor, and the closest thing they've got to the logo, which is this type treatment. If we flip this and pretended that we were going to use it for Oregon, we would have something like this, an ODF logo on one side, place descriptor, in this case we use Tillamook. And if we were really going to steal their font just for example's sake, the State Forest logo with this type treatment would look like this. So of course, we don't want to go too far down this direction. What we did was we stuck to our creative brief, and here are some highlights from that, which this document came directly from all the work done in the discovery session.
So again, taking the words that we all looked at in the discovery session together, and the team kind of culminated it all down, we were able to write a brand positioning statement that we felt really encompasses state forests with respect to GPV. So I'll read that for you in case anybody can't see it. It's state forests are visionary, resilient, hardworking, and ecologically diverse landscapes we all share for the common good of Oregon. And with that, I'll speak to the tone of kind of the tagline and the eventual anthem that we'll go through with you. But we wanted this tone, both the logo and the tagline, to feel educational yet passionate, with a strong, vibrant voice that celebrates the self-sufficient nature of both the forest and what we're calling the adventurous public. And again, a lot of the tone will come into subsequent materials when we get a little bit further down the road with other deliverables.
And the look and feel, the look, we were looking for something more classic than modern, rustic and durable, hardworking, semi-primitive yet grand, nostalgic but not old-fashioned, respectful of simplicity, rich versus bright, textured versus slick, rough-edged, not perfect, not manicured. For the feel, we wanted it to feel inclusive, approachable yet bold and visionary, with a nice dose of illumination or education and backbound. So it had to have some strength. It had to lean forward. Lots of mandatories on this one. We started out with a handful of these known, and as we worked through all the logo versions, we realized there were more. Upon seeing things, decisions were made, and we would shift and revise as well. So starts out with, of course, we have to have the ODF logo and use colors complementary to it. Has to include the word state forest, must include a logo version for each state forest, that's 5 total, and also one for Oregon State Forest to represent all the forests as one. Must include a optional logo version both with and without a tagline. And the ODF logo may change within the next few years, so we had to do a version that would work with a logo that we don't know is coming. So it had to be separate and modular. The state forest aspect of it had to be separate from the ODF logo, couldn't wrap around it, couldn't include it inside of, lines and such. And it must include we must include versions of the ODF logo without any logo at all for future merch sales, because civilian or regular folks can't wear a ODF logo on a t-shirt and such. So all of this led to some logo design rationale that simplified these 5 points, inspired by the National Forest signage, but not to mimic it. We didn't want to cause any more audience confusion about what a state forest is versus a national forest versus a state park and all those sorts of things. So we're definitely trying to separate out the look and look different. Must use the ODF logo, but can't be designed too tightly to it because it's going to change. So it had to be modular, had to use the ODF logo, but also work without it for merchandise. Colors must be complementary to the ODF logo, and it must incorporate the tagline into the design, but also work without it. So you've got 6 logos with and without an ODF logo, with and without a tagline, all with different words that all had to family together. So this was a really big job. So without further ado, the next page is going to show you the state version. This would be the Oregon State version overall that represents all 5 of the forest with the tagline. Here we go. We have our ODF logo, Oregon State Forests, our common ground, with this nice branch here. So this is the overarching state forest version. Here's a version that shows what it looks like with a specific forest, in this case, Tillamook. So here we have a nice script font, nice and legible, clean state forest font, and then we have Oregon's common ground. Now you'll notice that the tagline changed from our common ground to Oregon's common ground when it relates to one specific forest. So this takes up this, makes sure that Oregon is mentioned throughout. On this next page, you're going to see a version of Clatsop State Forest. So you're getting a hang for how these look one to the next, with a little bit of description about some of the elements in here. And I'd like to mention that for the fonts, we used this script up here. It's a nice legible script that looks good with all the different state forest words. Occasionally we'd have to tweak the font a little bit. Nice credible fonts, good colors, everything working together with the ODF logo. This branch here adds a little bit of that rustic feel we were talking about, not manicured, not too immaculate, avoids monoculture issues. We didn't use a Doug fir pine cone or anything that's specific to one tree or one element of the forest. It's recreationally neutral. We don't have a hiking boot or a chainsaw or a mountain bike, anything too specific. And this little branch actually is a very useful graphic element. You may have seen it on the front cover of this presentation. Jason,
So regarding Regarding the tagline, I think if we go back to the brand positioning statement, it's very on strategy. It's super short. It's not it being a bullet point, but I'd like to also add that the National Forest logo doesn't have a tagline. So again, we're getting a little bit more branding and a little bit more feel in there. The tagline uses Oregon in it. It's inclusive of everybody, it's trying to bring everybody together, which we thought was really important. And it was important to me to start hinting at this idea of GPV, because I want the reader to look at that and go, Oregon's common ground. It'll make them feel good. And then it starts this conversation of, tell me more about that. I want to know more about that. And we'll spell a little bit more about that in the upcoming anthem that we'll have you look at.
Okay, this next page is going to show you the versions of logos using SunPass. Over here, we have the entire full logo. That's the ODF logo with the SunPass State Forest or whatever other forest we would be using here. We're calling it the logo lockup because clearly we have the ODF logo. This is called a logo lockup when you have type next to a mark. So we use the words interchangeably, but technically it is a logo lockup. Here it is over on the right without the ODF logo. It stands on its own and it looks great. And again, this would be used in case of, for instance, selling merch on t-shirts or hats and that sort of thing. And here it is down here without a tagline. Also still nicely balanced. This might be useful in small space areas or where a tagline just isn't needed for whatever reason. Here's the Oregon version of that. This is probably, these three versions you'll see a lot, as most of the work that we do will probably be for all the state forest rather than just one at a time. And here is what all of the different logos look like with all the forests together. You haven't seen Gilchrist yet or Santiam. So it's looking very nice family of logos. Nothing too surprising, just really hardworking, clear, and easy to read. So this next page I'm going to show you tests the logo in place a little bit. So we put it over a photograph with a headline to show you how it feels in use. So for instance, if we use the Oregon State Forest logo with our common ground over a photo of one of our forests, using the Tillamook Forest Center headline or their line that they often use, find yourself in the forest, with the logo reversed out in type so we can show it over a dark corner of a photograph. This shows you how it can morph over in different uses. So we would have limited use of what colors we would use for this in a brand guide, but overall, you can just tell that we can handle it differently to make it look good in different situations for whatever comes up. Here's another example of that. Using SunPass. This is a SunPass forest shot using the tagline as the headline, Oregon's common ground. And over here, you can see the logo that does not have the tagline underneath it since it is up here. A little bit of testing going on. And then for the third one here, we have the Tillamook Forest example. Let's say we wanted to communicate with some of our mountain biker recreational users with the headline, the hardest working playgrounds in Oregon. And here we have the complete logo lockup with the tagline and a great shot behind it of somebody having some fun in their forest. On this next page, I'm going to show you a bit of merchandise, and this is what it could look like if we wanted to sell some t-shirts. In this case, the Gilchrist State Forest, we've got the part of the logo on the front and part on the back. And there's our little branch, hard at work. Now, this next slide I'm going to show you talks a little bit about the anthem, which Jason is going to take you through.
So we created the anthem to expound on the idea of what Oregon's common ground means. We wanted to excite people, educate them, mostly educate them, really start talking about what greatest permanent value means in regards to when a hiker hears saws in the forest or a shooter sees a mountain biker. We need people to understand that it all happens here. That's the beauty of our place. And instead, in the past, I think we've gotten into places where that's been contentious, and we want to celebrate the fact that this is a common place for all of us to get what we want, whether that's our livelihoods or our fun or water or whatever. So it expounds on this tagline of common ground. It can be used internally, it can be used externally. And what we're going to show you next, we'll just have you imagine that on like ODF's wall, as a break room poster, on the new website, or even at a trailhead. And I think it jumps off really nicely. And above all, this was our test to see if we could make people feel emotional about that Oregon's common ground. And I think we did. So without further ado, I will do my best to read this as clearly as possible for those who can't read along. Where wanderlust and wide-eyed wonder meet for adventure, where we celebrate the feral, the rugged, the wild, where we relish in the imperfections, beauty, and solitude, where change is often subtle, sudden, sometimes planned. Nothing is manicured or expected. There is no traffic, admission fee, or pretense here. Only land painted in more shades of Oregon green than ever thought possible. Vast tracts waiting to be hiked, ridden, worked, or whatever, where the golden rule is respect, because these working forests aren't like the others. There are state forests, and they belong to all Oregonians. For nearly a century, they've served us in countless ways. That's their true beauty. What began as burned, denuded, and unloved lands have regrown into the hardest working playgrounds in Oregon. Under these canopies, livelihoods are earned as passions play, and clean water is born while trees provide. Sustainably managed for social, economic, and environmental needs, Oregon state forests exist for the benefit and joy of all Oregonians. And in this, they stand for something far greater than mere forests. They're our common ground. So that was, again, a way to blow up that tagline into a more definitive story.
And on this side, we have some examples of some of our user groups, our beautiful forests, and our Oregon State Forest logo with our common ground, just to sort of wrap up this as a one-shot deal to give you an impression of what we've been up to. And that is the end of this presentation. So I'll stop sharing my screen, and I'd like to ask if the board has any questions we could answer.
I'd just like to comment. I've been through logo creation process a couple of times in my life, and so I know how difficult it is. I'm very impressed. Wonderful, wonderful work. I do have one question, Jen, for you, which is for your client presentations, do you always wear flannel?
Well, I almost wear flannel every day, so it does happen. I am color coordinated though.
Yeah. And the daughter of a logger.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments? I guess they're all worn out here. Clear conversation. Oh, Chandra.
Yeah, thanks. Jen and Jason, that was fantastic. We had an earlier topic on the agenda that clearly relates to state forests and just recognizing how valuable it is to so many stakeholders and how connected a lot of folks already feel to it, but you know that there's a whole bunch of folks that recreate sometimes even in these forests and don't know their state forests and don't really know what that means. And so we've talked about that a lot. And I think making some steps to, kind of further the connection that folks I think already have with it and maybe develop new connections and then allow folks to really understand what all goes into these special places that we have is fantastic. And I think it looks great. And I just really appreciate all your work on it and the fact that you were able to present it to us today. And then I guess I just had a question for the department as well. Just what happens now with it? It looks pretty final to me. Is this something now that we'll be starting to see this out out in the forests, or what's the next steps?
Laura?
Thanks for the question, Board Member Ferrari. So the next step in terms of what we've planned thus far is a standalone website that will really feature and highlight recreation, education, and interpretive opportunities. Very similar to the OPRD or the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. They do have two websites. One is more internally focused, policy rich, and they do have an outward facing website that is user friendly and really directed at kind of the common visitor to the state forest. Similar, we intend to build a standalone website. So certainly the brand is going to be highlighted on that website. And eventually, over the course of time, obviously we have our budgetary guidelines that we need to follow, but over time, we do envision that this would be located on signage. It would be located at trailheads. In the interim, we are exploring ways in which we can merchandise the logo. Again, not with the ODF logo per se, but each state forest. Very, very similar to what ODF and W, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as OPRD, again, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. In some regard, I would say that we're a little bit late to the game, but in fact, in talking with ODF and W and OPRD extensively before we even launched into this, we're hoping to generate some additional revenues off of this, and they can be sizable. So really, it's a slow rollout right now. This is now considered public because this is a public meeting. We will be rolling it out to the State Forest Division at the end of this month. And then from there, with Jen and Jason's help, we will be developing a brand rollout in terms of strategy over the course of the next few years.
Thank you.
Well, some of us can't wait for a ball cap. That's what I'll say.
Ball
It's
cap,
coming.
water bottle, tattoos, we can do a lot of things. I'd just like to take the time to thank both Jason and Jen, having worked with them for roughly a year now. I've been through branding development before, and it has been a true pleasure in terms of the humor, the commitment, the creativity that you bring. So a personal thank you to the both of you. Thanks so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Laura. You're a fantastic partner. This has been a difficult but a joy, and we're very happy with it as well. I'm proud of it.
And thank you, Laura.
Okay, with that, this presentation is completed. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we're going to move right into our next presentation, which is a fire season summary. Ron Graham, Tim Holzbach are going to lead us through that. I see Ron. Just you, Ron. Okay. Great. Go right ahead, Ron. Pardon me.
How's that? Better? Excellent. Good afternoon again, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Makamoto. For the record, I'm Ron Graham. I serve as the Deputy Chief of Operations for the Fire Protection Division. I'm here on behalf of Chief Mike Shaw. He's currently at the Association of Oregon Counties meeting, presenting with a panel of other agency executives on the Senate Bill 762 WUI risk map. So it truly is a pleasure to be here on his behalf. So today is the final fire season update for the 2022 fire season for you all. And first, just want to thank all of our partners in our complete and coordinated system, all of our industry partners, other state, federal, local agencies, our contract firefighting resources, for the great work they did in what we are summarizing as slightly below average fire season. And that's a good thing to be able to be here and say. All right, some of the things we're looking at from early on this season, as we look at our drought currently, the drought still remains. Drought is still persisting across the West. And in fact, in some cases, the West, the drought is actually increasing. We've had a little bit of improvement here in the state. So you'll notice that much of the state has seen slight improvement, but drought remains. And kind of the outlook is for not an abundance of precipitation here in the next month or so, but looking at some increasing precipitation as we go through the rest of fall and into winter. Probably not significant enough to fully remove any drought or anything like that with the current outlook, but at least some precipitation coming our way, which is a good thing. Currently in the state, again, you can see that much of the state still remains in very significant drought. About 4% or so has that darkest bullseye right there in Central Oregon. And that's where we've seen a lot of the problem area down all the way into Klamath Falls. But again, you can see a little bit of improvement into Northwest Oregon and even Northeast Oregon a little bit, where we've seen some great improvement. So this time last year, we were looking at significantly different factor. You can see looking where we started off in May in the upper graphic in the early part of the season, Things look pretty bleak as far as the drought, and then you can see the progression of improvement as we've gone through October and November with our season ending rains that have finally hit us. Although season isn't quite ever done until the calendar year is done. Our partners over in Washington were engaged just across the border again yesterday fighting fire, flying aviation resources. So we do continue to see fire occurrence throughout the calendar year, but typically not significant. Looking at our active state fires, this is just to show you still in October, despite the onset of the season-ending rains, there was still some large fire perimeters with a little bit of heat. You can see that with the yellow heat inside those red perimeters, like the Cedar Creek fire, kind of almost in the center of the map. So some of those fires remained on the landscape for quite some time. Cedar Creek started on August 1st, and this is October 24th. So there was still active fire well into November with the Cedar Creek fire. However, a little bit later here in November 10th, just last week, you can see pretty much all of those heat signatures are pretty much gone for the most part now. If you went into any of those large fire perimeters themselves, you would likely find pockets of heat, but nothing significant, nothing that poses a threat. And we've seen that with some east winds here this week that none of the fires pose any kind of threat of really escaping in any of their perimeters. One update from our last time we spoke with you is incident management team deployment over the border in Washington to the Macias Creek fire. This was through our Northwest Fire Compact. We're in that compact with 5 Western states, 5 Canadian provinces. These happen on a direct request from state forester to state forester. Those calls are made. Part of the factors involved in this was our interagency partners, their incident management teams were not available at the time. This was during an east wind event that hit primarily up in Washington, a little bit of impact in Oregon, but not as much. So our partners called us. We're known for our quick response and our ability to mobilize our incident management teams and take over command of fires, which we did. This fire was really, really high profile given its proximity to the Portland, Vancouver, Camas metro areas. Lots of people seeing the fire, lots of homes impacted, high wildland urban interface area with a lot of evacuations in effect. So for the state of Washington DNR, it was very high profile. A lot of interest in an area that hasn't seen fire of this magnitude in quite some time. And, you know, they called us for help and we were able to still provide an incident management team should we even needed it here in the state, as well as deploy this team over the border into Washington. By all accounts, our team did a fantastic job. We'll be having an after action review with Washington DNR yet on this incident, but we had some favorable weather going into this, knowing that it was probably going to be a fairly short assignment as the east winds were going to stop and the rain would set in. So it was really good timing for that. And that really helped our team be successful besides our quick response and ability to take over. So fire statistics to date, we are staying right at 96, almost 97%. Meeting our key performance measure of 98% of our fires 10 acres or less. That's really significant. I'll speak to that a little bit later as it relates to cost. But this has been a good year as far as being able to get closer to meeting that 98%. You can see based on the number of fires that we have with 861 at the current count, we're a little bit below our 10-year average, almost 200 fires below our 10-year average. But the real significant thing is the amount of acres burned at only 34,000 acres, well below what is our 10-year average now of 118,000. Lightning fires were down a little bit this year, not significantly lower, but a little bit below the average. Lightning fire acres burned are normally what contribute to the largest amount of our acres burned. One exception to that was the 2020 fire season, when a lot of the fires were human caused. And a lot of the acres attributed to that. Typically lightning caused fires are the ones that They're harder to get to. There's more of them at once. So they typically pose more resistance to suppression efforts. One of the big stories, though, is that human-caused fires were down fairly significantly. There was a lot of fire prevention campaigns, media work with our state, local, federal partners, Keep Oregon Green, and just the public. Oregonians heard the message. I think 2020 and 2021 were still fresh in their minds. And we did see that decrease in human-caused fires. I'd also say it's probably some environmental factors in that the late rains that we got going all the way through June that provided a delayed onset of our fire season. They made some of those human activities a little less likely to start fires than some of the years where we don't get those rains and it's significantly warm and dry. And pretty much every activity you do can lead to a fire start. So a little combination. But overall, great public awareness and great public effort. And then I'll speak to a little bit later some of the industry numbers as far as our industrial fires. But again, our industry partners were tremendous in helping keeping fire starts relatively small overall, as they always do. So again, when you compare the 33,000 plus acres we burned this year, and you can look across our most recent years, it wasn't the lowest year we've had in recent history, but certainly like in our 3 lowest years over the years going back to 2013, and significantly less than the last 2 seasons. So a lot less resource loss. That translates to a lot less resource cost as well, suppression costs, and we'll talk about that. And then you can see definitely, human-caused fires were not the contributing factor to the majority of our acres burned. Speaking to cost, a fairly normal year in recent years for us. Not the typical that we've been seeing with gross fire costs, over $100 million. Gross fire costs this year were just $35 million, with a resulting net fire cost of $17.3 million. That's pretty significant. Of course, that did not trigger any kind of claim against our catastrophic fire insurance policy. Some of those, decreased net fire costs are due to cost shares with our other agencies that we had multiple jurisdiction fires like Rum Creek, as well as reimbursable fires that were entirely the responsibility of other jurisdictions that we assist on, and we can bill those agencies back. And a couple of qualifying FEMA fires that provided a little bit of reimbursement under the FMAG program from FEMA. That brought us down to that 17.3 million. You've talked a little bit today in some of your other presentations about agency finances and cash flow, and of all the years to have a year like this, it was definitely helpful for us as an agency. I kind of touched on it just a bit before and want to really reinforce what we're seeing here is that when we are typically 96% successful in keeping fires 10 acres or less or above, it typically translates into huge savings for us financially. That's when we see the lowest suppression costs, resource loss, and 2022 kind of falls right in between that 96 and 97%. And you can see there's not a lot of other significant years going back to 2002 that we've really been that successful and had that much of a decrease in our suppression costs. This year was significant and it does not compare to any of the recent years we've had that have really challenged the agency. This also correlates with, typically if we're above 96%, obviously we don't trigger our insurance policy. So that's a good thing for us as well. However, I would caution, and I will touch on this a little bit here later on. I wouldn't come to expect this, right? And I'll get into that later, but we'll take a great year when we get one, right? One of the big keys to our success was, early detection this year. When we look at our camera detection system, we've had several additions to the camera system. We had 86 cameras on 64 tower sites previously. And with Senate Bill 762 and a couple of other funding sources, we were able to get 5 more cameras of the 7 that were funded this spring operational. Probably looking at another 7 cameras or more to go yet with that funding to be operational for this coming spring and the 2023 fire season. So we've seen those investments in the cameras really pay off for us. They're just one of the detection methods that we use to cover the grounds that we protect. We also use fixed wing aircraft. We still use a couple of lookouts here and there. And then we use our multi-mission aircraft primarily for nighttime detection work. And I'll touch on that as well. Our camera detection system overall this year, we're still kind of running the final numbers, but right now it's a little less cumulatively than about 10% of fires were detected by cameras. That goes to about a high end in our Southwest Oregon district where about 23% of the fires were detected, down to just a couple percent in like Klamath and Central Oregon. But again, right around 10% overall. That's still pretty significant, that camera system picking up quite a few of those fires. And some examples, you can see Rum Creek there, what this looks like from some of the very early camera detection. Some of the challenges we still see out there with camera detection, if it's too smoky from other fires, we've had situations where the camera has not picked them up, but overall, great investment. We're leveraging our camera detection system with others, with the fire alert and with the camera system the BLM is investing in, trying to leverage all partners' cameras to work together and provide better coverage for detection systems across the entire state. So I'll touch a little bit on aviation resources in addition to the great weather we had, the public cooperation and prevention efforts, the early detection, and then the use of our severity resources in our aviation program. We were increased in our funding this year through the legislature to $10 million overall, which doubled the program budget. We flew over 995 hours with our aircraft combined. So a pretty average year, a little bit over 1,000 is pretty much an average year. And of the $10 million budget, we spent just over $9 million year to date on the severity program. So we have a little bit of carryover going into the next fire season. Much like our other fire costs, we get reimbursed when we go to other people's fires, help put those out, or work on fires that are threats to ODF on other jurisdictions. Typically, roughly half or so of those 995 hours are flown on other jurisdictions that we get reimbursed for. So it's a great investment, not only to our primary protection, but to others. And one of the huge benefits we have is our severity resources are 75-day exclusive use contracts. Those aircraft don't leave the state unless we're helping a partner just over the border. They're dedicated to fire protection here in the state. Whereas some of our federal partners' aviation resources are nationally available and they go wherever the highest priority in the country may be at that time. So our federal partners are very appreciative of our program as well. The ODF acres burned by decade. This is where I'll start speaking to a little bit of the great year that we had. I don't come to expect that so much every year in the future. When we look at this over the decades, and we haven't even updated this for 2022, that little decrease will change the average a little bit, of course. But when I look at this, what this tells me is we will have down years, we will have wet periods within the warm, dry periods. We will see years where we don't burn our average numbers of acres. However, nothing in my career indicates that things are going to drastically improve or get better. This is what we've come to expect. This is what we've prepared for. And this is what we've been experiencing really since 2012, 2013 here in the state. And it's reinforced by what our partners from all other jurisdictions across the state have experienced as well. So again, nothing to me indicates that a year like this year is going to be become common for us, or should we expect to see it year after year? So I guess in closing, I mentioned our investments that we've made, including the multi-mission aircraft with forward-looking infrared and night vision goggles. We're the only agency in the country using those two pieces of technology combined, detecting fires at night. And that aircraft detected 56 primary detections this year. 56 fires not detected by cameras, other aircraft, the public, that could have become major fires. So very successful. We continue to operate that on a very old airframe. So much like everything else, I will close with kind of our keys to success going forward. We need to continue our relationships with all of our partners on this slide, from industry, from our contract resources, to all of our local, state, federal partners and our international partners. We need to continue to invest in prevention and mitigation. We saw that really pay off this year through the investments that were made. And we need to continue to invest in technology. We have to figure out a way that we can continue to invest in forward-looking infrared and other new technology while maintaining a very old airframe that we're flying around the state at night in. We need to continue to expand our severity program and those aviation resources. The increase to 10 million was significant for this year. Rising costs of aviation kind of ate into that increase in the budget. So we're barely above where we were with a $5 million budget in terms of the number of resources. So we need to continue to invest in that rapid initial attack with aviation resources. And we need to continue to invest in capacity for the agency like we did through Senate Bill 762 in our current biennial budget. The extra capacity did provide a boost for our incident management teams. It did provide much needed relief for our initial attack firefighters. And as you know, we've been very stressed at time with cumulative fatigue, exposure to our employees, and competing priorities that are oftentimes delayed or put on hold due to fire suppression. So I think if we continue to invest in all of those things, we'll continue to be successful. With that, I would end here and take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ron. Obviously, you had the easier job than Mike Shaw today. That's
right.
Great. A lot of good news, but I appreciate the clear message that none of this is predictive of the future, but we'll take it, obviously. Board members, comments, questions? Ben.
Thank you for that presentation, and for the good news. Am I right in sort of repeating what you said here? I'm trying to figure out sort of what we can attribute this good year to. It's sort of a combination of, we had a wet spring, we had significant investments from 762. The public was really on board, and great work from your staff. Does that sort of sum up? It was really a combination of a bunch of things that led to this, and they all played a really important role.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect summary. I would add, and it kind of goes hand in hand with that, is like previous seasons where we've been at our preparedness level 5, the highest preparedness level. We did not have that impact this year. So resources beyond us even were adequate. When we needed help, we could find help. In the fire world, we talk a lot about the Swiss cheese model. When things typically go bad is when all the holes start lining up. Bad things happen. This year was one of those Swiss cheese models that the holes lined up for the good. And if you start taking away any of those and those holes go to line up for the bad, then typically we're not as successful.
One more question. Do you keep track of structures burned or sort of impact in the WUI per year, and maybe on a, as a proportion of acres burned?
We don't track those as an agency ourselves. However, we do get that information from the Oregon State Fire Marshal. They do all the tracking of the structures burned.
Just going forward, especially as we work on, more WUI improvements here, it seems like a useful metric of how the state is doing with defensible space. I'd be interested to sort of see those numbers in the future.
Very good. Thanks.
Okay, I don't think there's any other questions. Thank you. Or unless, no, am I missing anybody? Again, thank you very much. We're going to move on. And we mentioned before the MGO report, which is the next thing on our agenda. We are moving to the January meeting. And so at this point, we had also shifted the marble murrelet presentation and discussion to the last thing on our agenda before our board final wrap up and comments. So go right ahead. Mike Wilson is going to say a couple.
Yeah. In regards to this topic, yeah. I think as my name's Cal McMurdo, State Forester for the record. And I just wanted to make 3 points before we entered into the marble murrelet discussion. One, the department is required by law to submit to the Fish and Wildlife Commission an endangered species management plan for marble murrelet now that the commission has uplisted this species. Two, the proposed plan is consistent with current practices. It will not require a significant change in business or additional investment of resources from the department. And finally, just to give context to what Mike and his team is going to do, Mike Wilson and the team will, from the State Forest team, will provide an overview of the management plan, which has been designed to meet the legal requirements and is consistent with the previous board direction. So, Mike.
All right. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Mukimoto. Hello again. I am Mike Wilson. I am the State Forest Division Chief. And joining me today are Nick Palazzotto again, our Resource Support Unit Manager, and Vanessa Petro, our new staff wildlife biologist. She's been with us about 4 months. So really happy to have everybody here today. Just a brief overview. In July of 2021, the Fish and Wildlife Commission voted to uplist the marbled murrelet with the state endangered species status from threatened to endangered. And this put out the requirement there that managing agencies that had a role, including especially ODF, come up with an endangered species management plan. Last time we came to you on this was in March. And we sought your approval at that point just to make sure that we were framing the role correctly, which you approved the role as a contribution to conservation. And so now we're just going to present to you the final details of the plan that's going forward. And with that, I will turn it over to Vanessa.
Thank you, Mike. Chair Kelly, members of the board, and also State Forester Mukimoto. For the record, my name is Vanessa Petro, and I serve as the staff wildlife biologist for the State Forest Division. So today we're going to be presenting our endangered species management plan for marbled murrelets. To provide background on this topic, in July of 2021, the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission voted to uplist the marbled murrelet from threatened to endangered under the State Endangered Species Act. This decision triggered a statutory requirement for state landowning and managing agencies to develop an endangered species management plan for the listed species. In November 2021, the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission identified the Oregon Department of Forestry as an agency that can play a role in the conservation of the listed species. In determining the role, ODF was obligated to balance the statutory requirements, rules, and policies applicable to the management of state forests, the social and economic impacts that conservation would have on the state, conservation needs of the species, the purpose of the land, and the roles of other ownership categories in the conservation of marbled murrelets. In March of this year, the Board of Forestry approved ODF's recommendation for the contribution to conservation. ODF staff proceeded to develop an endangered species management plan, or an ESMP, that provided justification for the contribution to conservation role in accordance with the statutory requirements and consultations with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. ODF's response to the statutory requirement to develop an ESMP for marbled murrelets needed to address the following 7 requirements for contributing to the conservation of the species. These included what state land is covered by the plan, what role that state land is to play in the conservation of the species, and how the agency defined that role, how the agency will manage the state land to achieve its role, whether the agency will monitor implementation of the plan, whether the agency will reassess and review the plan, how the agency's plan relates to other state and federal agency plans or other recovery efforts. And finally, what process the agency used in developing the plan, including review and approval. The State Forest ESMP covers all lands managed by ODF within the inland breeding range of marble murrelets. ODF managed lands play a disproportionate role in marble murrelet conservation in Oregon. Our lands comprise less than 4% of the forest cover in the Coast Range, and yet just over 16% of the existing terrestrial murrelet habitat is on these lands. The Tillamook and Clatsop State Forests play an important role in marble murrelet conservation on the North Coast, but ODF managed lands are primarily scattered and smaller elsewhere. It is noteworthy to mention that marble murrelet life history stages require both terrestrial and marine habitat types. ODF has no capacity to influence the marine habitat threats, including forage fish availability, oil spills, and gillnet entanglements that can affect murrelet survival and breeding success. These limitations are such that ODF managed lands cannot recover murrelets in Oregon, but our protection of occupied habitat helps us ensure that we are not directly contributing to any population impacts or declines of known occupied marble murrelet habitat. State forests define the role of ODF managed lands as a contribution to conservation of marble murrelets. This contribution to conservation is designed to support stable or increasing population and habitat trends by protecting occupied habitat and improving habitat conditions, and is based on existing take avoidance policies and other commitments under the current forest management plan. For future management under the Western Oregon Forest Habitat Conservation Plan, the requirements will be different, but the role will remain the same. Now, because the development of an ESMP was concurrent with the design of the Habitat Conservation Plan and the associated Forest Management Plan, our management strategy responses will reflect both planning approaches. For current management planning, ODF has developed policies specific to marble murrelets on state forest lands, which largely align with ODF&W's mandatory survival guidelines. To date, we have coordinated 7 projects with ODF&W since the uplisting of the species in July of 2021. ODF plants timber sales only after surveys for murrelets have been conducted in potentially suitable habitat. ODF has conducted over 32,000 individual surveys for marble murrelets in more than 1,300 unique sites since 1992. This represents the largest survey effort for marble murrelets by any land manager in our region. These surveys represent a total of just under 98,000 surveyed acres, or 17% of ODF managed lands within the existing murrelet habitat range. Through survey identified occupied habitat, we have also designated 113 total marble murrelet management areas that represent occupied habitat and the associated 100-meter buffer. These 113 sites represent a total of just over 20,000 acres. In addition to these actions, we have also been taking measures to implement any requirements that are additive to existing policy. For example, ODF recreation staff have been working diligently with ODF&W and Oregon Parks and Recreation Department to improve trash management actions at public use areas by participating in the Come Clean campaign. Also, our current 2010 Forest Management Plan includes goals and strategies intended to achieve a balance between available resources and the greatest permanent value through a system of integrated management that will likely benefit murrelets and other species of concern. Under this plan, the long-range desired future condition envisions 30 to 50% complex forests, which includes both older and layered forest structure. Existing forest conditions on ODF managed lands within the inland extent of the Murrelets range include just over 72,000 acres of complex forests that have the potential to provide habitat for marble murrelets. Our forest management plan also includes requirements for retention of existing old growth trees and patches, along with other leaf trees and harvest units and management of riparian areas for mature forest conditions. These strategies may not result in marble murrelet habitat. However, our current forest management plan represents a substantial contribution to conservation beyond just using take avoidance approach to compliance with invasive species. For future management planning under the Habitat Conservation Plan, one of the biological goals within our conservation strategy is to support the persistence of marble murrelets in the permit area and increase their habitat quantity and quality over time. Within this goal, our objective will be to conserve, maintain, and enhance murrelet habitat in designated habitat conservation areas. We are working on a new forest management plan that is designed to be implemented with the HCP and includes a retention policy for existing old growth, leaf and nest trees and harvest units that will emulate our existing forest management. Presently, marble murrelet habitat represents the second largest proportion of covered terrestrial species habitat within our designated habitat conservation areas and is projected to increase by over 147,000 acres by the end of the 70-year permit term across the permit area under these future plans. For the next set of ESMP requirements, we combine the monitoring and adaptive management section with the plan review and implementation section to reduce redundancy in our responses during today's presentation. These responses will also reflect our current and future planning approaches. Under the current planning framework, monitoring needs are addressed by implementation of internal policies for take avoidance, including surveying suitable murrelet habitat and applying subsequent protection. And using our existing forest management plan, we will continue to evaluate the array of stand conditions in state forests and the needs of marble murrelets and other species of concern using our existing implementation plans. These 10-year implementation plans will be used in the development of annual operations plans. Future management planning with a habitat conservation plan will require us to continually evaluate the plan's robust species and habitat monitoring program to ensure that the latest accepted techniques and technologies are used. In addition to determining whether the agency is in compliance and if the habitat conservation plan has been effective at meeting the biological goals and objectives. Monitoring specific to marble murrelets will be conducted following standard field survey protocols. They're expected to include passive acoustic sampling that will be verified with audiovisual surveys to determine the preferable monitoring method. Annual monitoring will consist of tracking occupancy status and designated occupied habitat and documenting the use of suitable and highly suitable habitat both inside and outside of habitat conservation, in addition to stands that have not been previously surveyed. Marble murrelet responses to stand management activities and habitat conservation areas will be documented as well. A complete survey of suitable and highly suitable habitat will be completed by year 20 of the permit. And in accordance with the incidental take permit terms required by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we will conduct habitat monitoring annually to track changes in habitat quality and quality, but will summarize these reports at 5-year intervals. The monitoring and adaptive management program will be assessed during these 5-year midpoint check-ins, in addition to the 10-year comprehensive forest management plan reviews, to ensure that any adjustments that need to be made are integrated into the associated implementation plan subsequently. Now, recognizing that different mandates and objectives exist with other state land managing agencies will result in differences among individual ESMPs. We have been coordinating development of our plan with other state agencies identified as having a role in murrelet conservation. We acknowledge our agency owns and manages a greater proportion of forested state lands than any other state agency within the terrestrial range of marble murrelets, providing us a limited but important role in marble murrelet conservation. At the state level, our current policies align with ODF&W's mandatory survival guidelines that are considered essential to ensure the survival of individual members of the species in the absence of an At the federal level, our take avoidance policies that designate and protect occupied murrelet habitat, in addition to our current forest management plan that is designed to improve habitat conditions, also support recovery actions described in the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service recovery plan for the marbled murrelet across 2 conservation zones. This presentation presents ODF's response to the statutory requirement to produce a plan that was developed in consultation with ODF and W. Development of our ESMP received periodic review and approval by the board during public meetings that included opportunities for public engagement and input. Our next steps include submitting the ESMP to the Commission for review and approval by January 16th of 2023. Commission must approve the ESMP as submitted or modified by July 2023, as a final decision is required within 2 years of the reclassification decision. A commission-approved ESMP for the marbled murrelet will then supersede the survival guidelines for this species on ODF state forests. And in the event ODF is issued an incidental take permit for this species listed under the federal ESA, this federally issued permit will also supersede the ESMP. So with that, I would like to thank everyone for their time and holding out until the very end here today. And we would be more than happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for your flexibility to do this afternoon. We appreciate it. So we are just slightly behind schedule, so we'll try to wrap quickly. And I see that Carla has her hand up, though.
Is this on? So I went back and read the testimony on how we got here. And I was reading the attorney from Stoll Reeves said this reclassification of the marbled murrelet as endangered would violate applicable laws as none of the statutory requirements to reclassify the species have been met. My question relates to further species, not the murrelet. I understand we are where we're at, but here's my question. This uplisting from threatened to endangered, 900 Oregonians showed up and asked to reject that uplisting. And ODF and W staff did not support that uplisting because it didn't meet ODF and W's criteria or standards, correct? So my question is that when a species doesn't meet the standard for uplisting and a handful of people decide and they throw another agency into this type of process, then it begs the question, what are the new rules going forward for future species? So that's one question. What are the new rules going forward? And if there's financial consequences to this organization, I'm pretty sure ODF and W won't be there with us when we have to go to the legislature and the treasurer's office to bail ourselves out. So I guess I want to understand, and I want to see a memorandum of understanding between these two agencies so this never, ever happens again. This is not how the process should work. This started with something that wasn't legal, had legal footing, and now we're having to respond. And all I want to understand is how do we get into a position where this never happens again? That's my question.
Well, I guess I, can't answer that fully. However, I think the measures that we can take to better understand that is to just have better alignment between our board and commission, and to have them, sort of understand that, the history here is a little bit convoluted, in that they voted to uplist and then they reversed their decision and they got sued and then they voted to uplist. So, I appreciate the frustration around the decision around it and everything. However, I would point out that a memorandum of understanding between ODF as an agency and ODFW as an agency might not do a whole lot of good, on account of their commission is still, their voting members will do what they're going to do.
Well, I think we have standards for a reason. In USDA and FDA and food safety, we have them for a very good reason. And you don't want us out here choosing which ones we decide to and not to abide by. And so if the rules are changing, I just think we need to know what the new rules are. And I think we want to be really careful about how this happens going forward.
Carla, I think they're saying to us that we're between a rock and a hard place. So I think really the politics here are really should be directed at that board and that agency, both from in terms of public pressure or any board member like yourself who is frustrated with what's going on. Liz, go ahead.
Thank you for the report. It was really well done and welcome. When I came on the board, it was perplexing, Carla, to kind of see, because a lot that we talked about just on the HCP was going back to the science. And for me on this one, it just wasn't there. So one of the things that I take from my experience, when you initiate a plan, and when you opened up your talk, you talked about what triggered that decision triggering this plan. There is a thing called, is the decision right? And before you embark on a plan, there is some rigor that a decision maker has to go through at a federal level, at least in the NEPA regs for the Forest Service, that says, is this immediately in the foreseeable future? And what are the tangible incidences, events there that would make you go down that path? And is there anything, it doesn't sound like it, but is there anything like that? That's my question, that a group of people that are going to initiate a decision have to consider on the immediacy and the impact that'll initiate another group to make a plan. Do we have that in the state of Oregon?
In this case, I would have to say we'd have to defer to council for an answer on that, because that gets into basically the statute, and just how it rolls out, and sort of the decision space and authority that commission has, and then our response to it then is pretty rote in statute. So I don't know the answer to your question. I think it's probably best addressed by council.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I just would remind us all that what Cal said at the beginning of this, the amount of impact here is for the department is not that significant. The actual impact on the ground in the air, I think we should say in this case.
And I just was thinking, what is there going to be a next time? And is there something that we can do now that can put some rigor around that kind of decision making? Especially when it results in another agency going down a road that is really nonsensical for the information that supposedly was supposed to be there.
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it really just gets back to the being able to work board to commission, perhaps a liaison there to better understand each other's roles and what they might do. I'd like to point out just real quickly though, sorry, our relationship and what, difference between commission and ODFW, our working relationship with ODFW is great. We meet with them all the time, and quite frankly, we have worked hand in glove on coming up with a solution that's right size for this agency.
I think this, we're in a situation where, yes, it has caused us a lot of inconvenience. Does that mean it's going to happen again? I mean, that's a slippery slope argument, and I don't think any of us should necessarily presume. I think if it does happen again, I think we might want to really step back and look at what else we could do. But Brenda, go ahead.
based upon what Carla described, the uplisting decision might have been political rather than one that was based on science. Maybe that's a lesson for us.
If you want to move, if you want to move on, that's okay. But so one point to make: when early in the listing process, when we were coordinating with ODFW on their survival guidelines, there was a fiscal analysis that was required as part that that we had to bring forward to them to help them understand the potential impacts. We did that work. The survival guidelines, as a function of that, reflected an implementation schedule for some of the requirements that would minimize the fiscal impacts. Nonetheless, the survey recommendations did change how where we conduct our surveys, such that there was a couple hundred, I don't know, have the exact number, but a couple $100,000 worth of survey costs. To me, this is the perfect example of the benefits of an HCP. How do we avoid this in the future? By protecting ourselves with a robust strategy that other species are likely to be covered by. And so that is one of the benefits of HCP.
Thank you, Nick. That's a good point. Chandra?
Yeah, thanks. I'm not sure if I'm missing a step here because I'm not exactly sure what we're trying to articulate, avoiding happening again exactly. Because to me, there's a petition process in law that has very specific requirements, and anyone can file a petition to change a species status. And theoretically, a different decision-making body looks at the information in front of it and makes that decision. And if someone wants to challenge that decision, they can litigate. And actually in the Murrelet case, it was litigated, and the commission was litigated because they made a decision to uplist, and then they made a different decision, and then there's litigation on that. And so I'm not saying whatever happened was right or wrong. I'm not terribly familiar with everything in that record, but that is a process that's pretty well laid out. And it seems like from our perspective, just making sure that if we have relevant information to a finding that a different commission has to make, or the department has it, then we would hope that that information would get into the record, and we have good ways and mechanisms to do that. And it sounds to me like we do, based on the relationship that currently exists, but I think that's what we're talking about. And I'm a little confused if we think we have any other additional authority beyond that, because to me, it doesn't seem like we do. Or are we not talking about that? I'm sorry, I got confused somewhere along the way.
Carla.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Carla if she's on a.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thanks.
I think what's confusing is in our business, there's 42 federal, state, and local entities that regulate fee, fine, or taxes. We operate by standards, and ODF and W should have standards. You do have standards. The reason the staff didn't recommend this is because it didn't meet your own standard. So my only question going forward is, if we're going to change the process and the rules, then the sister entities should know that. That's my only suggestion, is if we're going to change the rules and we're going to change how these uplistings work, then let's make sure all the players understand, because it's not this one. Yeah, this one's way downstream. I get that. But how do the next ones get handled? And if the standards don't matter, then we need to hear that too. Or if the rules are being rewritten, I think we have the right to know how the rules are going to work going forward. That's my only question, Chandra. And it's not clear to me how they will work going forward.
Well, I do appreciate that, Carla. Thank you for the clarification. I guess in my view, I didn't see any changes to the rules, right? There's still the same rules in place. And I think what you might be talking about, or is maybe the process, right, to get to a determination. And I guess I would just echo what I think Mike said. This was a unique case, I think, in that it did involve litigation, right? There was a change in a commission that happened in the middle of a decision-making process, right? That resulted in going a different direction with a change, right? So there's some complicating factors here. I guess I would hesitate to say there's any sort of longer term issue. And I don't think there's a change to any of the rules or anything associated with the process, but that's just my perspective. But thank you for the clarification.
Okay, are we at a point where we can move on? I believe we can and close this item out. Thank you very much. Mike, you've had a long day with us. And you too, Nick. All right, thank you all. Okay, we're going to move towards our last item, and the first part of our last item is going to be, I believe we've got somebody who's going to come and tell us about our tour tomorrow. Don Goody, are you coming? Are you here? Dan, excuse me. Dan, sorry.
Chair Kelly, Cal, board members, welcome to Clatsop County and the Astoria District. We'll be hosting you tomorrow on a tour. We're going to rally here at 08 in the morning. And one of the goals is gather your lunches, your warm gear. We're going to load up and depart at 8:30. We head out towards Highway, right here, Convention Center. And then we're going to head up to Highway 30 up to the Big Creek Tree Farm, which is Hampton property for one stop. And then at that point, we'll migrate on to State Forest for several other stops. You have the itinerary there. I think you'll see a full suite of products for the forest. And we're actually going to have decent weather, but bundle up, I think it's going to be chilly. So looking forward to having a great tour. Good one.
Thank you. We are looking forward to it. All right. See you tomorrow morning. And with that, I think our state forester.
All right, and I don't want to keep you in between doing something fun here, but real quickly, I wanted to thank the staff and all the work they did to pull this meeting together and make it as organized as it was. I'd also like to thank all the people who testified. I know you come from your homes, you spend time here and give us your opinion, which is very valuable. I'd also like to thank for all the attendees, because I think this is part of the democratic process. But finally, and I'm not doing this because they're my bosses, I'm going to thank the board for their volunteers, and they spend a lot of time working for things that support our decision making. So that's what I'm going to do. And then have a good time at the tour tomorrow. I'll be there.
All right. Thank you, Cal. All right, we're at to our next item, which is really just our open item for any summations and thoughts from the day from board members. And I had one I was just going to share, since we had a lot of testimony this morning that brought up the subject of decoupling with our state forests. And just want to remind the public that type of thing, as would be any kind of change of the harvest tax structure, these are things perhaps we could have, exert influence, but they are really things that the legislature would be dealing with. And so that is not within the authority of the Board of Forestry to make those kind of changes. So I just want to make sure that as much as we can get that word out to the public, I think it's important for the public to understand what authority we have and what we don't have. And beyond that, what do we got from today? I think I have a very tired Board of Forestry is what I think, which is perfectly fine. We are at time, just past time, to move to our executive session. And so I'll unless anybody wants to chime in, and I am not seeing any appetite for chiming in this time. All right. Okay. So Like Cal, I would like to thank the members of the public for traveling and joining us today. And as we wrap up our agenda, I want to inform everyone that the board will now have an executive session pursuant to ORS 192-660-2 as noted at the beginning of the public meeting. No decisions will be made in the executive session and the meeting will adjourn upon its conclusion. Travel home safely. And hopefully we'll see some of you this evening's social that will begin at 5:30 back in the Riverside room here at the Convention Center. And at that, we will, board members, please at this point transition to the Seaside room for the executive session, which we're due to do right now. And with that, this meeting of the Board of Forestry is concluded.